Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All qualifying drivers, please report to the grid. All qualifying drivers, please report to the grid. Welcome to round 3 of the E-Town Gambler. We're about to get this party started. We got our drivers out on the grid. We have a full field of 30-plus drivers out here to qualify. This is round 3 at Englishtown Raceway. It is beautiful weather here. I'm joined by my beautiful co-host, Sarah. Welcome, everybody.
Hello, Mike. Thank you so much for the kind words. As always, love working with you. We've got Adam Heichman on the line in a borrowed car. We've had some stuff go down already today in practice. A gorgeous day here at Raceway Park. And I think let's send him, dude. Let's see what he's got for us for the first qualifying here at the Gambler.
Definitely looking forward to Adam taking his first laps here in a borrowed vehicle. A couple of our drivers during practice seeing the turmoils of our long course out on the road course. We are over here on the road course here today. We have a plethora of zones for our drivers to go through the checklist. We have our 3 judges ready to start our qualifying. We're just waiting for our first driver, Adam, to take his green light. His first qualifying pass here.
And there's some interesting and fun rule changes that I personally like. So rather than 2 qualifying runs to keep things tight, we're doing 1 qualifying run. And then if a driver would like to take their second, they're going to call their Comp 5 timeout, and they can take a second qualifying run if they want.
Yeah, that really extends everybody's weekends. We want to make sure that qualifying, the most boring part of drifting, gets taken care of very quickly, but also confidently that our judges understand what each driver is capable of. Those drivers have the opportunity to throw down the best possible lap they possibly can out here for our judges to take care of. And if they do not get the score that they are looking for, or 0, they have the opportunity to try again, which I think is a cool rule change. I'm super looking forward to the flexibility here at the Gambler. And honestly, the sportsmanship here is top-notch.
Me too. I'm very excited to see how this works out. I think you said it. You hit the nail on the head, Mike. Tandem competition is where it's at, so we want to get into that as quickly as possible. But qualifying does allow us to see who's really throwing it down best today. So I understand a qualifying strategy. So we'll see how well this works, and maybe we'll start a trend for other series.
I mean, we've seen everybody show up, ourselves included. Both Sarah and I drive as well. You could show up with all of your bells whistled, all of your dots I'd, all your T's crossed, and your weekend can still go down the drain really quick.
100%. Or you can load the car at 2 a.m. the night before with barely any tires and have one of the best drifting days of your life.
Shout out to Tim Frito. Unfortunately, Frito unable to make it. He literally picked up his engine from the machine shop. It was pistons and a bare block yesterday, probably at like 3 p.m. He almost, a little bit of an oopsie, didn't quite make it. Big shout out to Tim Frito for putting the hustle overnight trying to get out here for the Gambler. But nonetheless, we still have 31 qualifying drivers here for round 3.
Yeah, I'm excited. So hopefully we can get this underway here in just a second whenever Adam is ready. I believe our drones are good. We might be waiting on one of our drone pilots. One of the reasons why you guys get that great eye in the sky. And while we're talking about that, make sure you pull up the live stream if you are in attendance, if you'd like to see what our judges are seeing. If you're watching at home, thank you guys so much for joining us. And if you're here just chilling in the stands, make sure you share that live. Let everyone know you came out today, how good the weather is. And special shout out to all of our car show attendees. Thank you guys so much for coming out.
Also, a big shout to our event staff as well as our event sponsors for round 3 of the Gambler. You guys can see on our start grid, we got that Volino arch. Thanks to them for coming out and hanging out with us today. They got a bunch of cool stuff down here in the pits. If you guys not here live and in person at Raceway Park, you guys can get your tickets yourself at racewaypark.com. You can either get spectator or sign up to drive. We have a Casino Royale, which is a cageless tandem competition, or we have these Gamblers, which are a 235 spec tire. That means that each driver out here is restricted to a 235 millimeter width tire. These drivers have a list of tires that have been accepted and approved to have a very level, balanced playing field. We have a plethora of machines out here ranging from anywhere from 200, maybe even 100 horsepower, all the way up to close to closing. Every driver out here has to be on a 235 tire. That is the big equalizer here at the Gambler Series, and I'm looking forward to watching our qualifying drivers here just momentarily. Thank you guys for joining us here live and in person at Raceway Park, and thank you for joining us on the internet. As always, give a shout to our event sponsors. Show them the love on the internet while we wait for Adam to pull up for his qualifying lap. And here we go. We got the lights illuminated on Adam Heisman's first qualifying, the only qualifying, hopefully the only one he needs. As we stated before, qualifying lap, you'll have to take your 5-minute timeout. Adam locks in before that last initiation point, but shuts her down. Unfortunately, not what we want to see in the judges' eyes in our qualifying lap. Adam's definitely going to have to pull either that 5-minute timeout or take the L for the weekend. If you guys are confused at home, I believe this is Adam Heisman in a borrowed vehicle out here trying to get some qualifying points. It may or may not be the first lap he has in that BMW. Unfortunately, that first outer zone giving him a little bit of an issue trying to get that car landed into our judge criteria. We'll have to wait for our judge's final verdict.
And unfortunately, that straight in there before and during outer zone number 1 is going to earn him a 0. So this might be the first driver we see that takes the comp 5 in order to get a second try at a qualifying run, which, I mean, this is great. A little R&D, live action for you.
I mean, his car has already gone down once. At this point, what do you have to lose?
Worth noting, he didn't get a single practice lap in that car either. So I think you might have already mentioned that. But I always want to give a free pass. You know, a driver hopping in someone else's car trying to get used to it. And this is the qualifying run, 0 practice. Like, you got to give it up to him.
Don't quote me because we're on the internet. But I believe Adam drives a Mustang normally. So jumping into a BMW is probably quite the change.
Yeah, who does he think he is? Reverse Chelsea Denofa?
Chelsea brought everything he has to come play, so I don't want to hear it. Our qualifying driver up on the line, Alex Laporte, to take his first qualifying lap here at round 3 of the Gambler here at
All right, next up on the line, we have Alex Laporte. And if that's not the right way to say his name, please correct me. And thank you. One of his crew members corrected me, Alex Laporte. Thank you so much. He is on the line right now to take his first qualifying run. Alex entering right at that 3 of the 3-2-1 cone in his Mustang, coming up the hill there, doing a decent job filling outer zone number 1, looking very smooth and settled. Exits just a tiny little bit early and just barely kisses the edge of outer 2. Not sure if he was in that zone. Kissing the edge of outer 3 as well. Nice job on that inner clip, the one and only on this track. Coming around to outer zone number 4. This is where I got my eyes on you. Kind of a midline in 4. Would have liked him just a tiny bit deeper there. Excellent, excellent job in outer zone number 5, coming around the people's corner, as we like to call it, over the reference point and up into the final outer zone of the wall. Excellent job. Really nice finish there by Alex Lepore.
All right, next qualifying driver up in the line, Brian Goggin, piloting that BMW E36. Just gone. He's just gone, like the wind. Brian gone. See, this is why it is super important to have your crew members and spotters up here in the announcer's tower. Otherwise, I'm going to butcher your name all day. If nobody's here to justify you, then really were you alive?
And that will be a 72.3 for Lepore, 72.3.
And Brian's gone from the starting line as he initiates well before our last initiation point. A bit shy off outside zone 1 as he gets in a pad late and starting getting back on the line that we'd like to see. Our judges a tad early leaving outside 1, but he gets into outside 2, rotating that BMW down a road course here at Raceway Park. Getting into outside 3, a lot of angle crank through as he rotates to that first and only inside clip. That front inside clip sets you up for outside zone number 4. That's Sarah's zone. You got to make sure you fill that box completely. She's going to be real mad at you. Going through the people's corner here, Brian gone. Keeping a good proximity on that back side of the track limits. A good qualifying run here. A little dirt spot as well through that reference point and back up to the bank and across the finish line. Brian gone with a solid qualifying lap. He'll get some points on the board. We'll have to go to Sarah to figure out his final verdict.
Rating. Our judges are deliberating here, watching the replay. If you're curious of what they're looking at, head on over to Raceway Park's YouTube channel, pull up the live stream, and you can see exactly what our judges are looking at right now. You can also drop a comment, tell us what's up, tell us what you think there in the comments while you're watching online. And as soon as we have a verdict, we will let you guys know.
Our next qualifying driver up on the line, Chris Meyer, piloting that infamous E46. Chris Meyer, no stranger to results here at the Gambler Series in previous years. Looking forward to Chris's qualifying lap here at round 3. If you would like to get signed up for your own qualifying here at racewaypark.com, you can get signed up for the Gambler or the Casino Royale, which is a cageless tandem comp, or the Gamblers. You have to pass the tech. It does require a cage out here. We're going fast. We're on the road course. As Chris Meyer is going to demonstrate here as he takes his first qualifying lap as the green is illuminated on that repurposed drag tree. Meyer initiates well before even the third initiation point, getting down into outside zone number 1, getting that rear axle into the box just like our judges want to see. A little left foot brake to get that car nice and settled and set up for outside zone number 2 as Meyer rotates back down the hill into outside zone number 3. Meyer always collective and composed as he works his way through that front inside clip, getting out into outside zone number 4. Meyer getting that rear axle exactly where our judges want to see it as he flicks up into the people's corner, outside zone number 5. Right on the outside of our track limits, back down to our reference point, and then back up to our bank wall here. He needs to get back into that final outside zone as he does. No taillights on the wall across the finish line. Another textbook qualifying run here from Chris Meyer.
Yeah, you can tell he's done this before, Mike. Absolutely smooth, really, really well done on his first qualifying run. No errors, I don't think. I didn't see any when I watched it. Really, really well done, especially on 4 and 5. So we'll let you know as soon as our judges have a score there, and we'll get on to our next driver.
Yeah, thankfully, we don't have to do the boy math. Me and Sarah get to do, Sarah's theoretically doing math. She's doing girl math. She's collecting the judges' scores. So, like, we have 3 judges over here. If you guys are new to drifting, we have 3 judges. Each one of these judges are watching each run, the same runs that you guys are watching online. And their job is to equate points and then relay them over to Sarah, and Sarah will give the final score.
Really, sometimes I just, like, black out and manage to do something good, and I made a spreadsheet like a bunch of years ago, so I just put the numbers in and the spreadsheet does the math. But the math is telling us a 94.1 for Chris Meyer. Excellent job. He's only the 4th driver to go, but he is our P1 at this time. Up next, we have Chris Knapp, the man himself, in that car, looking so good in outer zone number 1. Really well. I almost thought I saw a bobble there, but he's looking super smooth going in outer zone number 2. Coming down the hill there just to grab outer 3. Pouring smoke as he transitions across the track to grab that inner clip and around to outer zone number 4. I'm watching you, buddy. Really nicely done there. Nicely settled coming around to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. He's got his tire all the way at the edge of that zone. Really, really well done there as he comes across that reference point and up in outer zone number 5. Gosh, it's like it's his track or something, Mike.
Chris Knapp looking super comfortable in that new IS300 of his. The Valinos on the back smoking out our road course here. As Sarah said, smooth, collective. Knapp definitely doing what our judges want to see through our checklist, but we'll have to go over to these fellas to figure out the final math. Our next driver up in the line, Colin Cressett, just last weekend taking a win at the Casino Royale over on the kart track, coming out with a bunch of positive energy. We got a driver interview in the pits with him earlier. His car definitely taking the abuse. He is no smuck when it comes to building his engine or building his car. He has probably put more engines than most people that ever swap into a vehicle ever. Colin is here to stay. He has the sweat equity, and he's looking forward to putting down some quality points here at round 3 of the Gambler.
Also, apologies to Brian Gaughan. It looks like we never announced his score. He got a 67 on his run, a 67. So any driver that does have a score out here will end up in the top 32. It just comes down to whether or not the driver likes their score and wants to trade in their Comp 5 timeout in order for a second shot at it. Speaking of that, we got Colin Cressett on the line here. Some car trouble earlier, but it looks like it's back together now as he comes around outer zone number 1 to outer zone number 2. He's pouring smoke coming down the hill. Doing a nice job there about a midline through outer 3, coming across that inner clip and around to outer zone number 4. I'm watching you, buddy. He looks really smooth on entry to that zone. Again, about a midline there. Car does not look hurt at all, so that's really great to see. Another midline through the People's Corner of outer zone number 5. And he comes across that reference point and transitions up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Really nicely done there by Colin.
Definitely a solid lap out of Colin. Glad to see that G35 still out on track for round 3 of the Gambler. Colin definitely going to put some points on the board. All right, next qualifying driver up on the line, Dimitri Bruschi. This gentleman has 4 brake pedals in the back. The S14 with a new LS, got that car put together last minute just to come up here and hurt some feelings.
Yeah, he talked a lot of smack on the internet, so it's do or die right now. But before we get into that, I want to announce 2 scores. So for Chris Knapp, we have a 91. A 91 for Mr. Knapp. And for Colin Cressett, we have an 88.3.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Chris Knapp with that 91 will put him as our number 1 qualifier for the moment. We still have a number 2. Chris Meyer with 92. See? This is why y'all are important. This is why I'm not important.
I love when they check our homework. Let us know if we goofed up. We're just here for a good show, so we don't mind a little crowd feedback there.
I'm here for the hiccups. Here we go, Dimitri Bruski. Let's see how Dimitri fares on his qualifying lap here at round 3 of the E-Town Gambler, keeping that S14 with that S15 front end. Strawberry face, if you will, in outside zone number 1 as he rotates over to outside zone number 2. I don't see any brake lights illuminated as he comes down the hill into outside zone number 3. Dimitri doing a good job as he rotates into that first and only front inside clip. You got to make sure he gets all the way out to outside zone number 4. Getting that S14 exactly where it needs to be. That turbo mic tune on that V8 looks like it's working out for Dimitri. That little extra oomph as he goes through the People's Plaza. Rotates down to that reference point and back up. Got to keep the taillights out of the wall here, and it looks like he's going to do what he needs to do to get into our battles here later today. Dimitri Bruski with his first qualifying run here at round 3.
Nice job on his first qualifying run there. We're going to wait for our judges to tally up their scores and let you guys know what they have here. And as soon as we have that, we will let you guys know. Hold on, here is Mike.
Our next qualifying driver up in the line, Nick D'Alessio.
And before we send Nick Delicious, we have a score for Dimitri Bruski that is an 80.6. A nice score for his first run, first and only run there.
I mean, he won't have to use this 5-minute timeout. Doesn't mean Dimitri might not. Dimitri is the type of guy to fill out some rules. All right, here we go, Nick D'Alessio. Mr. Delicious, the Espresso King himself, coming down into outside zone number 1, keeping that S13 coupe exactly where he needs to be through the entirety of outside zone number 1. Judges definitely like to see that as he gets the backside through outside zone number 2 and curls into outside zone number 3. He needs to get that thing rotated to that first and only inside clip and back down to outside 4. He's going to piss Sarah off if he doesn't get in there. And he does a great job. D'Alessio getting that JZ powered S13 into the people's corner. Keeping the power down as he's going to have to shove all the way back down to that reference point and back up to the Raceway Park's bank wall here at the road course as he's a bit shy off the outside, last outside zone. Brian Hobbs giggling over there, keeping clips. Maybe relaying, hey man, you missed that one. You did such a great job and then you didn't. Nonetheless, D'Alessio getting plenty of points to put him into the show. Probably will not have to use his 5-minute timeout to get another qualifying run, but ultimately, his fate is in the judges' hands. Our next qualifying driver up in the line, Jacob Lipton, piloting that blue Corvette.
And we have an 81 for Nick D'Alessio, an 81. Nicely done there on his first run. And as Mike said, we have Jacob Lipton on the line ready to take his first qualifying run. I'm going to have to break that habit, Mike, honestly. All right, here we go. Let's see what Jake Lipton has for us here. Nice entry there all the way at that 3 of the 3-2-1. Coming up outer zone number 1. He's absolutely in the throttle, and we can hear him all the way at the judges' tower, pouring smoke. A little bit of a hiccup there from 1 to 2, but it looks like he's got it back together to get down to outer zone number 3. Transitioning across the track to grab that inner clip. A little bit shy on angle, but really nicely done, setting himself up for outer zone number 4, all the way in that zone. Really well done there in 4. Coming around to outer zone number 5. His tire all the way at the edge of that zone as he transitions across that reference point and up into the back wall of outer zone number 6. Could have been a skosh deeper, but I get it, man. That wall is scary.
It doesn't hurt that bad. Lipton doing a great job in his first qualifying run. Definitely enough to put the points on the board to get him into the show. We're waiting for our next driver, Jake Little. Little also piloting a Corvette. A tiny bit shorter than Lipton, but he's got his C6 in the burnout box ready, getting those tires ready and warm for his first qualifying lap. If you guys are joining us here live and in person at Raceway Park, welcome to this beautiful weather we're having here in New Jersey. Also a big shout out to Los Goonies, keeping the V8 love heavy out here at Raceway Park. There is a plethora of muscle cars right behind you guys. If you guys will wander around, check out the vehicles, check out their owners, have a chit chat, wander over to Sneaky Pete's bar, and make sure you tip your bartender. Jake Little, our next qualifying driver, here to take his first qualifying lap of round 3 of the Gambler, piloting that RTS Corvette.
All right, we do have a score for Lipton. We have an 88.6 for Lipton, an 88.6. Keep in mind here, we're only doing one run for everybody, but we will be breaking any tiebreakers up here, and drivers can choose to take their Competition 5 timeout for a second run. So these scores that we're announcing are not necessarily the end-all, be-all, and any ties will be broken between the judges up here, and they'll be awarded 0.1 extra points, so it may change slightly. All right, here we go. Jake Little coming around to outer zone number 1, looking good in that Corvette. Feathering that throttle as he enters zone to transition into outer zone number 2. Nice job feathering that throttle, coming down the hill to outer zone number 3. Looking pretty smooth as he crosses that inner clip there and transitions around to outer zone number 4. Nicely done in that zone. Excellent work transitioning around to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Nice and deep in that zone, exiting and crossing the track across that reference point and up into outer zone number 6.
Jake Little getting his first qualifying lap done here at round 3 at Raceway Park. Every driver out here, regardless of their machine, is on a 235 millimeter tire. That means a 235 millimeter width tire. All of our drivers are restricted to our approved list of brand and model tires. These drivers all out here, regardless of horsepower, regardless of chassis choice, are all required on the same tire. As you can see, is Jake Little literally creating clouds. All right, next qualifying driver up on the line, Jake Moole. Hopefully I'm pronouncing his last name right. I'm going to lean into his first name. We're looking for Jake's first qualifying lap here at round 3 of the Gambler. See? This is why it's important. Mao. Jake Mao. If you guys are anybody, any of your crew is out here and I am butchering their name, please, by all means, please come see me. I do not want to continue that. I'm not selling the meat, so I don't make any profit.
Yeah, we want to make sure we say everybody's name correctly. We appreciate being corrected so that we can fix that. And with that said, we have an 88.6 for Jake Little and 88.6 for Jake Little. A tie there. So again, what we were talking about, we will have to break those. Jake Mao coming into outer zone number 1, looking settled. He was really shredding in practice. Maybe a tiny little bobble there, but he seems to get it back together as he comes down the hill, just grabbing the edge of outer zone number 3. Coming across that inner clip, nicely done there as he comes around to outer zone number 4. I'm watching you, buddy. Kind of a shallow line in outer 4, and coming around to outer zone number 5. Really nicely done there, deep in that zone, looking settled on throttle, exactly what we want to see. Transitioning across that reference point and up into outer zone number 6 of the wall, nice and high on the wall. Excellent job there for his qualifying run.
Definitely some great energy out of that BMW from Jake as he navigates through our Raceway Park road course, round 3 Gambler course. Definitely going to put some points on the board. We'll see Jake later in our battles here. Our judges with our final math. Sarah will do the averaging, and I'm just spitting into this microphone, keeping you guys entertained as we are here at round 3 of the Gambler. Thank you guys for joining us here live and in person at Raceway Park. If you guys are joining us on the internet, throw some shade in the chat. Let me know what driver you want to see lose, what driver you want to see win. I want to see that chat moving so fast I can't read. I read real slow anyway, so really, this is a really low goal for you guys. But if you guys are on the internet, show some love in the chat. Make sure you also wander around social media. Show some love to our event sponsors. Let them know the Gambler sent you through. Our next qualifying driver up on the line, first time here at Raceway Park, first time at a Gambler, Jacob Duncan, a U.S. Drift regular, coming down through well before our first initiation point. Needs to get into outside zone number 1, getting that JZ powered S13 with that BCL wing on the back. Already finding the wall here in practice. Jake is no stranger to the danger as he comes down through outside zone number 3. Jake doing a good job of keeping his composure, keeping that S chassis where it needs to go for our judges as he navigates into outside zone number 4. Jake in those stage wheels spinning as he rotates into people's corner. A little bit of hesitation as he lands right where the judges want to see him, into the box. He needs to navigate that S13 down to the reference point and back up to the bank. It looks like Jake's going to find some points here. Duncan definitely going to get some qualifying. And we'll see him later today in our Gambler Round 3 battles momentarily. Our next qualifying driver up on the line, Jerry Rocha. Jerry in the burnout box, warming up his tires, piloting that FRS or BRZ, 50-50.
All right, we have some scores for you here. We have a 77.6 for Jacob Duncan, a 77.6. And a 76 for Jake Mull. A 76 for Jake Mull.
And we jump right into it. Jerry Rocha is taking his first qualifying run. Jerry needs to get into outside zone number 1. Our judges definitely not want to step, but he looks like he's going to land where we need him now as he rotates into outside zone number 2. Little left foot brake, and looks like he's going to exit stage left. Looks like the car may have shut off, got real quiet out there. So unfortunately, Jerry, we're going to need some confirmation from your crew that you would like to use your competition 5, because it looks like you're going to take a 0 here in your first qualifying lap. We'll have to make it official with our judges, but it looks like Jerry's going to have to lean on his 5-minute timeout to get some points on the board to find himself into the brackets here later for our round 3 battles.
And even though the rest of this run is not scored, smart on him for just taking it to see if the car's okay and see if he can actually take his 5-minute timeout to do a second lap. He's our second driver to score a 0 today. If you do score a 0, you're not moving on to tandem competition. So hopefully he does choose to go ahead and use that comp timeout. And what's good to see is Jimmy Oakes is out here in his own car. We were thinking he would be one of the ones that needed to borrow a car or share a car. Looks like he's got it back together, so that's great news.
Yeah, Jimmy unfortunately breaking a differential during practice, but I'm pretty sure Jimmy's fluent in S-chassis differentials at this point. And here we go, Jimmy Oakes taking his first qualifying lap here, round 3 of the Raceway Park E-Town Gambler. Jimmy getting himself into outside zone number 1. He's got his rear wing flapping and waving at the fans as he knocks off that box off a checklist, rotates down to outside zone number 2, comes down the hill here at Raceway Park to outside zone number 3. Jimmy doing a good job, needs to rotate to that front inside clip, getting all the way out to outside zone number 4. Sarah's going to be real mad at him. He doesn't get in that box and fill it completely as he does. Rotates back up to the people's point. Jimmy doing a good job going through the people's corner. That SR singing as he goes down to that reference point and back up. A little bit of hesitation to keep those taillights off the wall, but nonetheless, he gets into the box. The judges taking the final weight, but Jimmy Oakes getting some points here at round 3 of the Gambler, getting himself into the battles here later today. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to round 3 of the Gambler. You guys are witnessing qualifying here at the road course. Each driver here is required to run a 235 tire, but as well, these drivers only get one qualifying run. If they boof it during their one qualifying run, they have to use their 5-minute timeout to allot themselves another qualifying lap. We have a few drivers right now sitting with goose eggs that will have to use that 5-minute timeout. They will go right after we conclude our 31st driver. We have a full field of 31 drivers here, looking to go through every single one of them as Jimmy Revert is our next qualifying driver, getting underneath that Valino tent on our grid. And Jimmy Revert taking his first qualifying lap here at round 3 of the Gambler. Initiates well before that last initiation point, gets out into outside zone number 1. A little late getting into the box, but it looks like he's going to fill it all the way through its completion and rotates down to outside 2. Rotates down that hill into outside 3. Needs to keep that energy nice and lively as he goes to that front and inside clip, the only inside clip here on the road course, out to that outside zone number 4. Makes wheel speed is chooching off as that tire smoke is cranking out of that S13. As that V8 is screaming just shy of the box here in the People's Corner. Giving down that, back up to that last outside zone, past the Raceway Park logo, and up the board. Jimmy will see him in the back later today at round 3.
All right, so we do have a score for Jimmy Oakes. That is 83 for Jimmy Oakes. And our judges are still tallying Jimmy Ravert's run. So we'll let you know as soon as we have a score for him as well.
All right, next driver back there in the burnout box. Joe Peking out here all the way down from the motherland up top. Traveling all the way down south to get down here for round 3 of the Gambler. Looking forward to see first qualifying lap here. He's got his crew mic'd up here in the spotter tower. Haven't got their in the tower. I suggested you're missing a key communication by not putting a spotter up here in the tower with us.
All right, and that will be a 77.3, a 77.3 for Jimmy Ravert. And up next on the line, we have Joe Peking. Doing a nice job there, entering well before that 3 of the 3-2-1 cone. Coming up to outer zone number 1. Not quite in that zone where we want him. Definitely pouring smoke, definitely moving, but just barely kissing the edge. Doing a better job of outer zone number 2 for sure. Coming down again, kissing the edge of outer zone number 3. Nicely done there through the inner clip, and he's coming around to outer zone number 4. Pretty decently settled, but then leaves that zone just a little bit early there. Coming around to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Again, just put his tire barely at the edge of that zone. Coming across that reference point and transitioning up into outer zone number 6, and just towards the edge, if even touching the edge of that zone. His line is okay, but he's not as deep in any of those zones. He's definitely going to lose some points there.
But nonetheless, we will see him in the bracket. He's got some points on the board coming over the finish line. But definitely, like Sarah said, leaving some stuff out judges. All right, next qualifying driver up on the line, Christopher Gonzalez.
All right, so we have a 56 for Joe Peking, 56. So just worth noting that every single score will get you a spot in the top 32 bracket. He is welcome to use his Comp 5 timeout if he'd like to go again, but that is going to be a strategic decision between him and his team.
As always, we never want to speak for a driver or their team, so it is very important that your team communicate up to the judges' tower. As I say that, our next driver, Gonzalez, Christopher, taking his E46 down into outside zone number 1, or should I say just shy as he gets into the box a tad late. Our judge is definitely paying attention as he rotates that BMW into outside zone number 2. Comes down the hill here at Raceway Park, clicks off outside 3, needs to get that BMW rotated to that first and only front inside clip. A little bit of space off those cones. Those 3 dashes are how deep our drivers are. As he gets it through outside zone number 4, Sarah's a happy camper, gets up into People's Corner up here at outside zone number 5, getting that E46 into the box, just what our judges want to see. That reference point back down, not a judge area, but definitely somewhere our drivers need to be. Shoots back up for our last outside zone, gets across the finish line. Christopher definitely putting some points on the board. We'll definitely see Gonzalez into our battles later today. All right, next qualifying driver up on the line, Kyle Hoyer. Anybody out there, if I'm mispronouncing his last name, otherwise I'm sticking with it. It's Hoyer. Any Hoyer fans? Any Hoyer fans? All right, here we go. Our next qualifying driver taking his first qualifying lap, Kyle Hoyer. Kyle taking his first qualifying lap here at round 3 of the Gambler. A little show leaving the gate, but nonetheless screaming down our backside of a road course here at Raceway Park. Getting that G35 clicked out into outside zone number 1, a bit shy off of the box. Our judges definitely want to see him a bit deeper. Definitely full shy of the entirety of outside zone number 1. Gets a job out to outside zone number 2. Bit shy off of that if I had to guess, but gets into outside 3 a little late. Rotates back into that front inside clip. That's what we like to see. And he gets him back to rotating into outside zone number 4. Just shy off that line, gets in deep on the late. We definitely like to see him a little bit deeper, but nonetheless, he has a good line, good fluidity as he works his way through the road course here at Raceway Park. Down that reference point and back up. That'll do, Kyle. That'll do. Enough qualifying points to put him into the show. Definitely not a top qualifying lap, but nonetheless, points on the board, and that's all that matters right now, getting him into the battles later here today at round 3 of the Gambler. Laurent Miller, our next qualifying driver, up in the line, sitting underneath that Volino tent, piloting that SC300 Superior chassis. Except for the doors. The doors are really heavy. Either way, Miller, I believe, is his first time competing here at a Gambler. I may be wrong, but I believe this is his first time here at a Gambler competing. He's no stranger to the road course, though. Always out here for a clubless event. Doing a fantastic job, having a great time with his team, driving all over the country. Looking forward to Miller's first qualifying run here at round 3 of the Gambler.
And we have some quick scores to let you guys know. Gonzalez with a 69, nice. And then Kyle Hoyer with a 55.3. And we're going to go straight into Laurent's run here. Part of Team Upsoar doing a nice job with outer zone number 1, leaving just a scope. In outer zone number 2, coming down the hill for outer zone number 3, and transitioning across that track to grab that inner clip, the one and only we have here at the Gambler. Oh no, jail time for missing outer zone number 4, but then he goes nice and deep, possibly, definitely too deep in outer zone number 5, on the way too far party line there, and then transitioning up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Honestly, could have cleaned it up a little bit, but he did get around the track for the most part, and he did not zero with that tire drop because that was only 2 off.
Hey, when in doubt, throttle out. Miller getting it done, getting some qualifying points on the board. We'll see him into the show. Definitely probably not the ideal line that he wanted to take. I've seen him take some better laps here, but that means he's got some sauce to deal out still. Miller, we'll see him in the battles. Probably not going to take his 5 minute for another qualifying score. He's already locked in. But with that being said, our next qualifying driver up in the burnout box, warming up the tires right now. I guess this is technically a retired chassis. Matt Bystrak piloting his JZ-powered S13. Currently piloting his Mustang in the Formula D Pro Spec Series. He's out here with literally his Pro Spec car with 235 millimeter tires underneath of it. Looking forward to watching him compete. But first, he's got to get through qualifying here at round 3 of the Gambler. Matthew Bystrak poised and ready underneath that Volino tent, ready to take his first qualifying lap.
All right, here we go. Bystrak for his qualifying run, entering well before that 3 of the 3-2-1 cone. Coming up the hill there for outer zone number 1. He's all the way at the edge of the track to the point where he's 2 tires off there. Throttling out to get back on track. Really nicely done in outer zone number 2. Picking up speed as he comes down the hill. Possibly one of the best outer zone 3s that I have personally seen. A little bit far off that inner clip, but he sets himself up really nicely. Possibly too nicely for outer zone number 4. Another tire off there. Coming around to outer zone number 5 of the hairpin. He's screaming across the line there as he comes around to that reference point and transitions up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6, dipping the tire in that zone. Well done there for Matthew Bystrak.
Definitely some points on the board for Bystrak. He'll get himself into the battles here with that JZ-powered S13. If I remember correctly, I think that car is 600 plus. burning all that through a 235. Bystrack learning how that car is going to resettle down. Looking forward to him getting more comfortable switching back and forth in the chassis. Make sure you check him out as he goes all the way out to Utah for the next round of Formula D Pro Spec. But our next driver up in the line, also a Pro Spec driver taking a win recently in St. Louis, is Nate Chen piloting his FD RX-7.
All right, and we have a 63.6 for Matthew Bystrack, a 63.6. I believe the judges would like to see a little bit more controlled run, not quite dipping tires, maybe a little bit smoother, but other than that, he's got that score. He's locked into the top 32. Again, he's welcome to take his Comp 5 for another shot at it, but if it was me personally, Mike, I would let it ride. If I got a score, I would let that ride and keep my Comp 5. But.
Well, I'd have to say I agree with you. The qualifying placement always is a quirky way of landing yourself into the battles, but nonetheless, the Gambler has a full field of heavy hitters. These guys are weapons. It doesn't matter what car they're driving. Each one of these drivers is very skilled. I would look forward to lining up with any single driver out here at the Gambler. But nonetheless, we also have a plethora of drivers that have proven themselves for years to come. And they are out here diving it out with the same people that show up every single round. Round 3 of the Gambler has a full field of drivers ready to showcase what you're capable of. You can sign up for yourself at racewaypark.com. But let's get into our qualifying run here of Nate Chen. The first qualifying of round 3 of Raceway Park. The Gambler is Chen does exactly what he needs to do through outside zone number 1. Taking that St. Louis energy into outside zone number 2 as Chen works his way down the hill into outside zone number 3. It looks like he's going to do what he needs to do as he rotates that RX-7 to that front inside clip. Super tight to that inside clip as he dumps into outside zone number 4, right on the outside track limits as he keeps that tire right in the box. Our judges are definitely going to be happy with Chen as he works his way through People's Corner. Rotates back down to the bottom half of that reference point and back up to the last outside zone, keeping the taillights out of the wall, but the rear axle in the zone. Nate Chen with his first qualifying lap of round 3 of the Gambler.
Nate Chen, part of the a skosh of drama after the last round of FD and a little bit of smack talk online, but it looks like he came here to settle it on the track and really run what he brung, and it looks like a really decent lap here for his qualifying run.
Yeah, Chen definitely not having to utilize his 5-minute timeout to get into the show. We'll see him later today in the battle brackets. We'll have to see where he lands after the math is done and qualifying is over. But our next qualifying driver up on the line, already in the burnout box, warming up his tires as I speak. Phil, the dent guy, Phil Silva, piloting that Corvette out here, already coming out with Casino Royale. A good showcase over there on the kart track. Let's see if he can hold that high energy up as he takes his first qualifying lap here at round 3.
All right, here we go. The lights are out. Phil Silva to take his qualifying run there in the strangest sounding Corvette, trademarked. Doing a nice job entering there well before he needs to, coming up that first outer zone. Took a little bit of a minute to get in that zone, but he looks settled now as he transitions across the track. Dipping one tire in outer zone number 2. Coming down, picking up some speed, much better on outer zone number 3 as he transitions across that inner clip and around to grab outer zone number 4. I'm watching you, buddy. Oh, of course. And the feed does cut out a little bit there. I'm sorry, guys. Doing a nice job on outer zone number 5. It looks like it's only for us judges up here and not for you guys at home. Phil continuing to do a fantastic job on his qualifying run there. Nice and high on the bank for qualifying for outer zone number 6. And that will be his run there. We'll let you know as soon as we have a score.
Right now we got 3 drivers utilizing their comp timeout to utilize the qualifying to the maximum of their benefit. We'll update you guys once we get our final qualifying driver, Chelsea Denofa, out there on track. But right now we're going to jump back to our next qualifying driver, Trevor Chanuka, piloting that VA-powered S13, that little truck engine that could. We'll see what he can do here in the qualifying, putting down some points in our judges' eyes as these guys finish off the math from our last run. Thank you guys for joining us here live and in person at Raceway Park. Thank you guys for joining us here in this beautiful weather in New Jersey. But if you guys are on the internet, welcome to the chat. It gets weird.
It does get weird progressively as the day goes on. We have two scores here. Nate Chen with an 81, Phil Silva with a 74.6, and with that, Trevor Chernuka here for his first qualifying run, entering right where he should, getting into outer zone number 1. A little bit timid there, but he's in the zone as he should be, exiting that to get over to outer zone number 2. Again, setting himself up really nicely there for outer zone number 2. Nice job on outer zone number 3 as well as he transitions across that inner clip. And outer zone number 4, I'm watching, buddy. See what he's got there, just a little late to get in, but he sets himself up well for outer zone number 5. Doing a slightly better job of getting in that zone on about a mid-line there as he transitions across. We can hear that truck motor chugging along as he transitions up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Nicely done there by Trevor.
Trevor with the stock bump stick, 5.3 iron block, making it happen here. Trevor putting together another engine, but he kept this one together just so he could drive all year. That is smart moves. Take notes, everybody. Smart moves. Build the engine on the stand. Drive your car. Show up to a gambler. Ruin your car. Put new engine in. Come back to gambler. You see how that works? Our next driver already in the burnout box, warming up his tires. No stranger to results here at the Gambler. Trevor Root with that LSA-powered V8 underneath that E36. Normally turned into an airplane, sporting those Velino stickers. We'll see how long they last here at Raceway Park Wall. That last outside zone as Trevor Root takes his first qualifying lap here at round 3 of the Gambler. And Trevor Chernuka with a 72 for Trevor. If you are just joining us, welcome. This is round 3 of the Gambler. Welcome to the internet. If you guys are just joining us in the chat, throw a couple emojis in, show some love for your favorite driver. We are during qualifying. We're majorly down our list here. We got Trevor Root, our 24th qualifying driver, taking his lap here to get some points on the board to make sure he is qualified to get out here for our battle bracket later today. We're going to jump right into our battle, so don't go anywhere. We have a full field of drivers here already. Some drivers having to use their competition 5 timeout to take their second qualifying lap. If you are new to the Gambler, this is a new rule. It is 1 qualifying lap for whatever reason. A 0, not happy with it, just feeling frisky. You can use your 5-minute timeout to take a second qualifying lap. Otherwise, you are leaning on your first run's points as Trevor Root is now putting out his first qualifying lap. This is all that matters in the judge's eyes as he gets through our checklist. Number 1 off the list, and checklist number 2 as he rolls down the hill here into outside zone number 3. Root keeping that BMW nice and smooth and fluid through that front inside clip, rotating out to outside zone number 4. He needs to keep those wheels in our track limits. Does a great job rotating that BMW with that LSA V8 powered underneath the hood. Nice and quiet through the people's corner as those Velinos are smoking off through the reference point and back up to the Raceway Park last outside zone on the bank wall and across the finish line. Root with another solid qualifying lap here. We'll get some points on the board. We'll have to lean on our judges for our final verdict, but it'll put him in the show regardless. Our next qualifying driver up in the line, Victor Garber, up piling in that E36 BMW in the burnout box, warming up his tires right now as we speak for his first qualifying lap. A little flare leaving the burnout box. I like that as he gets himself poised and in position underneath that Velino arch. Chat, you're looking real sus right now. Pat Gooden's the only guy putting real energy out there. If you're in there on the internet, I'm really disappointed in you. Sarah's reading every single one of them. I can't read, so she's reading them over to me. And right now, honestly, my only friend right now in the chat is Pat Gooden. That's real sad, dude. That's real sad.
What's real sad is that Pat is not here with us today. I am super bummed. But with that said, we're moving on to our next driver. He's coming up there to outer zone number 1. Mr. Garber there in that E36 doing a nice job. Catching a little bit of limiter there as he gets from 1 to 2. Coming down to outer zone number 3. Really settled, nicely done in that zone. Getting a little hoppy, getting a little action there towards the center section as he comes across that inner clip. And out to outer zone number 4, initially all the way in it, but leaves just a little bit early for my liking. Doing a nice job on outer zone number 5, about a midline there to the people's corner. His friends are here cheering him on. Give it up for him. A little deep on that reference point, and unfortunately does catch a little bit of the wall there. Really, really nice save, because that's a tough spot on the track. And I could tell he was a little bit offline by how he got on that reference point, but maybe hopefully only losing a few points, but we'll have to defer to our judges.
Points are points here. Remember, when in doubt, throttle out. Our guys have one chance to get it right. If not, they're forced to use their 5-minute timeout. That is the same 5-minute timeout for the entire weekend. That means they are utilizing their only second chance for all of their battles, all of qualifying. Definitely not the way you want to play it, but we have 3 drivers already with that 5-minute timeout allotted to get into the show later today. Our next qualifying driver up on the line, Kugel. Zach already poised in position, waiting underneath that Volino arch to take his first qualifying lap here, round 3 of the Gambler.
Did not tell you we have an 84.3 for Mr. Root, an 84.3. That would qualify him as Trevor Tree in my book. And then a 58.6, a 58.6 for Victor Garber. Zach Kugel there coming up. Nicely done there as he enters. That V8 is screaming coming up for one. At first not in the zone, but now he's all the way at the edge. Nicely done there as he transitions through that cloud of smoke to outer zone number 2. Picking up some speed coming down the track, looking settled, grabbing the edge of outer zone number 3. Across that inner clip and transitioning around to outer zone number. Let's see how he does, and he's got about 1 tire in there, not terribly. Transitioning around to outer zone number 5. Again, absolutely great job on that zone. Settled all the way. His tire was at the edge of that zone. Much better setup on that reference point, and as announcer's curse catches a little bit of the wall there, unfortunately. My bad for jinxing you. Seemed like he had it set up for a really aggressive flick into outer zone number 6, but the line between aggression and getting a taste of that wall is a thin one here, guys.
And Zach Kugel with a 71.3, a 71.3 for Zach Kugel. Getting himself some points on the board. We'll see him in our battles here later today at round 3 of the Gambler. Our next driver up on the line, it looks like we're going to have Joseph Betchel.
I'm loving the chat conversation going on right now, you guys. I can't repeat some of this, so make sure you hop into the YouTube live chat and let us know what you guys are thinking, what's going on, and try to get more emojis in there than Pat did. I don't think you can accomplish that. Pat, Reese Merriam would like to tell you he said hi. He wanted to take a break from judging. We got hi from a bunch of the drivers here. And with that said, we've got, who is up next that I lost my spot in line? Joseph Bechtel. Looks like he's got a bit of either a very strange sounding car or potentially battling an issue there. Kind of misses the second half of outer zone number 1. Tosses the rear end of that car in outer zone number 2 pretty nicely. Missing outer zone number 3, but comes around to grab that inner clip, maybe a little bit too far inside. Let's see if he can set himself up nicely for outer zone number 4. And unfortunately, he does not. Coming around to outer zone number 5, he's in that zone on about a midline there. Sorry for the harshness, but we're calling him how we see him. Transitioning across that reference point and really deep into that Oh my goodness, deep into the bank turn. I thought that was going in for sure. A little bit of a wobble there in the bank, but he does complete that run. We saw another driver. We saw Adam Heichman in that same car also having a bit of a hard time. So I'm wondering if maybe they're battling an issue with that car.
I mean, nothing showcases an issue with a machine than putting another driver in there and it doing the same thing. But we have to give him shouts. Nonetheless, he is allowing his car to be utilized by other drivers. Adam Heisman borrowing that vehicle to get himself into the show. He's going to have to utilize one of those 5-minute timeout. He is going to get another qualifying lap, and we'll see him back in that BMW.
Yeah, we might see that BMW come out 2 more times because that is going to be a 0. Strangely enough, Bechtel straightened on entry almost exactly the same way as Adam Heichman did in that car. So again, that's leading me to believe, 1 + 1 is 2 in this situation. But because of that straighten up on entry, that is going to be a 0. So hopefully the crew can get that car back together. Now they have double the amount of teammates and get it back together for both Adam and potentially even Bechtel to do a second run.
Yeah, definitely seems to be a similar quirk, maybe a fuel slosh issue. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But we got our next driver up on the line. We got Tyler Hess. I believe this is a borrowed car. I believe Tyler was on the internet asking for a vehicle. I don't believe this is Tyler's car. I might be a liar, but either way, Tyler piloting this S13 like it's his, getting into outside zone number 1. Rotates down to outside zone number 2. Needs to get that thing. I believe this is VQ powered into outside zone number 3. I think it is. Rotates through that front inside clip, and I believe this is Brian Hopp's old vehicle out here getting through outside zone number 4. You can't kill this thing. It's got a plenum spacer. He makes a bajillion horsepower as he goes through the people's corner, keeping on the outside of that track limits. The VQ screaming down through that reference point and back up. Tyler Hess piloting a legend, getting himself points on the board. Nonetheless, we'll see him in the battle brackets here later today. Tyler finding that borrowed vehicle on the internet. Brian Hopp, how much did you sell that thing on Marketplace for?
Apparently, this car has quite the rap sheet because that is Brian Hopp's old VQ car, the Hopquake car as he's known. And John Kane bought that from Hop and now lent it out to our boy Hess here to do really well. And honestly, I was loving Outer Zone number 5. So
y'all don't understand the plenum spacer on a VQ. Shoo! Our next driver on the line waiting to take his first qualifying lap. No muffler himself, Anthony Rizzo.
Oh, God. As much as I love a V8, it's about to get really loud. Sorry, Mike just tried to kill me with the table. All right, here we go for his qualifying run. Anthony Rizzo up here. Tossing it in there well before that 3-2-1 cone. We're going to hear it screaming in a second as he comes up out of zone number 1. Protect your eardrums, everybody, as he transitions around. Outer zone number 2, pouring smoke. Really settled, honestly. Looks in control of the car coming down to outer zone number 3. Transitioning across a little bit inside of that inner clip, but coming around to outer zone number 4. Looking good, but leaves the zone just a little bit early. Trying to get himself set up well for outer zone number 5. Looks to be running about a midline there through that zone. Transitioning across that reference point and up into outer zone number 6 off the bank turn and across the line. I'm not even sure if you guys could hear me at all during that lap, but heck, he got it done. And as a V8, extremely loud. And worth noting, we keep talking about this reference point there. You'll see that square on the track. That's not technically a judged zone, but as we caught in announcing and the judges are watching, a lot of times where the car ends up visually on that reference point, you can see whether they're going to be too deep going into the bank, too shallow going into the bank, etc. So it helps with judging.
That reference point is mainly there for fluidity of our drivers. We want to make sure our drivers are extending to our track limits and then back up to that next judge zone. Our judges are paying attention for the activity of the driver, but that little square, like Sarah said, is not a judged box. Important nonetheless, but not judged.
Sorry. And we have 2 scores going on here. We have a 75.6 for Tyler Hess, a 75.6, and a 74.6 for Anthony Rizzo, a 74.6 for the man with the loudest car I've ever heard. Up next on the line is Sal Palizzi, and then we have Chelsea DeNova, One of the last to register, so I believe that's why he's at the bottom of this list, no particular order. And then we do have 4 drivers who are going to trade in their competition 5 timeout for another shot at a qualifying run. So we'll run into those and let you guys know what's happening at that point.
That's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see how that plays out for him later today here at round 3 of the Gambler. If you guys are just joining us on the internet, welcome. We're about to conclude up our qualifying order here. If you guys are new to the new rule change here at the Gambler, there is only one qualifying run. If you zero, or for whatever reason, if you just so choose because you want more laps, you have to use your competition timeout. Your 5-minute timeout must be used to use your second qualifying lap. That doesn't mean that your first qualifying score is into the wind. If you do even worse and you suck on your second lap, that first score still puts you in the show, but you have to use that 5-minute timeout to even the chance to better your score. As we go into our next driver, Sal getting into outside zone number 1, a bit shy with that S14 as he rotates down into outside zone number 2. Getting into outside zone number 3, a bit shy off the box there, keeping that rear axle right where our judges want to see it as he rotates in that front inside clip. Need to see him a little deeper into outside 4. He's a bit shy off our judge zones here as he getting that S14 nice and deep into the people's corner as I say that. Sal doing a great job with Spalizzi down to that reference point and back up to that last outside zone, keeping those taillights off the wall, a bit shy off of the line, but nonetheless gets the car over the line. Should be some points on the board. Definitely not a 100-point qualifying run, but should put him into our battles here later today. We'll have to wait for our judges' final verdict of the final boy math. Our final qualifying driver, unfortunately unable to get the Mustang out here. It looks like Chelsea Denofa is going to be piloting his Porsche, sporting some 235 Accelera tires on the back thing. We got a first qualifying lap here from Chelsea Denofa. Get him some points on the board into our battle brackets. Hopefully we don't need to comp 5s here.
I hope not. He did originally want to compete in that Mustang, but it looks like the Mustang was not behaving, so he's got the Porsche out here. What a bold move. I'm excited to see how he does, but hey, it is Chelsea Denofa. Tossing it in there, ton of angle, well before that 3-2-1 initiation. Dude's driven before here, you can definitely tell. Really nicely done there on outer zone number 1, leaving just a skosh early to grab outer zone number 2. E-brake pull to grab that zone, coming down to the hill for outer zone number 3. Nicely done there as he transitions that Porsche across the track, perfectly positioned on that inner clip. Coming around to outer zone number 4, I'm watching you. All right, and he does get in that zone. Nicely done there as he comes around to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, putting the wheel on the edge of that zone. Nicely done across that reference point and transitioning up into the bank turn, floating it up there, but leaving that zone just a little tiny bit early. Worth noting, he only had 1 practice lap in that car.
Yeah, him and his crew have been underneath the Fox. Unfortunately, a little bit of hiccups from, I can only assume the abuse it gets on the regular. But then Chelsea Denofa out here with the Porsche on a 235. Looks like he's going to get his qualifying points nonetheless. Still has the option to use that 5 timeout like we've been saying, but it looks like Chelsea's going to have plenty of points on the board. We'll see how he plays. I don't know, maybe he wants to whisk it. But we still have 4 drivers to take their second qualifying lap here. These 4 drivers had to relinquish their 5-minute timeout. Each competing driver is allowed 1 5-minute timeout for the entire competition. These drivers are now required or choosing to use their competition 5 timeout to get their second qualifying lap. And as I say that, Adam Heisman takes his second qualifying lap.
We're making history here, Mike. Adam looks more settled than he did the first time around. Hopefully he can stay sideways through that corner, and it looks like he does to grab outer zone number 1. Leaves the zone a little bit early, but to me that was not a 0. Of course we're going to defer to our judges on that, because me and Mike, we're not in charge of anything up here. Doing a nice job on outer zone number 2 and 3. Again, it looks like he's just fighting the car just a little tiny bit there, so they may be struggling with car setup. Great job on outer zone number 4 as he comes around. This is Adam Heisman to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, showing us what we want to see. The chat corrected me. That is a V10 in there. That's why it sounds so interesting. I don't mind it. And again, a nice job there on outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. And that is Adam Heichman taking his 5-second qualifying run.
Definitely shouts to Adam with a borrowed vehicle. His, I can only assume, second lap in the vehicle, getting some points down, and that's how that 5-minute timeout is supposed to be utilized. He borrowed a vehicle, got out there, made a small error, came back out, corrected it, and now he's back in the show. His weekend's not over. A big shout to Adam and his team for utilizing that 5 timeout, as he should. As we get our next driver already on the line, waiting to take his second qualifying lap, Jerry. Rocha sitting on the line, waiting to pilot his FRS for his second qualifying lap. He's looking to put some points on the board. A betterment off his first qualifying lap, looking to get himself into the battles.
And we have 2 scores to announce. 77.3 for Chelsea Denofa, a 77.3. And Adam Heichman gets it done with a 76.3 on his second qualifying run. We had a few questions here. If a driver does choose to take their competition 5 timeout and they score lower, which I'm not sure how that's possible with a 0, but if they were to choose to try to better their score, they would keep whichever one is better. They're allowed to. And since Adam has the 0 there, he's going to keep that 76.3.
Sal, if you did not get your qualifying score, Sal 55.6, Sal 5.6 for your first qualifying lap. Jerry waiting to take his second redemption lap here, second qualifying lap, 5 minutes down the hole as the lights illuminate. This is it, Jerry. Don't mess it up. Points on the board. You just need to get through a lap here at round 3 of the road course at the Gambler. Jerry clicks in well before, keep the angle up, a little bit of a shimmy, but he's still in it. A bit shy off outside zone number 1, but Jerry's starting to lock in now as he rotates out to outside zone number 2. Jerry needs the points here, get into the battles later today. Jerry, keep your composure, keep your head on your shoulders, brother. You're doing a great job as he rotates into outside zone number 4, a bit shy. Sarah's pissed. Sarah's real mad. Rotates back up to the people's corner. Jerry getting into the box, getting that rear axle lit up as he rocks those 235 tires off the back, down to the reference point, and back up to Raceway Park. That final outside zone, a bit shy, but it looks like he'll get across the line. We have to make sure our judges are going to score that as a chaseable lead. But nonetheless, I think Jerry's got some points on the board. We'll see him in the battles. Definitely a wise use of his 5-minute timeout. And I did get confirmation from our judges. Not the numbers, but it is a score. We'll see Jerry in the battles here. We'll see him in the show. Both of our next 2 drivers have chosen to use their 5-minute timeout for the betterment of their qualifying score. Both of these drivers are qualified with points, but they chose to use their 5-minute timeout because that is not who I am. I can do better. The first one of those gentlemen is Matt Bystrack, piloting that JZ-powered S13. Rocha with a 57, Rocha with a 57. That's good enough to put him into the show. Our second lap qualifiers, Matt Bystrack, choosing to use this 5-minute timeout, already sitting with points on the board. Bystrack with already a 63.6, looking to make an improvement here. Let's see if that risk pays out. A bold move as he gets into outside zone number 1. Needs to keep the rear axle of that car in our track limits. A little too saucy in his first lap here. He's trying to keep that rubber on the road as he works his way through outside zone number 2 and down to outside zone number 3. Bystrack doing a great job. This Pro Track driver utilizing those 235 tires underneath. Well, I can only assume a 600 horsepower plus JZ. Keeping in through outside zone number 4. Sarah's happy with that one, but as I say that, Bystrack just trying to take the detour, a scenic route.
Hey, the good news is that he has his score. He's got that 63.6. He will get in the show, but he did burn his comp timeout. Gambled and lost here at the Gambler.
Yeah, I think Bystrack getting more and more comfortable with his Mustang now in Pro Spec, trying to get as many laps in the S13 as he possibly can. But unfortunately, that lap was doo-doo, dude. That was not good. But he's got points. He's in the show. He only sucks a little bit. We'll see better from him. I'm looking forward to watching him rub uglies with everybody else. But Joe Peking coming all the way down, dragging himself all the way down from the motherland up top. Joe's looking to make an improvement here. Joseph Betchel in that bar. Well, I'm sorry. I believe this is his vehicle. Is correct? This is his V10 BMW. So this is Moneybags. Moneybags is out here driving his BMW. He's looking to get some points on the board to get himself into round 3 of the Gambler brackets. And it looks like right now he is holding his composure, keeping within those track limits. Joseph doing a good job rotating. Betchel keeping it in the asphalt. Come on. All you need is points. You've utilized that competition 5 timeout. Back up, Joseph keeping it off the wall. Looks like Joseph's going to get the points he needs to get himself into the show. That was a sneaky driver. I didn't see him on the list. We had 5 drivers have to use that 5-minute timeout to get their second qualifying laps here at round 3 of the Gambler. All right, looks like we got Tyler Hess in the burnout box. Tyler Hess choosing to use his comp 5. I believe Hess has points on the board. You guys are gambling. I like this energy. You guys are coming out here to try to showcase what you're capable of. That first qualifying lap was not a showcase of what Tyler Hess is capable of with his borrowed VQ car. I believe this was Brian's. Now it's John's. Now it's Tyler's.
And we have a 55 for Joseph Betchel, a 55, and that will better his 0. And it looks like he gambled and won there to get in the show here, burning that 5 timeout.
Definitely not going to know how this plays out until we see later on. Hopefully all of their machines last the entire weekend. But Tyler Hess with a borrowed vehicle out here trying to put points on the board. Hess already sitting with a 75 in qualifying. Doing it for the Vine.
Hey, was he paying attention in the driver's meeting when we said that the second run was optional, or is he just letting it ride?
Hess got money to blow. He said, these circles ain't mine, I'm burning them off. The Plenum Spacer in the VQ going to be singing as Tyler Hess takes his second qualifying lap here at the cost of his 5-minute timeout at round 3 of the Gambler. Hess looks like he's got that VQ singing, getting into outside zone number 1, keeping the rear axle at S13 right where it needs to be. Maybe exits a tad early, gets to outside 2. Points nonetheless. He's already sitting with a 75, so he's looking to make some improvements here as he rotates out of outside 3 to that front inside clip, the only inside clip here on the road course. Back out to rotate of outside 4, Sarah's corner. Gets all the way through that box, rotates back up, needs to get that Plenum Spacer churching as he gets back into the people's corner. Tyler Hess doing what he needs to do. Composure as he goes down to that reference point and then back up all the way to that Raceway Park outside zone. A bit shy of the box, probably keeping that borrowed car out of the danger zone, but nonetheless, Tyler with some points. I don't know if he'll be more than 75. We'll have to lean on our judges for that final verdict. But Tyler's out here having a great time here at round 3 of the Gambler. Dang, chat don't know about Vine? We have our last qualifying driver up on the line, Joe King, traveling all the way down south to come down here for round 3 of the Gambler. He's looking to make some improvements in his first qualifying score here, knowing he has some more sauce in the tank. We'll see how it plays out for him on his second qualifying lap.
And unfortunately, he gambled and lost with a 69 on his second qualifying lap, a 69. So he will keep that 75.6. And again, you guys, if you're calculating scores at home, there are some ties I can already see, and we are going to break ties with the judges. So if anyone's watching their scores and they see, oh, my score is 0.1 higher than they said over the live stream, that's because it was a tiebreaker.
You guys don't have a calculator anyway, but Joe King coming in for his second qualifying lap here, looking over his spotter's shoulder, right in his ear as he gets through outside zone number 1. Tons of wheel speed and tire smoke as he rotates that Z all the way through outside zone number 2. Starts rotating down through outside zone number 3. Already some points on the board, looking to make some improvements in our judge's eyes. Standing nice and tall as he goes into our battle bracket here of round 3. A bit deep going in outside 4. Gets back into the corrective, rotates back up to the people's corner, outside zone number 5, keeping right there on the outside track limits. Getting that 370Z, screaming down to that reference point and back up to that last and final outside zone. Getting that rear axle deep in it, just like the judges want to see. Maybe some improvements here. We'll have to lean on the boy math of our 3 judges for our final qualifying driver here of round 3 of the Gambler. That concludes all of our qualifying here of the Gambler. I hope you guys both here and at home enjoyed our single lap qualifying format with a 5-minute timeout. We have all of our drivers qualified and now ready to get bracketed up for our battles here momentarily. All of our competing drivers, there will be a short drivers meeting to get yourself their brackets. For you guys joining us on the internet, we will get our bracket up online for you as soon as possible so you can see where your favorite driver is licked up and see how he will have to fight his way to the big checks to stand on the podium to be the winner here at round 3 of the Gambler. If you guys are on the internet, this would be a great time for a bathroom break or a snack. If you're joining us here at Raceway Park live and in person, work your way over to Sneaky Pete's Bar, grab yourself a drink, tip your bartenders, and we'll see you here in just a moment for our battle action of round 3 of the Gambler. Joe 7.6, a 67.6 for Joe King in his second qualifying lap. I lied, everybody. Sal has chosen to take his 5-minute timeout. Bonus lap. All right, so Sal is on the line. Sal gave us a late update. He would like to use his 5-minute timeout. Sal Paluzzi on the line with his S14, looking to make some improvements. Don't worry, we'll update you. We're paying attention. We got our drone back up on the live, up in the air. Our media guys are trekking out. We're going to get Sal's lap taken care of. If you guys are missing any of the action online or here and in person, don't worry. We will update you with Sal's results. We'll get the battle brackets, and honestly, we're trying to speed this up and get to the tandems anyway. So let's get Sal out of the way. We'll get you guys out of qualifying. Still tip your bartenders, and then we'll get into our battle brackets here momentarily at round 3 of the Gamblers. Sal, where's your spotter at, brother? Sal. Sir Sal. He took his sweet time relaying that information up to us, but nonetheless, that is a bonus lap for you guys at home. All the pressure's on you now, Sal. You not only have used your competition 5 timeout, you also have angered the internet. You must do very well here. And Sal initiates well before our last initiation point. It looks like Sal's S14 looks a little more fluid from his first lap. A little one tire off into the dirt, but that's just a deduction. A little bit of correction in outside zone 1. Clean it up, Sal. You wasted a 5-minute timeout for this. Rotates down the hill to outside zone number 3. Sal's S14 still kicking through, but it looks like our judges are not happy with Sal's decisions here in his second qualifying lap. As Sal just shy of outside zone number 4, gets in there nice and late. Rotates that S14 back out to outside 5. Going through the outside 5, Sal doing what he needs to do down to that reference point and back up to that final outside zone. Keeping the taillights off the wall, but we'll have to lean over to the judges for our final verdict. And unfortunately, that bobble is going in through basically all of outside zone number 1. Sal is going to get a 0. Unfortunately, throwing away that 5-minute timeout. Teasing you guys at home. We'll we apologize. But what can I say? That's competition drifting. We have all our qualifying drivers out here. We'll have our bracket getting set up as I speak and ramble. We'll be right back to our tandem battles here at round 3 of the Gambler momentarily here. We'll be back here just a moment. Stay tuned. Test, test.
This message is brought to you by Faction Motorsports. Located in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Faction Motorsports is your source for JDM performance, aero parts, rare OEM Nissan parts, and precision services like touchless tire mounting and balancing, vapor honing, suspension overhauls, and four-wheel alignments. It doesn't matter if it's your first time on grid or if you had countless laps, Faction Motorsports keeps you on track. Visit www.factionmotorsports.com to browse our wide selection of JDM performance parts. Also, check out our YouTube, Instagram, and podcast for all things JDM and content made for the drifting community.
All right, we found Colin Cressett, aka Mr. Croissant himself, in the pits, cooling off the old VQ. You had a really great showing last weekend at the kart comp. Are you super confident going into this weekend?
No.
Okay. Why is that?
I was until my car's being a pos.
It happens sometimes, but it looks like you and the crew are going to be able to get it sorted, and you got some time before qualifying.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
You're running tied for 6th in points, I believe. So does that motivate you to do well this weekend?
Yeah, I'd like to win, but sadly, I don't know how my car is going to do. So.
All right, well, we'll have to give a little bit of like a voodoo dance or tell it to behave, because you've been doing really good last weekend. The car held together. We saw what you can do when the car behaves, and we'd like to see you do it again this weekend. So we'll get out of your hair. Good luck. Thank you so much.
No problem. Glad you're standing, brother.
We bumped into Jimmy Oakes here in the pits at the Gambler. Thank you so much for attending. He kicked ass last weekend at the kart comp. Got knocked out a little earlier than I was thinking. How do you feel about that?
It was good. That should have been the finals battle. Like, it was good. It was good, though. It was cool, but it's good. It just motivates you for the next one.
100%. So you're motivated going into today to show these nerds what's up.
Yeah, exactly. It makes you kind of calculate. You're like, okay, maybe I was sloppier than I thought. Let's clean it up and, come at a new angle. So
Cool. Awesome. Well, we're happy to have you out. We'll let you get back to enjoying your shade. Good luck.
later.
Bye, Strack. How's my
Yes.
favorite car feeling today?
Why is this your favorite car?
No shade to the Mustang, but S chassis at heart for sure. Love the Snow Money, and I feel like you shred in this.
Well, Snow Money is definitely the Mustang motto as well. But yeah, no, I love this car. It is feeling very good. Definitely getting used to it. I haven't driven it since I started driving the Mustang. So we are getting used to it again.
For sure. And unfortunately, Ricky's not here for you to knock his doors in. Is there anyone else that you're looking forward to battling today?
Everyone out here. I mean, I came out because there's a lot of good drivers signed up, so I'm pretty excited for the Chens, Dimitri, and Chelsea, and all them. So hopefully we get to have a good battle with one of them.
Well, you heard it. He's looking forward to going far in the bracket. We'll let him get back to it. Thank you so much. We'll get out of your hair. Let's go. Hey, Chris, you have oh, okay, sure, I got that for you. Do you have a quick second for an interview here, buddy?
I haven't gotten any practice yet.
Okay, so one question and we'll let you get on the road. Who are you excited to battle here today?
I'm gonna beat Nate Chen.
More smack talk. All right, get after it. Go get your laps in. Ready? Yeah. Mr. Brutsky, you've been talking a lot of smack on the internet, man. What's going on?
I was just embracing it.
We heard you in that FD interview. We heard you speak in your mind. Is there anything else you want to add?
I do have a whole story to tell, but not this time. So I'm just gonna ride with it and let people say and think what they want to think. I think it just adds to the show. I hope people enjoy it, and we're gonna continue playing into it.
We're very excited to see the show in question. You brought the party car out today. How's it been running for you?
We swapped the cam in it because it's a stock 5.3. So we put a cam in it this week, went to turbo mic, we tuned it, we found extra 50 horsepower. Car actually feels better. Threw my front bumper on finally, looks nicer, threw a wing. I threw everything I had at it, and we're just gonna ride and have fun.
All right, so it sounds like you're ready to throw down on the track. We'll let you get back to it. Thank you so much. Good luck. Hey, gang.
Yo.
So, are you feeling confident going into this Gambler, having won last time?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I can't complain. You know, we got a lot of drama going around here.
Are you Switzerland? Because on the internet, you were getting a little Switzerland.
I mean, these guys going back and forth. It's Denofa this, Brutsky that, Chen this. What about me?
Yeah, what about Trevor Root? Are you going to beat Trevor Tree today?
Oh, yeah, for sure. We're already trying to win practice, so.
All right, so we'll let him get some laps in to win practice. Good luck, brother.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jacob, got a second for us? So I heard this is not only your first time at the Gambler, but this is your first time driving E-Town ever.
That is correct. In real life, at least. I've done a lot of sim laps here, but in real life, I've never been here before, and so far, I'm feeling really nice, so having a good time.
Cool. So have you had any laps out here in practice yet?
I've had a couple. I think I'm up to like 4 or 5 laps total. I just did a really fun one with Jimmy Oaks. I led him, and as far as I can tell, we were putting on a show, so that was a lot of fun.
Awesome. So how would you say the sim is translated to English Town in real life?
It helped me a lot as far as muscle memory and like getting to certain areas of the track. I'm already coming here knowing what to do and where to do it, and it's helped me out a lot. My first lap out here, I was already comfortable, so sim helps out so much. I can't stress that enough.
Awesome. Well, I see the grid line moving up. Get out there, kill it. Good luck.
guys' mic. This is the girls' mic. Check, 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 check. I mean, I think it sounds all right. Right? Just is what it is. Check, check. Check, check. Hello. Check, check, check. Check, check, check.
Hey, Jacob, you got a second for us? So I heard this is not only your first time at the Gambler, but this is your first time driving E-Town ever.
That is correct. In real life, at least. I've done a lot of sim laps here, but in real life, I've never been here before, and so far, I'm feeling really nice. So having a good time.
Cool. So have you had any laps out here in practice yet?
I've had a couple. I think I'm up to like 4 or 5 laps total. I just did a really fun one with Jimmy Oaks. I led him, and as far as I can tell, we were putting on a show. So that was a lot of fun.
Awesome. So how would you say the sim is translated to English Town in real life?
It helped me a lot as far as muscle memory and like getting to certain areas of the track. I'm already coming here knowing what to do and where to do it, and it's helped me out a lot. My first lap out here, I was already comfortable, so sim helps out so much. I can't stress that enough.
Awesome. Well, I see the grid line moving up. Get out there, kill it. Good luck. Hey, gang.
Yo.
So, are you feeling confident going into this Gambler, having won last time?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I can't complain. You know, we got a lot of drama going around here.
Are you Switzerland? Because on the internet, you were getting a little Switzerland.
I mean, these guys going back and forth. It's Denofa this, Brutsky there, you know, Chen this. What about me?
Yeah, what about Trevor Root? What about, are you going to beat Trevor Tree today?
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. We're already trying to win practice, so.
All right, so we'll let him get some laps in to win practice. Good luck, brother.
Oh, yeah.
Ready? Mr. Brutsky, you've been talking a lot of smack on the internet, man. What's going on?
I was just embracing it.
We heard you in that FD interview. We heard you speak in your mind. Is there anything else you want to add?
I do have a whole story to tell, but not this time. So I'm just gonna ride with it and let people say and think what they want to think. I think it just adds to the show. I hope people enjoy it, and we're gonna continue playing into it.
We're very excited to see the show in question. You brought the party car out today. How's it been running for you?
We swapped the cam in it because it's a stock 5.3. So we put a cam in it this week, went to turbo mic, we tuned it, we found extra 50 horsepower. Car actually feels better. Threw my front bumper on finally, looks nicer, threw a wing. I threw everything I had at it, and we're just gonna ride and have fun.
All right, so it sounds like you're ready to throw down on the track. We'll let you get back to it. Thank you so much. Good luck. Hey, Chris, you have oh, okay, sure, I got that for you. Do you have a quick second for an interview here, buddy?
I haven't gotten any practice yet.
Okay, so one question and we'll let you get on the road. Who are you excited to battle here today?
I'm gonna beat Nate Chen.
More smack talk. All right, get after it. Go get your laps in. Bye, Strack. How's my
Yes.
favorite car feeling today?
Why is this your favorite car?
No shade to the Mustang, but S chassis at heart for sure. Love the Snow Money, and I feel like you shred in this.
Well, Snow Money is definitely the Mustang motto as well. But yeah, no, I love this car. It is feeling very good. Definitely getting used to it. I haven't driven it since I started driving the Mustang, so we are getting used to it again.
For sure. And unfortunately, Ricky's not here for you to knock his doors in. Is there anyone else that you're looking forward to battling today?
Everyone out here. I mean, I came out because there's a lot of good drivers signed up, so I'm pretty excited for the Chens, Dimitri, and Chelsea, and all them. So hopefully we get to have a good battle with one of them.
Well, you heard it. He's looking forward to going far in the bracket. We'll let him get back to it. Thank you so much. We'll get out of your hair. Let's go. We bumped into Jimmy Oakes here in the pits at the Gambler. Thank you so much for attending. He kicked ass last weekend at the kart comp. Got knocked out a little earlier than I was thinking. How do you feel about that?
It was good. That should have been the finals battle. Like, it was good. It was good, though. It was cool, but it's good. It just motivates you for the next one.
100%. So you're motivated going into today to show these nerds what's up.
Yeah, exactly. It makes you kind of calculate. You're like, okay, maybe I was sloppier than I thought. Let's clean it up and, come at a new angle. So
Cool. Awesome. Well, we're happy to have you out. We'll let you get back to enjoying your shade. Good luck.
later.
All right, we found Colin Cressette, aka Mr. Croissant himself, in the pits, cooling off the old VQ. You had a really great showing last weekend at the kart comp. Are you super confident going into this weekend?
No.
Okay.
I
Why
was.
is that?
I was until my car's being a pos.
It happens sometimes, but it looks like you and the crew are going to be able to get it sorted, and you got some time before qualifying.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
You're running tied for 6th in points, I believe. So does that motivate you to do well this weekend?
Yeah, I'd like to win, but sadly, I don't know how my car's gonna do. So
All right, well, we'll have to give a little bit of like a voodoo dance or tell it to behave, because you've been doing really good last weekend. The car held together. We saw what you can do when the car behaves, and we'd like to see you do it again this weekend. So we'll get out of your hair. Good luck. Thank you so much.
Watch out now. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now. Watch out now. Don't stop. 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 Watch out now. Watch out now.
Follow with me.
In his presence, phony rappers a shiver. In his presence, phony rappers a shiver. In his presence, phony rappers a shiver. In his presence, phony rappers a shiver.
Not in the stadium this round. Round 4 will be over in the Drift Stadium in the other side of the complex, but today we are on the road course. It is a beautiful sub 80 degree weather here in New Jersey.
Love it.
We have 31 qualifying drivers today.
31 qualified drivers. I think that is the most we've ever had for the Gambler, which is amazing. We've had more drivers show up, but to have 31 put down a score and be able to compete, this is the most that I've seen in my memory.
Big shout to those guys that had to fight in through qualifying. If you guys are just joining us, we had a new rule change. You only get one qualifying run, and if you mess up or for whatever reason you want a second qualifying run to either better your score, you need to take your competition 5 timeout, the same timeout that you're allotted for the entire competition weekend. We had a couple drivers have to utilize that, but they are in the show nonetheless. All 31 drivers are locked and loaded and ready to battle it out to get onto that podium and take home the cash, the prizes, the big checks, and the respect here at E-Town for round 3 of the Gambler. If you guys are on the internet, make sure you jump in the chat. Let us know you're here. Sarah will be reading them because I can't read. She'll read it to me. But also make sure you show some love and your affection to all of our event sponsors, as well as all of our event staff, and as well as our media guys and girls sitting in the boxes out on track. Thank you guys for getting everything on the internet, drones in the sky, our media personnel, as well as our sound. We appreciate each and every one of you for making this production happen, as well as the Nat Family Drift School for allowing both a massive road course with a ton of judged areas for our drivers to compete. But now we're getting ready for our tandem battles here. This is round 3 of the Gambler. Thank you for joining us here on the internet and live and in person. We're about to get started here of the action. We have our first of our battles here. We have a bye run. Chris Meyer with that #1 qualifier. He's going to get a bye run going himself into the top 16. And he'll jump right to the left side of the bracket where Tyler Hess and Anthony Rizzo, the no muffler man himself, will have to battle it out. Tyler Hess with a borrowed vehicle going up against Anthony Rizzo, having a good showcase in Casino Royale last weekend. Rizzo definitely feeling the juice now, but we'll have to see how he fares against Tyler Hess in his borrowed S13 with that VQ with a plenum spacer.
We did actually successfully bully him into saying he's sorry that his car is loud, so I can feel it. I feel a resonator in his near future. I can feel it in my bones.
Look, you know what the secret sauce is? Resonator, each bank, 1 muffler.
Okay, Mike, we're going to take your word for that.
I'm telling you, resonator, each bank, 1 muffler. Your neighbors will thank you later. All right, it looks like our drivers are through the bark box. Looks like Tyler has already locked himself into that lead position, qualifying 16th. He'll take that lead spot first, and he'll get chased down by Anthony Rizzo, qualifying 17th. This will be the first battle of round 3 of the Gambler here at the road course. Both our drivers are poised and ready underneath that Valino arch on the far side, waiting for that repurposed drag tree to illuminate green to send them on for the first battle here of round 3. We also have 2 Let It Ride chips getting awarded randomly to our qualifiers. We have Drift HQ, a big shout out to Trevor getting home that Drift HQ Let It Ride chip, as well as Freedom Motorsports shoving up for another chip getting awarded to Jimmy Oaks. But let's jump into our first battle here. Tyler Hess with that borrowed VQ-powered S13, dumping it to outside zone 1, a little wide on the track exit. It gets back into outside zone 1 as Rizzo's starting to put the pressure on now. Rizzo's trying to get into that door handle as they both drivers rotate into outside 2. Rizzo keeping that thing barking on the side of that VQ-powered S13 as Hess manipulates outside 3, rotates to inside 1. And Rizzo screaming on the backside. Hess a little less angle as Rizzo's S13, but Rizzo is patient as he works right on the backside, right on the right on the butt of Hess's S13 as he works through the people's corner. Rizzo with a major correction. It looks like the clutch just gave out on that shift. Unfortunately, Tyler Hess is going to finish off his run, but Rizzo, if you had a muffler, we probably never would have noticed, but unfortunately, Rizzo trying to put the power down, either missing a shift, the clutch saying no more, please stop. But unfortunately, a major deficit for Rizzo going into the first half of the battle. Hess with that Bar VQ car with a positive run.
Yeah, he looks great in that car. That's Brian Hopp's old chassis, definitely tried and true. Now, it's not over till it's over in drifting, that's for dang sure. So we'll see the second half of this battle and see what they've got for us in the lead and chase, respectively. Now, we've had some questions in the chat. First of all, what do the chips mean? Those are Let It Ride tokens, courtesy of Drift HQ and Freedom Motorsports. Those are awarded at random to 2 drivers, 1 on each side of the bracket. They can choose to take the money, which is $25 at this point, or let it ride. If they don't let our grid workers know, we're going to assume they want to let it ride. My co-host is doing some balloon animals up here. Interesting. So those chips, if they win their battle, will double in value. If they lose their battle, they will forfeit that money. So a little extra side gamble in addition to the last man standing pot that is all drivers throwing in $100, betting on themselves. The driver that goes farthest in competition gets to keep all of that money. So there's tons of ways to win here, Mike, at the Gambler. Really earning its name.
Yeah, there is a ton of options to bring home some money for yourself, but these two gentlemen already battling it out for the big check to the podium. Rizzo now taking that lead position, initiates well before that last initiation point. Tyler Hess trying to get that VQ-powered car to keep up to the side of that LS-powered car of S13 of Rizzo. Rizzo, a little bit of a bobble there going through outside 1. Hess makes the correction, jumps through the smoke, going down the hill through outside 2, making a lot of sacrifices to keep to the side. We'll have to see how the judges weigh Anthony Rizzo's moves here going in that lead position as he is extending track limits, getting to the outside 4. Tyler Hess still in the conversation as he jumps through the smoke for People's Corner. Rizzo doing a good job as he screams through muscleless through People's Corner down to the reference point. Tyler Hess trying to navigate the smoke, trying not to meet the bank wall here at Raceway Park as Rizzo comes across the finish line. Those 235s burning away with some speed.
Yeah, an excellent lead there by Rizzo. A great chase by Hess as well. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough in that deficit, but there was a mistake by Hess in outer zone number 4 of the People's Corner, the hairpin. So the judges are definitely going to want to take a look at that. We also have a side-by-side comparison as well. So if you guys want to see what our judges are seeing and stick along with the action, go on over to Raceway Park's YouTube channel. There you can watch along, see the eye in the sky, and you can throw a comment, tell us what's up. And while we're talking about the chat, a little shout out to Marley. Wish you were here, Marley. Congratulations. Marley's a dad now. Isn't that crazy? We're getting old, guys.
Congratulations, Marley. Great addition to the family. Looking forward to seeing the little guy. It is weird that we're all just, popping kids out left and right now.
Speak for yourself, Mike. But we are growing up, and we still love drifting, and we still love coming out to the track. So make sure you guys come out to the Gambler. Come out as a spectator or a driver if you're feeling up to it. It's a great time all around.
Yeah,
Food
family
trucks,
friendly. Your kids are allowed.
Your kids, if you have them, are allowed.
And it looks like we do have a winner. Tyler Hess in that barred vehicle gets the win. Hess moving himself into the top 16, taking out Rizzo. Rizzo got plenty of time to put a muffler on that car now.
Mike is staying hydrated up here in the tower, and we'll remind you guys to do the same, even though it's not blistering temperatures like we're used to here in a New Jersey summer. It is important to stay hydrated, and if you're feeling an adult libation, go ahead over to the bar. Sneaky Pete's is open. We've got some drink specials for today. And, of course, Fatty's Fat Snacks, the food truck, he's here as well. Make sure you guys show him some love. As Mike would say, tip your bartenders. And enjoy the rest of the day. We're into tandem competition, guys. This is fun stuff.
This is what we've been waiting for. Qualifying sped through thanks to our new 5-minute allotment rule. I love that rule.
Tim Wilson would also like to let Rizzo know that he has a 4-inch boiler muffler that he can have for free. What a nice guy, Tim.
Oh, Tim, that's a good boiler muffler. That's a good muffler. As we go into Nick D'Alessio taking his lead lap, getting down the hill here. Gone trying to reel him back in as the door handles lock up and going into outside zone number 2. D'Alessio doing a great job with that S13 coming down the hill. He's getting himself into outside zone number 3. Gone right there behind him with his E36. Both drivers work their way past that front inside clip. Get into outside zone number 4. D'Alessio making Sarah proud. Rotates back up to the people's corner. Gone starts barking back out now. D'Alessio's S13 starts putting the power as they kind of rotate back down to that reference point and back up to that final outside zone, right past that Raceway Park logo. Gaughan's right on the backside of D'Alessio as they come across the finish line. A clean first half of the battle here. Looking forward to the second half as Gaughan has now had the responsibility of the lead. D'Alessio has to chase. Already seeing one winner here in the brackets. Tyler Hess working his way into the top 16. He's going to see Chris Meyer, who's our number 1 qualifier, getting a bye run in our next round of battle brackets. If you guys are joining us on the internet, we have our bracket up on the internet momentarily. You guys can check that out and see our next full field of drivers battling it out here to see who gets that number 1 spot and takes home the big check. Our next drivers up on the line. Gaughan now taking that lead. D'Alessio to chase, working their way back through our massive road course here at E-Town. Our next battle up in the line, Nate Chen versus Matt Bystrack, a couple Prospect drivers. Not going to want to miss that, but first we need to finish the second half of this battle.
D'Alessio is looking really good. We'll see what he's got for us in the chase, but Gaughan's been on all day, so this should be an interesting second half of this battle. Are you going to be blowing up balloon animals all day? You want to save some of those for...
No, they're pretty expired balloons.
Oh, dear.
So enjoy.
Mike's got hours of entertainment up here in the tower. If you guys are not here in person, you are definitely missing out.
It's called ADHD.
Looks like our drivers are heading back to the line here. All right, the lights are out, and away we go. This time this time Gaughan in the lead, and D'Alessio chasing him down. Brian Gaughan coming up to outer zone number 1. Getting in that zone is a little bit late, but he does a pretty nice job filling it out. And, of course, cursed him there as he drops a wheel in the dirt, doing a little landscaping. Coming down the hill, nice job on outer zone number 3 as they transition across that inner clip. Nick D'Alessio trying to reel him in as they come into outer zone number 4. I'm watching you guys. Decent job there midline through outer zone number 4, allows D'Alessio to catch back up. Gaughan doing a nice job with outer zone number 5 of the people's corner. That's the one that we can see the best here from the stands. Super important that you do well there. And he tosses it up into outer zone number 6 of the bank. Really, really well done, guys. And we'll defer to our judges for a decision. If you guys are curious what we're looking at, you can pull up the live stream for a side-by-side. You can even scrub through it if you want. Drop us a comment, say hi. Let's see who we've got in the comment section. Oh, another drifting father, Rapper Dan. What's up, dude? We'd love to see you up here with that VQ car. He probably has a plenum spacer, Mike. I know that's your first question for every VQ owner.
I don't think Rapper has a plenum spacer, and
What?
that's why he's slow. It's an HR. Oh, see, he got the big, big bad motor. He's got an HR. No plenum spacer needed on those things. Rapper obviously has all the horsepower underneath the sun. If you ever need any advice at all, make sure you hit up Dan Savage about VQ engines. Blow up his DMs. Ask him for nudes.
Michael.
Noodles. He's a big Noodles and Company fan.
All right, on the line now, warming up their tires, Nate Chen, Matt Bystrack. Little battle of the Prospect boys. Right now, we're still looking at the side-by-side battle between D'Alessio and Gaughan. As soon as we have a decision, we will let you guys know.
While our judges are figuring out their last judging math, doing boy math over there, Nate Chen and Matt Bystrack patiently waiting for their time to battle it out to see who's going to make it into the top 16. 2 Prospect drivers. Nate Chen already seeing a win in St. Louis last round of Formula D. Matt Bystrack normally piloting his Mustang in the Prospect Series out here with his last year's chassis, that proven JZ-powered 186. Looking forward to both these gentlemen going down through our road course, the massive amount of outside zones, that single inside clip, Hopefully both these guys can keep it off the wall, survive their laps, but only one of them will make it into the top 16. I can only ramble so long, fellas. Hurry up with the boy math.
Don't rush our judges here, Mike. They're doing God's work. We just yapping to the stick.
I
Yappy,
thought
yappy.
we were doing God's work.
Maybe. Depends.
I thought if anything, they were the advocates. They were the evil people over there.
No, they are taking a thorough look at this battle. And honestly, that just goes to show you the level of driving here, that it's taken them a while to decide on this battle. So we're going to defer to them. And with a little bit of pressure, just kidding, they are done deliberating and they decide Nick DeLessio is going to get the win. DeLessio gets the win and moves on to our top 16.
You can let them know. I made a scary face, and they were like, all right, fold.
Was it different from your regular face?
Nope, it's resting. Our next two drivers up on the line. If you guys are just joining us, this is round 3 of the E-Town Gambler. We have Nate Chen going up against Matt Bystrack. Chen piloting that VA-powered FD RX-7 going up against that JZ-powered 180SX of Matt Bystrack.
Bystrack's been looking wild out there in that chassis. He's come to win, and he decided one of the few drivers to try for a better score, and he gambled away his 5-minute comp timeout. So
I mean, he's confident in his car. He's confident
Exactly.
in the JZ. He said, if I'm losing today, I'm losing because of me.
there you go. He's like, this thing will hang in there. This is the party car.
I mean, now it is. I mean, I'm a big Mustang fan. He looks great in the Mustang. He looks fluid. He looks comfortable. But this 180, me and this 180, we got
That's
some
nice.
fights together. You know, I saw Bystrack mad with this car. So I'm looking forward to watching him run down Nate Chen right now as Nate Chen takes his lead position.
Let's see how Maddie is here behind Nate Chen as Nate tosses in right about the 2 of that 3-2-1. Coming around to outer zone number 1. Nate Chen getting in that zone just a little bit late there. Bystrack reeling him in as they come around to outer zone number 2. You can barely see him through the smoke there. Bystrack checks up to Nate in that zone. Nate getting all the way into outer zone number 3. Bystrack getting a little bit shallower in order to chase him down, and he does catch him in outer zone number 4. Well done in the chase there by Bystrack. Nate Chen coming around to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Bystrack right there with him as they transition across the track, across that reference point, and up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Bystrack just a little bit back there for his chase run. Nicely done there by both of these guys. Is that the Rizzo of planes we're hearing right now? You know who else needs a muffler? I don't know if you guys can hear this at home, but we're listening to the loudest plane I've ever heard.
We're waiting on our judges' final decision between Nate Chen and Matt Bystrack here in our top 32 battle. One of these gentlemen working their way into the top 16, fighting all the way to the end for the big checks, sitting on top of the podium box. Now we have Bystrack taking his lead position. The FDRX-7 of Chen, now the chase. Bystrack shoots out from behind the hill, initiates well before that last initiation point, but Chen is slowly behind him. Chen starting to close out that proximity. Both drivers dumping the outside zone number 1. Bystrack doing a good job keeping that rear axle, chooching in the backside of outside 1 as Chen's right there following his smoke line through outside zone 2. Both drivers dump down the hill. Bystrack doing a good job getting his S13 into outside zone number 3. Chen's on the backside of the bumper as they rotate to inside clip number 1. Chen really putting the pressure on the backside of that 180 as they work their way into outside zone number 4. Bystrack jumping into the People's Corner. Chen really starts to make a move now, a little hesitant going in, but starts to close the gap as Bystrack doing exactly what he needs to do through outside 5, down to that reference point, but Chen right there jumps to the smoke, back up to Bystrack's rear as Bystrack finishes off nice and strong, but Chen can't be shaken, and right beside him as they come across the finish line.
Yeah, nicely done there. That was a great lead and an amazing chase. As we always say, you can't have a good chase without a good lead, and Bystrack put down a heater, allowing Nate Chen to really chase him down there. So nicely done there by both of these guys. We're going to let our judges deliberate, and we'll let you know as soon as we have a winner.
Both these gentlemen trying to take a good amount of energy going into their next prospect round, but these guys looking just to get into the top 16. Nate Chen going up against Matt Bystrack, waiting for our judges to finish off that boy math to figure out a verdict. Who's going to get the win? Our next two drivers up in the line, Lipton and Polizzi, both waiting patiently. Our Lipton qualifying number 4, Polizzi qualifying 29th. Yeah, that's Sal. You know, latecomer Sal. No 5-minute timeout for Sal.
Yeah. Boo. No, I'm just kidding. He's a great dude. I'm glad he joined us out here today. And good job getting in that top 32, putting down a score in order to qualify. If you guys are curious about what the bracket looks like, we do have it up there on the live stream. And it's also should be shared on the Gambler social media as well.
Don't tell me how to live my life. I don't like to breathe. I'm trying to get out of here.
Mike, if you announce quicker, we don't actually get done quicker.
That's a lie. If I get my job done quicker, I get to go home right now.
All right, our judges are still deliberating. If you're just joining us on the battle between Nate Chen and Matt Bystrack, two prospect drivers joining us to run up here. A lot of smack talk going on the internet, so we're here to see if they can deliver on that. I'm excited to see how it gets a little spicier here farther in the bracket.
Say one more time, get solved with sock and boppers.
Yeah, so we went to a different qualifying method. If we have any other ideas for making the competition a little more interesting, sock and boppers, I'm down. I believe we have a split decision here, and it's going to Matt Bystrack. Matt Bystrack gets the win and moves on. Nicely done there by Bystrack. Two of our judges gave it to him and the other gave it to Chen, so you can just tell exactly how close that competition was in order to make it a split decision. We're getting a little bit of insight from our judges. The judges felt Nate was just a little bit shallower, and Bystrack did a great job of being deep in the zones, definitely showed a lot of aggression there. And oftentimes in drifting, Mike, as we know, just a few points will edge one driver out over the other.
Competition drifting is all about the show. And that lead driver, your responsibility is to make sure that you're putting that 100-point run in the lead so that driver behind you can showcase as much skill set as possible. If you do anything less than that, you lose. That's it. Great lead laps win competition. You can tandem really well and get super close, but that's only saving your ass. That's the only way you can win, is if you go through the judges checklist and do it well. And after, then you get to do this stuff.
And away we go for our next battle. This is Lipton and Polizzi. Lipton qualifying 4th will lead. Polizzi qualifying 29th will chase him down. Lipton putting on a clinic of where he should be in outer zone number 1, and it looks like Sal is having a little bit of trouble keeping up. He does eventually reel him back in, but is really shallow in the chase in order to do so. Lipton coming into outer zone number 4. Nicely done there, about a midline. It's a shallow line in that zone, allowing Sal to catch up for outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Lipton really quick in the lead here. Sal doing a nice job in the chase. Both the drivers going across that reference point. Lipton up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. And Sal is right behind him, but is much in the bank there. That might cost him some points in the chase.
Yeah, Sal definitely getting a little bit of an oopsie there, but Sal nonetheless putting on a chase. Lipton in that Corvette, giving the room to work. Sal just trying to close that gap up almost the entire lap through. A couple mistakes out. We'll have to see how the judges weigh, but now his responsibility to lead, and Lipton in that Corvette to chase.
All right, we're going to get our drivers back to the line. This time, Sal Polizzi will lead and Lipton will chase. Again, if you guys are curious what that run looked like from our eye in the sky, pull up that YouTube live stream and you can see for yourself. You can also hang out with us. There's about 225 homies in the chat right now, dropping their opinions, dropping some emojis. We love to see it. So come on and join us there. We got some Corvettes in the pits now. Shout out to all of our car show attendees. Thanks for coming out to hang out with us today. We got a beautiful breeze going. We got friends. This is a good day.
I especially enjoy Los Goonies has brought out the muscle car era of car show attendees, and they've been cycling vehicles out all day. If you were here in the morning, the same car show cars are not here right now.
That's correct.
I personally like that because
Me too.
My ADHD gets bored very quickly.
It do be whipping up here, Mike.
So like they have a good cycle of car shows, like show cars. Car shows for the cars.
Something like that. There's always something to look at here. Los Goonies, they do a great job of bringing us out some heat in the car show. And here we go into the next run. Sal Blizzy in the lead. Jake Lipton chasing him down. Sal doing a great job there with outer zone number 1. Lipton right there in the chase as they come through outer zone number 2 to 3. Sal looking pretty steady in the lead, allowing Lipton to really get on him and chase. Transitioning on his bumper. Really, really well done there, guys. Coming around to outer zone number 4 and transitioning into outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Dang, Sal is in that zone, and Lipton is on him there as they come around to outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Really, really well done there by those drivers.
Lipton definitely putting the pressure on to Sal's S14 through the entirety of the lap here around the road course of round 3 of the Gambler. Sal, a late bloomer, taking his 5-minute timeout, trying to get some more points in qualifying, landing himself in the brackets against Lipton. We're going to have to see how the judges are going to weigh that out, but let's see if that pays off.
All right, our judges are deliberating. Unfortunately, it looks like the live stream went down for just a skosh. Our TVs were good up here in the tower, so our judges have chosen a winner. Lipton moves on. Lipton is going to move on. Great job by Palizzi. He's out in top 32, and Lipton is heading to the top 16. Up next, warming up their tires in the burnout box, we have Jimmy Ravert and Trevor Chernuka. Chernuka is holding on to the Let It Ride token, the Drift HQ Let It Ride token. It's worth $25 right now, and if he wins this battle, he will double his money. If he loses the battle, Jimmy Ravert is going to steal that token and take it in with him to the top 16. So,
if you guys are new to the Gambler, those tokens double with value with each win. If you do lose, the token resets value and your opponent gets to steal it. Those tokens do not reset value in the finals. When you bring those tokens into the finals, whatever monetary value they hold is now locked in, and the winner takes all. At any point in time, any driver holding a token can put that token in their pocket and cash that money. So if he gets a win right now, he gets $25. If he gets a win again, he gets $50. If he needs gas money to get home, he can put it in his pocket. If he's a gambling man, which we're gambling men, he's going to let that thing ride, and he's going to let it ride all the way to the finals, where he can potentially bring home anywhere from a couple hundred to an extra $1,000, depending on how long that token's been in play.
100%. If you have the token all the way and go all the way to the finals, it really increases in value there. Michael's hucking balloons up here. Everyone, keep your head on a swivel. I can't control my co-hosts anymore.
They're balloon animals.
All right, the lights are out. Away we go. Jimmy Ravert in the lead. Trevor Chernuka chasing him down in that truck motor. Trevor told me during the meeting that he's down a cylinder. So let's see if he can keep up with Jimmy here. We might see him struggle just a little bit. Jimmy putting on an absolute heater as he comes down the hill, pouring smoke to get to outer zone number 3. Trevor's falling back a little bit in the chase. I believe I'm going to say this is due to car trouble, running a V7 right now instead of a V8. Ravert looking like he has no trouble with outer zone 3 and 4 as Trevor tries to chase him down. Ravert could have been a little bit deeper in outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner and not quite exactly where he should be on that reference point, but saves it really, really well done on outer zone number 6 of the bank. And it looks like Trevor does continue to struggle a little bit with the car, which we hate to see it.
Frito knows how to play the game. Missing you, buddy. Unfortunately, Tim Frito pulling all-nighters, trying to get his engine back together for this round of the Gambler. Unfortunately, unable to make it all the way back up to the track, but nonetheless, we'd like to give our love and affection to Tim Frito for putting down a lot of labor trying to get out here for round 3.
Yeah, Frito shows up in his car that looks like it's got 30 minutes left on it and just takes everybody to town, you know?
If you guys aren't already following the E-Town Gambler on the internet, that's where all this extra juice comes from. Get the insight how our drivers are setting up for our events. See, all the smack talk happening on the internet.
We love it. We love a little gambler drama going on. All right, here we go. Trevor Chernuka in the lead. Jimmy Ravert chasing him down. Trevor just a little bit shallow on entry, but let's see. He does manage to get out to outer zone number 1, maybe a bit too far. maybe even a straight in there. I'm going to leave that one in the hands of the judges, but Jimmy doing well, trying to stay behind him given those errors in the lead. Trevor coming across that inner clip in the center section, and Jimmy right there with him as they get into outer zone number 4. Trevor is still looking smooth, and Jimmy right with him as they come around to outer zone number 5. Working for this one as Jimmy transitioning on his bumper. You can tell why he doesn't have a bumper on the front of that blue car. And they come across outer zone number 6 of the bank and across the line. A really aggressive chase by Jimmy, even given a little bit of a bobble in the lead by Trevor. You got to give it up to him there.
Yeah, Trevor rocking that iron block. Stock bump stick cam, everything. 5.3 liter. Trying to keep it to the side of Jimmy. And Jimmy in his lead. Trevor getting just chased down, sending all the wheel speed in his windows. Trevor's running on 7 cylinders.
I did say that, Mike. I did.
Did you just get that information?
Oh, no, I've had it the whole time.
Oh, you just keeping that stuff
I
from
said
me.
it was a V7. I thought my joke didn't hit.
Oh, no, it just...
It's okay.
I just can't
look,
read.
We got some laughs. We got some chuckles now.
All right,
Thank
so
you,
he's on
guys.
7 cylinders, stock bump stick. And
he's doing God's work out there, but unfortunately it will not be enough. Jimmy Rayvert is going to get the win. Jimmy Rayvert gets the win and moves on. And you have to give it up to him. Rayvert was dialed on those last lead and chase runs, doing really well, earning that lead. And good job, Trevor. Thanks for coming out. And I hope you figure out your other cylinder. I hope it comes back to you, buddy.
Yeah, dude, it's an LS. Just put spark plugs in it. It'll be fine.
I will say that my LS has had no oil control ring in cylinder 6 for 4 events, and it's still kicking. Perfect oil pressure. Gang, gang.
It's not broken till it breaks.
It's not broken till it breaks.
Also, don't oil down tracks. All right? That's bad.
No, I would never.
She did it twice. Still waiting for our judges to finish off their boy math.
We announced it.
Oh,
Mike
I'm sorry.
needs to clip
You
on his
guys didn't even
listening
start
ears.
talking to me, all right? I feel like I'm on the other side of the booth.
Yeah.
I get no information over here.
I know. We
All right?
put Mike on an island over here.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Lights are out. Away we go. Chelsea DeNofa qualifying 12th is in the lead. Kugel qualifying 21st. We'll chase him down. Chelsea back in the Mustang. A little surprise action for you. A little bit of everything today. And he came out to win with this one. Doing a great job with outer zone number 1. Kugel right there with him though. Oh, and of course I jinx him. Uh-oh, I believe we may have had some contact with the drone, so we're going to have to finish this one off visually. I'm so sorry, guys. Chelsea DeNofa is absolutely ripping in the box body. Outer zone number 4, absolutely textbook. Coming around to outer zone number 5. I believe we may have had contact with the drone by the chase car of Kugel, who is trying to hang in there with Chelsea DeNofa as they come across that reference point and up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. And I am so sorry you guys are missing out on that outer zone because that was money.
You really got to edge them off there. Kugel, unfortunately, having a bit of a shutdown issue throughout the entirety of the lap. For you guys on the internet not witnessing Chelsea DeNofa throwing down a borderline textbook run here
I would
in
say
the lead position.
Certified heater is what I would call that one for sure.
But the battle is not over. His responsibility now has to flip. He now has to chase down Kugel and whatever's happening with his machine.
Yeah. And while we wait for our judges to kind of take a look, and we'll give our drone a second to get recovered out there, I do want to make a quick shout out to Rick's Racing Engines. That is who oversaw the build of my motor and who inspected the bottom end and told me to heckin' send it, I believe were his exact words. Whatever. Oil pressure's good. Go ahead and send that. So you guys need the Lord of the Truck motor. Go ahead and hit him up.
All right, so it looks like we got a little bit of an update down from grid. Sorry for a little bit of a pause there, but Kugel looks like he's going to have a D-beat of a tire. Now, Chelsea, qualifying in his Porsche, now out in his Fox body, we're allowing both drivers. Kugel is now required to use his 5-minute timeout to change that tire, but we're also allowing Chelsea DeNova, if he chooses, to change his tires as well. So Kugel is allowed to take his 5-minute timeout, come back in the pits, change some tires, and Chelsea is allowed to change his tires if he so chooses. All right, Kugel is limping his BMW back to the pits. He is using his 5-minute timeout to put on a new pair of tires. An unfortunate way to utilize that competition 5 timeout. Chelsea is allotted that same 5 minutes to change his tires if he so chooses, with no penalty to his 5-minute. He will hang on to his 5-minute timeout. We have our next drivers up in the burnout box getting ready right now to battle out our number 5 qualifier, Colin Cressett, our number 1 finisher here at the Casino Royale last weekend, going up against Jerry Rocha, our 28th qualifier.
We're out here for a show, guys. We want to see some good, friendly competition. So, you know, both drivers changing their tires to be able to come out and win on the track rather than by a technicality. We're kind of pro win on the track, and I'm sure both of these drivers in the battle are as well. So we thank them for being good sports, and we'll move on to our next battle in the meantime, which is Colin Cressett and Rocha. All right, Jerry Rocha qualifying 28th will chase, and Colin Cressett qualifying 5th will lead. Nicely done there. And this is our second to last battle on the left side of the bracket. Of course, we'll run the second half of Denofa and Kugel. And then we'll head over to the right side of the bracket. So if you're a driver and your battle is on the right side. Oh, Colin Cressett tossing it in there. Nicely done there, looking smooth. Car looks like it's together. And Rocha chasing him down there. Again, a tiny little bobble, but he, of course, announcer's curse. I was about to say he's doing a great job catching up. Colin Cressett needs to just finish this run with no errors, and he should be at a huge advantage here. And it looks like he's going to do exactly that.
You're really trying to announcer curse him all the way through. Colin's going down to that reference point, back up to that bank. And Sarah, you're not a liar. Colin survives. Unfortunately, Jerry Rocha not doing what judges need to see in the chase position, but now his responsibility of lead, it's now his responsibility to not do that in the lead. Otherwise, that could get weird.
100%. And we see some response in the chat. So nicely done there by Colin, keeping it together. Unfortunately, Rocha had a huge deficit there in the chase position. We're going to get them back to the line, and as long as Rocha's car is good to go, we'll let him lead and Colin Cressett chase him down.
In the chat, Monica, no.
Jerry, no, we believed in you. Yeah, a lot of stuff can happen out here. I don't know if he's fighting a little bit of a car issue. I never want to assume, because it's easy to say, oh, someone messed up, but we don't know what's going on in these cars. And when they build these competition chassis, they're building within an inch of their life, and stuff goes wrong all the time. We had diffs fail today. We had somebody's dash was out. It was nuts.
Let's not water it off either. Colin Cressett is not a light guy to meet up in battle. He is hungry, he wants to win, and he's more than capable of winning, like we saw last weekend.
All right, the lights are out. Away we go. This time we have Rocha in the lead and Colin Cressette chasing him down. Rocha on a little bit of a deficit from his previous battle with a 0, but looking really, really good on the lead so far here in outer zone number 1. Lost the drivers in the smoke just a little bit, but on the live stream you can see that they're coming down the track from outer zone number 2 to 3. Rocha looking great in the lead. Colin Cressette give him just a little bit of room through the center section. We'll see if he checks up here in outer zone number 4. Coming around the track to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Again, Colin just giving Rocha a little bit of room. Likely he knows that he's at an advantage here and does not have to put a ton of pressure on, but we still want him to be active in chase. Would have liked to see him just a little bit closer. It's kind of a gamble to be that far back, but what do I know?
Yeah, definitely knowing he has the advantage going into the second half of the battle, it looks like Colin took a smarter move, just patiently waiting for any sort of hiccup. Jerry, fortunately, though, finishing off his lap nice and strong, but not what we needed to get a win, unfortunately. So Cressette is going to take the win, getting himself into the top 16. Unfortunately for Jerry Rocha and his FRS, that little upset is not going to do it.
Yeah, sometimes you yee and sometimes you haw, unfortunately. But let's see those croissants in the chat, guys. Colin Cressette moving on to the top 16. We're going to keep trying to assign emojis to drivers because I really like that game. I like it. I like when the chat's full of croissants, and not just because Colin's cool. I just like emojis, so.
Well, number 1 rule, you can't give yourself a nickname, so everybody in the chat, make sure you dub your own driver. Put the driver name, put an emoji. We'll take a vote. If we like what you got, we'll stick with it. If we don't, whatever, I don't care.
Shout out to Limiter Glove Company. They're just glad everyone had fun, which is a great attitude to have. I know they've equipped a lot of the drivers out here at the Gambler, some of the drivers in FD as well. I've got a set. They rock. I cannot wait to test them out next weekend, guys. Thank you for that. Right now on the line, I believe this is the I thought it would be the second half of Chelsea Denofa and Kugel, but we're going to move on to the second side of the bracket just to give them their full 5 minutes. And it will be Chris Knapp and Betchel. Knapp and Betchel there doing battle. Chris Knapp qualifying 2nd and Betchel qualifying 31st. I think Mike is the microphone emoji for sure, and I am the lizard emoji. I've decided.
Oh, you're definitely the lizard. Lizard.
All right, here we go. Chris Knapp in the lead, looking a little squirrely, but he keeps it on the track. But unfortunately, Betchel doing an absolute lawn mow.
That's just too much. You did too much.
No, landscaping is not allowed out here, guys. Chris is going to have to send you an invoice for that, unfortunately. Chris Knapp continues on an absolute tear. Our second place qualifier working his way around the track. Outer zone number 4, textbook. Great job, buddy. Coming around to the People's Corner of outer zone number 5. Let him hear it, guys. Let him know that he's doing great. We love to see it. Finishing off across that reference point and tossing it up there into the bank for probably the millionth time. Looking settled. Nicely done there by Chris Knapp.
Unfortunate for Betchel in his BMW, that V10 borrowed. That thing's putting in work this weekend. It is putting in work, but unfortunately not enough work. Chris Knapp just putting down a heater, getting that field suspension in his Velina tires underneath that IS300 to do exactly what he was asking for. But now it's his turn to chase, and it's still only halfway through the battle.
This time, if Rocha is able, this time if Betchel is able, he's going to lead. Hopefully there's nothing wrong with the car there. Betchel did already use his Competition 5 timeout in order to get a second qualifying run, so if something is wrong with his car, unfortunately this will be a bye run by Chris.
And the qualifying already peeks its head back into our competition. I'm loving our new qualifying format. I love the way it plays out. I love the strategy. I love the gamble.
And I don't want to say it was our idea, Mike, but it was our idea.
It was ours. High five.
Yeah. Yay! Look at us doing stuff for the sport. For the love of the sport. Yeah, let's get those sleepy emojis in the chat for Chris Knapp. If you're not trying to sleep and take a nap on the competition, toss those nap emojis in there. Looks like Betchel is able to come forward. His car is fit for competition as soon as we can rip that bumper off, and then Chris Knapp will chase him down. We would hate for a body panel to be flapping. at this place of
Go ahead and
Raceway
put it
Park.
back in the trailer.
All right, the boys are on the line, just waiting to make sure the car is good. I believe our grid workers are just making sure that bumper is off so it's not smacking around there, so Chris doesn't have to watch that in the chase. And it looks like they're all good. They're out. Away we go. Betchel in the lead. Knapp chasing him down. Betchel tossing it in. Ton of angle before that 3-2-1. I guess you got to be aggressive with that car because it looks good now. Chris Knapp right there in the chase position with him through outer zone number 1. We can hear that V10 and the BMW screaming as Chris tries to dive up to his door. Betchel offline there, coming between 2 and 3, but he's giving it all she's got, Captain, as he comes through the center section of the track, tossing it in outer zone number 4, doing a nice job, just not quite getting in outer zone number 4. Timeout for you, but coming around outer zone number 5, I was gonna say set up well, but he seems to kind of hang in that zone. Chris Knapp doing all the most behind him in the chase position, and he tosses it up into the bank turn. Both drivers across the line. Nicely done. Good job for finishing out that run, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough there for that error on entry.
Yeah, I'm not good at math, but it looks like he's going to be going back to the pits, taking a nap. Bechtel, unfortunately, that major upset in that first half of that battle. Knapp's just going to have a major advantage, and it looks like our judges are going to make it official. Chris Knapp works his way into the top 16, getting the win.
Put those Z's in the chat for Mr. Knapp. Unfortunately, Bechtel trying his hardest, but knocked out in the top 32, and we will take a quick breather to the other side of the bracket. Chelsea DeNofa and Zachary Kugel going to do battle here. This is the second half of that battle. We saw Kugel DB'd, but I believe he did go off track a little bit there in order to DB'd and took his 5-minute timeout to put on a fresh set of tires. As per the rules, we allowed Chelsea to do the same, so the drivers are back to the line and ready to rip. Unfortunately, I think Kugel is at a disadvantage just because of how great Chelsea's lead run was there.
Yeah, Kugel definitely making his own private mistakes behind Chelsea DeNova's Mustang, but now DeNova has to manage in that chase position, chasing down that very same V10 BMW of Kugel that had issues prior. Now with a new set of tires, Chelsea allowed that same amount of circle allowance. I don't know if he took it or not. I don't really care.
I don't know either.
He didn't.
Oh, look at that. His spotter is confirming. Chelsea said, I'm leaving these tires on. Let's go. That's a confident guy right there. I think he's happy to be back in the Mustang.
I mean, Denofa's out there with the Fox body. He's on a pair of Acceleras. He's going down against Kugel. All he has to do is survive. This is like kind of like a Squid Game lab. All he's got to do is make it through these 7 zones and survive while Kugel tries to kill him.
Just 7 zones. What could possibly go wrong?
I would just like to make it known that Chris Knapp, the Knapp emoji, is now locked in. Chris Knapp puts people to sleep. Time for your nappy. Here's a blankie. Go to sleep.
You're done, son. All right, here we go. Kugel tossing it in at the 1 of the 3-2, or the 3 of the 3-2-1 cone. Coming up the hill to outer zone number 1. Chelsea is knocking on his door there. He's in the thrash car. He's down to party. Both drivers coming down from outer zone 2 to outer zone number 3. Chelsea just super smooth in the chase position there, and Kugel giving him a nice lead in order to chase. Kugel coming around to outer zone number 4. Headlight blinking a little bit. Really well done in outer 4. I'm giving it up to you there, man. Coming around to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Chelsea DeNova knocking on that as they transition across that reference point and up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Really, really well done in the lead by Kugel, and extra well done in the chase by Chelsea. Again, you cannot have a good lead without good chase without a good lead. Really well done there. Wow. All right, and I think we have an emoji for Chelsea. I think it's the pepperoni pizza emoji. He loves a good slice. And let's go ahead and make it official. Chelsea DeNova gets the win. Chelsea DeNova is going to get the win and move on to our top 16 to see Colin Cressett.
Yeah, big shout to Kugel. Definitely giving the real estate for Chelsea to play in, but unfortunately the mistakes in his first half of his battle, regardless of the D-beat, is just not going to work out for him. Denofa gets that win, moving himself into the top 16. Our next driver's up on the line. We got Jake and Phil already in the burnout box, waiting to take their first battle here of round 3 of the Gambler, waiting for them to poise themselves underneath that Velino Tires arch.
I'm just sitting here trying to ponder some emojis for these guys. We'll have to let their crew and their friends and family let us know what emoji they think they are in the chat. And we will be the final judges of that. We get to judge the emojis. That's it.
Well, I think we dubbed Phil the hammer emoji because he's the dent guy.
Oh, okay. Phil can be the hammer because he's the dent guy. He'll give them to you, and then he'll take them back out.
Yeah, that's a
Sour,
good business model.
sweet,
That's a
gone.
great business model, to be honest with you. But Jake, though, this fruit roll-up BMW, we need some help. Put some emojis in the chat. We got these drivers locked in. We're ready to send it. Jake's taking that lead position, qualifying 18th. Oh, I'm sorry, 15th. Bad printer. And Phil chasing him down in that Corvette, qualifying 18th. Both drivers work their way into outside turn number 1. Jake's doing a great job getting his BMW where it needs to be, but Phil's right beside him. That 8-1 header screaming out the backside of that Corvette as they dump down that hill, going through outside 2 to outside 3. Jake doing a good job keeping that BMW 1 Series exactly where our judges want to see it, but Phil cannot be shaken. Jake doing a great job as he works through the outside 4, Sarah's corner, as Phil is shortly behind him going into people's corner. Jake keeping that BMW exactly where it needs to be, that rear axle going down to that reference point. Phil in that Corvette, nice and composed as they both shoot back up to that last outside zone. Jake doing a fantastic job, but Phil is right there on the backside, keeping the pressure on all the way to the finish line. A great first half of the battle. Jake giving all the real estate for Phil to play with. We'll have to see these gentlemen flip back around. Jake now to chase. Phil in the Corvette, the lead.
Oh, Jake the Snake. So we got a hammer in the chat for Phil, the dent guy, giving the dents and taking him back out. And then Jake the Snake, nice job in there.
This is why the chat gets paid the big bucks.
Yeah.
This is why chat gets paid a salary. You know what I'm saying? Quality work. Really proud of you guys in there.
All right, the lights are out. Away we go. This time, Phil Silva, Phil the dent guy, is in the lead, and Jake Moole is chasing him down. Phil doing a nice job setting himself up for outer zone at number 1, and Jake Moole is right there in the chase position. Phil absolutely steady through outer zone number 1. Drop those hammers in the chat. And Jake Moole just right there with him, mirroring his angle, hanging back just a little bit far in that zone. We'll see if he catches back up at the end, going into outer zone number 4. Phil settled in that zone. Nicely done there. Back tire in the zone. Could have been a skosh deeper, but allows Moole to get to the side of his door. Drivers coming through outer zone number 5, around across that reference point and up in outer zone number 6. Phil Silva nice and high. Jake Moole settling the car down in the chase position right there with him.
Phil doing a good job in his lead position. Jake with a little bit of a wobbles in his chase, but nonetheless staying in the proximity range that our judges would like to see. Phil putting a great lead lap, giving all the real estate for Jake to work with, but we'll have to see how our judges weigh out for our final verdict. If you guys are just joining us, this is round 3 of the Gambler here on the road course. We're here at Raceway Park in New Jersey. We have beautiful weather here. It is sub 80 degrees, partly cloudy, and as well, we're in this massive complex. We have 3 available tracks between the Casino Royale and the Gambler. If you would like to get signed up for a cage or cageless tandem competition here at Raceway Park, make sure you sign yourself up at racewaypark.com. All you got to do is pass tech. You can show up to a Club Loose event, shake the butterflies out, and then come right back out for a Gambler and get shoved right into the stadium. You get a full list of drivers ranging all the way from grassroots all the way out to retired champions. Where else can you get this kind of love? Make sure you guys get signed up. If you are anywhere local to New Jersey, racewaypark.com. Also a big shout out to a lot of other competition series happening around the world. trying to pull drivers from every which way, from every demographic. Big shout to Clutch Kickers all the way down south. Curtis doing as much as he can to get that series back up and running. But up here at the Gambler, we are cooking. We have 30-plus drivers all ready to go from hitters all over the Northeast, as well as Canada, and from all over the country. We have pros, bros. Everybody's out here at the Gambler. You're missing out if you're not here. RacewayPark.com. Get signed up. I can keep rambling on and on about it, but to be honest, you guys talk a lot of smack on the internet, and you're not showing up. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, we will gently and nicely call you out in the chat. And some people, it's like, hey, I wish you were here. Like, I'll rattle down the names. Rapper Dan, Tim Wilson, Pat Gooden. I'd love to see those guys up. I get why they're not here. It's a long haul for some of them, but we'd love to have them out at some point. There's one more round this year, and, of course, the Gambler's coming back. So if you'd like to get on the schedule for next year, usually they post it just after the other series, right around that PRI time. But yeah, one more round to decide, and there is a points series. There will be a points winner at the end of this, which means more money. Okay? All right, and our judges, we're taking a bit to deliberate. You know that means it was a close one, and we do have a split decision. One of our judges went with a one more time, and the other two judges went with Phil the Dent Guy Silva. Phil will move on to the top 16. Congratulations. Excellent job by Mool as well. Phil Silva moving on to the top 16.
Rappers talking special smack in the chat. If you're not on our live stream, make sure you get over to our YouTube or our Facebook. Join us on live stream. You can see the exact same drone footage that our judges are using to make their calls. Go ahead and jump in the chat. Let them know if they're wrong. They can't see it. They can't read either. They can only do math. I can't read. Sarah's the only person up here with any sort of literacy.
Yeah, I tuck Mike in with a little blankie, and then I read him the chat, and he's like, oh, yay.
It's a nice bedtime story. It's honestly the only thing that puts me to sleep at night.
All right, the lights are out. Away we go. Dmitry Brutsky qualifying 10th in the lead. And Joe Peking chasing him down, joining us all the way from Canada, so thank you so much for coming out. Dmitry Brutsky coming up outer zone number 1, and Peking's right on his door. Dmitry Brutsky outer zone number 2. Peking diving into his door, trying to get a little bit closer. Looks like he's fighting the angle just a little bit in the chase as Dmitry Brutsky comes across that inner clip and up to outer zone number 4. Shout out to his son, who's his spotter in the tower here with us. Dmitry Brutsky doing a nice job of getting all the way to the edge of outer zone number 1. King is trying to chase him down there, getting nice and close as he crosses that reference point and up into outer zone number 6. Dmitry Brutsky nice and high, and Peking trying to reel him in there.
I gotta say, I don't see any brake lights out of Brewski's S14 as he's working through our road course here. Peking coming all the way down from Canada, trying to keep through it. Peking definitely throwing down, but Dmitry putting down the lead that he needs to see. He now has the responsibility now to chase down Peking's 370Z coming all the way down from Canada. Thank you guys for making that journey, coming all the way down to the Gambler. Peking actually utilized his Competition 5 timeout to try to get a better qualifying. Maybe his spotter is really good at math. And he realized that he was going to see Dmitry early on in competition trying to better that score. Unfortunately, not able to do that in qualifying. So Peking now seeing the ramifications of that decision as he is now responsible in the lead. But Dmitry putting on a heater of a lead lap. We have yet to see him lock back into the grid. I have not seen his S14.
Well, good news, I guess, for Joe is that he may not need to take it because Dmitry may be taking his Competition 5 timeout. We heard from the grid workers that his belt may have popped off. So we're going to hang tight here and wait until we can determine that. And Dmitry does still have his comp timeout. He did not choose to go with a second qualifying run, so he's able to take that if he likes. We're seeing some Canadian flags there in the chat. That's a perfect emoji for Joe, I think.
We got a lot of Canadians. You guys wandering down a lot. We love you guys. Thank you guys for coming down here.
Canada's great.
We're sorry about the exchange rate.
Our homies to the north. I love maple syrup and mooses. Meese? Meese.
Mises.
They're big.
Meeson.
They're huge, dude.
Yeah, do you ever see one?
Oh, look at the man. He's got the belt. Chris Knapp himself retrieving the belt for Dmitry Brutsky, heading back to the line. Too sweet. to deliver that to him so he can get that back on. If they do need to work on the car, though, I believe we will roll that back so they can do that and move on to our next battle, which is Oaks and Miller. Oaks with our Let It Ride token. And I can say I was the one that made the bracket, but I did not place the tokens, as is fair. I leaned over to someone who did not see the bracket and said, hey, pick 2 numbers. And they picked 7 and 20. And Jimmy's got a lucky number 7 there.
Well, our qualifying 7th, Jimmy Oaks, taking that Let It Ride token thanks to Freedom Motorsports. Going up against Miller, piloting that Upsoar SC300. Superior chassis. Heavy doors, superior chassis.
All right, and we actually might have an emoji for Brutski in the chat. They look like they're putting beers in there for Brewskis for Brutski. I like that. Well, who doesn't love a good brewski?
See, this is... Yo, chat's earning their paycheck right now.
Chat, you guys, let us... at least I owe some of you guys a drink for this because we got some good names in here. So that'll be his emoji officially, and he is going to take his competition 5 timeout. So we'll get those 2 drivers off the line. Joe will head into the pits as well, and we'll move on to our next battle between Jimmy Oaks and LaRon Miller. Let's get some Upsoar drift in the chat. LaRon, I think this is his first Gambler that he's joining us at.
I believe it is his first Gambler. He's no stranger to the road course over here at Club Blues, partying all the time with his Upsoar teammates. He's traveling all around the country. They got a hell of a rig. These guys are doing a fantastic job traveling around, having a great time. Miller and his SC300 is sauced up. Got that new ding-dong headlight in there. He's ready to, basically sacrificial body panels, I think. Miller's out here to win. I talked to Miller earlier. We had a long conversation, and I'm just going to subtext it all the way. He said, Miller, I'm going to win. That's what he said.
Love it.
I'm lying, but
I
that's
love
what
that
he said.
attitude. He should... 945 Garage talking a little bit of smack in the chat that Dimitri during his 5 should paint the fenders. I can get behind it. Some good-looking cars are nice to watch drift, too. It's all in good fun out here.
Oh, Danny's talking smack. Can't keep a piston in the boy.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh.
I'm just saying, you came back, dude. You can come back again. We'll see you at round 4 with those wide-body Corvette fenders thanks to 945 Garage. Now that plug cost you 1 entry to round 4. Congratulations, Danny.
Our friends down in Virginia, US Drift in the chat. Shout out to US Drift. They also run a nice, fun street series. Love that. Love those guys down there.
Dang, Caleb, leave Literal alone, all right? He has enough issues on his own. That's just mean. All right, thank you guys for joining us in the chat and a little bit of a downtime. It really, seriously, it puts me to sleep at night when Sarah reads me this chat. So
It is, yeah. We'll just, once upon a time, 945 Garage is talking a little bit of smack, but in a good way. No, it's good. We've got our guys back to the line. We have Jimmy Oaks there, always looking good. He's always got a stylish car out. And LaRon Miller, heart of the Upsoar team. His better half is here as well. They want the squid for Jimmy Oaks. What do we think about that?
I need more context for that.
Yeah, you have to explain a little.
Yeah, so the emojis, some of you nail it first try. We don't need an explanation. We know those idiots. But every once in a while, we need a resume. Send the whole emoji and an explanation.
Well, we've got one for LaRon Miller. He's got the up emoji for Upsoar. Love that.
Done.
Yeah, we like it. Put those ups in the chat if you'd like to see LaRon do well. And then we're still looking at Jimbo's emoji. But the lights are out. Away. Jimmy Oaks in the lead, qualifying 7th. LaRon Miller qualifying 26th. Will chase him down. Jimmy's on a bit of a tear. Nicely done there on entry. Working his way up to outer zone number 1. LaRon sticking with him. Jimmy is absolutely planted in that zone. We can see the Front Street Drift Club on his back window. Coming down from outer zone 2 to 3. Jimmy's moving through this center section, hopping through there across that inner clip and into outer zone number 4. I'm watching you, buddy. Nicely done there, all the way in outer zone number 4. LaRon trying to do that zone for me, but not quite this time. We'll see how you do on your lead run. Jimmy Oaks filling outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner really, really nicely. LaRon trying to chase him down as they come up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn and across the line.
Yeah, unfortunately for my Upsoar SC300, Miller a tad behind Oaks S13, that SR20 really barking Jimmy through our road course here. Jimmy going through the checklist of our judges. We'll have to see how our judges weigh it out, but right now Jimmy's working his way back. He now has to chase down that Upsoar Drift SC300 of Miller as he works his way back to the grid. I can't speak Spanish, but I'm pretty sure JDM Will just said hello to me and Sarah. Will was literally the.
Is that you?
Yeah, no, that's you, dude. That's definitely you.
I don't get a nickname, but Mike gets Miguelito.
Look, I came to Club Loose way back when, I don't know, like 2006, 5 or whatever, and I blew my SR ECU in the parking lot, and Will gave me one, and I got 2 laps that day. So Will is forever goated. So do not disrespect Will,
Okay.
ever.
No disrespect, no shade.
Will gets the knife emoji, because I will stab you
Okay.
for Will.
It sounds like Mike has a crush, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I think Jimmy claimed a pineapple somewhere else, upside down or not, so whatever. So I think Oaks is probably the pineapple, right?
Yeah, he could be the pineapple.
All right. I don't know if you can flip emojis. Can you flip emojis in the chat?
It's leaning on the side, so it's about to flip. It's on its way.
Oh, it's on the edge.
All right, lights are out. Away we go. LaRon Miller in the lead. Jimmy Oaks chasing him down. LaRon, nice smooth entry there, working his way up to outer zone number 1. Jimmy Oaks is knocking on the door of that big body car as they come around to outer zone number 2. LaRon Miller doing a nice job. Again, super smooth, super dialed coming down to outer zone number 3. Looking good. It's almost like he's done this before, but Jimmy Oaks, his absolute shadow in the chase as they come around to outer zone number 4. Oh man, Miller getting that zone. Let's see if he can redeem himself with outer zone number 5. Not quite as deep as we'd like him as he comes around here, and Jimmy is just super glued to the side of him, getting into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Again, a little bit low, a little bit shallow on the bank, but doesn't seem to phase Jimmy in the chase and across the line.
And it looks like our judges do have a verdict. The man himself, Jimmy Oaks, gets the win. That chase position, just keeping it aggressive. Unfortunately, Miller unable to get enough points in the judge's eye, and Jimmy Oaks is going to work his way into the top 16. That's going to end that Upsoar Drift SC300s weekend here at the Gambler Round 3. But a great showcase. I believe his first Gambler, a great drive. Love to see him out here at Englishtown. Looking forward to watching him compete in multiple more Gamblers. Maybe the rest of the Upsoar Drift team will sign up for Round 4.
Ooh, we say as we stare at them. Yeah, I would love to see him out. I love to see everyone here who turns laps at Club Loose. It's the exact same track, guys. So it's a great time had by all. We're going to get our next battle up here to the line. Dmitry Brutsky and Joe Peking. I believe they're done with their comp timeout that Dmitry called. Hopefully that belt stays on for this run. And we'll get those guys back up there for the second half of their battle.
The young gun, Jake Little, going up against our next driver. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. We're going to have to take Mike's mic.
Nah, this is mine. I put it in my pocket. Kyle is going to be chasing down Jake Little in that Corvette, that RTS Corvette, qualifying number 3, going up against Kyle, qualifying number 30th? That doesn't sound right. We're going back to that other bottle.
Yep,
All right,
we're going back to that Comp 5 timeout.
Making me a liar.
We got
I see
a lot of LZ fans in the chat, and I would like to say LZ has been to a Gambler before. Yeah, we'd love to have him out here. We'd love to have him back. Another driver that we'd like to see.
Don't quote me, but he had a schedule conflict.
I'm sure he did. He's probably running an event somewhere in the world. All right, the lights are out. Away we go. Peking in the lead. Brutsky chasing him down. Peking joining us from Canada, coming around outer zone number 1. Doing a nice job getting in that zone in the second half for sure. Dmitry with him in the chase position. Joe is just absolutely pouring smoke, and uh-oh. Looks like Dmitry Brutsky is done. I believe, I'm going to guess and say that was a power steering belt because he just left the chat. Okay.
So Dmitry had no power steering
Apparently,
whatsoever.
He had no power steering whatsoever. I did not know that.
So it looks like Peking is going to work his way into the top 16, already using his comp timeout. Geez. Already utilizing that in qualifying. That risk is now paying off as he's going to walk himself into the top 16. Unfortunately, Dmitry Brutsky, the brake pedal himself, is now walking home.
That is a bummer to see. We always want to see the battles decided on the track rather than by broken machines. But yeah, congratulations to him on moving on to the top 16. He will see Jimmy Oaks in battle. We had some comments here on whether or not former or current FD drivers should be able to compete. I have a hot take on this. The only way to get better at drifting and competition in tandem is to drive with guys that are better than you. And there is very few other series out here where you can show up to a grassroots event with whatever car passes tech and go run an FD driver.
I'll just say this. This is my opinion. Y'all still in FD's chat talking smack to the same way, so I don't understand what you're talking about. Just show up to the Gambler. Sign up, racewaypark.com.
Let's go. Come on, tell me you're not excited to enter in on front course behind somebody that's in a pro series. I would be stoked to do that.
I'm more scared of the prospect drivers. All right, here we go into our next battle on our right side of a bracket. We got Heisman, borrowed vehicle, V10 BMW still? Or are we swapping that thing around? I believe he still is in that borrowed E92 going up against Lepore. All right, you guys really making me, all right.
They're making Mike read, and that's where our issue is. This should be Little and Hoyer on the line there.
See?
And I think I see
Fire the interns.
the vet of Little, so I think we're good.
Fire the interns.
Mike, we are the interns. All right, here we go. Little in his Corvette. They may have assigned him the golf emoji because it's a Corvette. Big flick on entry there. Excellent job by Little. Chasing him down as Hoyer snaps the angle just a little bit later than Little. Little looking good, but leaves outer zone just a little bit early. Grabs outer zone 2 really nicely, though, coming down the hill to outer 3. And we might have an issue with Hoyer in the chase, but he seems to be all right now, seems to have saved it. Both drivers come around to outer zone number 4. Little doing a great job, but again, just kind of leaving outer zone 4 a little bit early. Hoyer diving up to his door, really on the inside there, clutch kicking to keep that thing sideways. They come around the track, across that reference point, and up into outer zone number 6 of the bank. Little looking absolutely settled, nicely done there at about a midline through that zone. A few errors there on both of those parts. Hoyer looked like he was kind of fighting the car in the chase, unfortunately.
Yeah, Little doing a great job in that RTS Corvette, giving him the real estate up front with that lead lap. We'll have to see where our judges actually place him with the points. But unfortunately, nonetheless, let me make sure Jake Little and Kyle is going to swap it around. Jake now has the responsibility of chasing him down in that Corvette. Kyle now has the responsibility of leading. Kyle doing a fantastic job in the chase. A little bit of a deficit there. We'll have to see what kind of defense he can play in the lead position now in the second half of his battle. If you guys don't understand what drifting defense looks like, well, you got a lot to learn.
From Zach Z Fun in the chat, I'm scared of Perez. He will do anything in that Supra. It's true. Perez tried to kill a guy once. At Ricky Hoffman. All right, the lights are out.
I don't see Ricky here, just saying.
He might be dead. No, just kidding. Lights are out. Away we go. This time we Hoyer in the lead. Little chasing him down. Hoyer nice and wide on entry. Really well done there. He's all the way in the zone. Little trying to reel him in the chase position. Hoyer coming around to outer zone number 2. Looking really settled there as he comes down that hill to grab just the edge of outer zone number 3. Little reeling him in, getting closer as they transition around to outer zone number 4. Hoyer throwing it in there all the way in outer zone number 4, even dipping a tire there, allowing Little to get back towards his door in the chase position. Hoyer putting on an excellent lead here as he transitions across that reference point and up into outer zone number 6. Not quite all the way in that zone where we want him, but really well done. Wow, Hoyer very, very close to a perfect lead run there. Just a few mistakes here and there, not quite as deep as we want him in that final zone, but really well done there in the lead by Hoyer.
I'm enjoying the Jake Little emojis. It's not going to age well as that young man ages up into becoming a full-grown adult, but we'll take it right now. Jake Little with the emoji in the chat.
I don't know. So one more thing I wanted to address in the chat while our judges are deliberating. For some reason, someone said we're a licensing series for FD. We're not, guys.
No, but I will.
That's a compliment.
But I will say, if you show up here and you put a hurting on some of these pros, I guarantee you FD is going to start to approach you.
There are some scouting. There's a few people who have a scouting license to give out. So it's not a bad idea to come and run up, get done up. But we're not an actual official licensing series, maybe in the future. But I'll take that as a compliment, man. From humble beginnings to rumors of FD licensing is wild.
I'd rather come give the Knapp family my money every day of the week and show up and drive with the same group of drivers, you know, and then potentially bring home a check with a comma in it. I enjoy 4-digit winning checks, you know? Like, nothing makes drifting hurt less, like reimbursement.
100%. And the gambler will reimburse in more ways than one.
Just Sarah, not me. Okay, just clarifying.
Well, I do hold the last man standing pot. I got 500 smackaronis in my backpack right now. And I will not tell you what pocket it's in, Mike. Oh, and our judges have a answer. We're going one more time between Little and Hoyer. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say there was a few mistakes by both of these drivers in the chase especially. So hopefully they can go ahead and clean that up in their one more time battle.
Tim Frito's very upset in the chat about the last man standing pool. Frito, you're our major contributor, so it's your fault. It's completely your fault.
Well, we had a few guys less confident in their machines today than we would have liked. Worth noting, last round when we had fewer drivers, I handed Trevor Root $1,000 cash on top of his big check on the podium. So,
and just to clarify, the last man standing is a private pool between the drivers. Drivers put in $100 cash, and every driver that's entered, it is the last man standing in competition. You do not have to win the event. You just have to be the last man in the event, and you win that entire pool.
Right, just beating up on your bros. All right, here we go. Next battle. Heischman in the lead in that borrowed car. He's in the last man standing battle. And Lepore, oh man, I just cursed him right off the bat. Lepore there having to pass him because of Heischman sort of snap straightening there. So that is going to be a 0 in the lead, and I believe we're not going to hold the chase driver accountable for kind of just avoiding that. You're not required to keep drifting past a car that's straightened.
Yeah, so the lead has the ultimate responsibility. If the lead driver shuts down, that chase driver no longer has a target to follow, so the run is now over. If the roles were reversed and the chase driver has a fault, that lead driver is still acting on his run. You have to finish the run, but yada, yada, yada. I can ramble on for a bunch of times, but unfortunately, that is not what the judges want to see. And we're going to let these gentlemen flip back around, swap back through. Lepore now taking that lead position, hopefully with a lot better luck.
Yeah, we would have much preferred to see Heischman in his SN95 Mustang, but apparently the thrash car was thrashed on one too many times and did not make it out here to qualifying. He's really excellent in that car. We've seen him out here before at the Gambler, but that's kind of how the cookie crumbles, guys. Another good part about the Gambler here that's kind of unique is that it's kind of run whatever you brung and run what your buddies brung, too. There's car sharing going on. There's a bunch of stuff going on here. We kind of just want to have some fun out on the track, so we don't mind. This may be the first time we've ever had to say this into the mic, but it looks like Heischman is forfeiting. I guess he's kind of fighting that car, maybe having car issues, not sure what's going on, but it doesn't look like he's confident going into the second half of his battle. So Lepore is going to move on into the top 16. I'm sure not how he wants to move on, but excellent job by Alex Lepore there. Moving on to the top 16. Make us proud in there in the other Mustang. I think that's his teammate. Somehow they ended up battling, unless I'm completely mistaken. Go ahead and correct me in the chat there.
All right, here we go. Our next battle up in the line. Jacob Duncan. Donuts in the chat for Duncan coming all the way down, all the way up from Virginia. And wait, that's not high. That's, what is that? Y'all are lying to me constantly, man. You're setting me up.
This is what happens. Mike tries to read, and it gets him. I'm sorry for not reading you the chat, buddy. So we're watching the buy run here. Heischman forfeits. He his 5-minute timeout, also worth noting. So it may have been a gentleman move, but also likely he needed a comp 5 and doesn't have it. But Lepore will give us the sweet sounds of that Mustang for the rest of his buy run, and then we will move on to our next battle.
All right, Duncan already getting some hate and hate love. It's hate love, but it's coming out of the chat. Donuts for Duncan. Who we got up against Duncan? Gonzalez. Christopher got to take down Duncan with that 700 horsepower JZ and that S13
Spicy.
What's Christopher rocking? Where's Christopher at? What's he got rocked down on grid right now? He's locked up. He's ready to take on Jacob.
I think so. Oh man, we got some Doug Dimodomes in the hat in the chat. That was a Freudian slip. Guys, I don't know if I can top that costume this year at Haunted Moves. I don't know. That was the best costume I've ever had.
Maybe now you just bring a group of Doug Dimodones.
What if just every year the hat gets a little taller?
Oh, now you're on to something. Now you're on to something.
And you have to, if you tell me exactly how much taller that it is than the previous year, I give you a beer that I store in the hat.
You're going to have to get a special GPS to avoid bridges and tunnels and stuff.
Oh man, I really wanted to put it on top of a helmet so I could have driven and put it through the sunroof. Is that legal?
I don't see any. You already have a sunroof car. Ew.
I tore that thing out of a junkyard, and beggars can't be choosers.
I don't have a roof, so it's the same. All right. I believe judges are ready. I believe that, our judges are patiently waiting. I believe we are waiting for our drivers. They are locked on the grid, waiting for the drone. Nice.
You gotta respect the drone. That's how
they
we
got
have our
batteries
eye in the
and stuff,
sky.
dude. They're like Teslas. You gotta every once in a while. You gotta pull into a rest stop and sit there for 8 hours.
Or whatever. Actually, a Tesla let me out into traffic today. Feelings because I have all the smoke for electric cars, but he let me merge, and I was like, what?
Pro tip: Teslas, because of their automatic driving, will let you merge no matter what. So use that information as you will.
We got some side bets going on in the chat right now, guys. I like this. You could just use Venmo to square it up. All right, the lights are out. Away we go. Our next battle, Duncan and Gonzalez. Duncan qualifying 11th is in the lead. Gonzalez chasing him down. Duncan, first time at the Gambler. First day at this track. Not looking like that as he comes around outer zone number 1. Gonzalez in the chase. I don't know if that was a straight, and I'm going to leave that one to the judges. But
that didn't look good. Man,
Duncan is looking great here, coming through that center section across the inner clip and into outer zone number 4. And I'm not blind. That was definitely a straight and by Gonzalez in the chase. I'm wondering if he's possibly having some car issues there. Duncan coming around outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, looking very smooth, transitioning up into outer zone number 6 of the bank. That wing was nice and close, like we like to see it. Excellent lead run. Unfortunately, some mistakes in the chase by Gonzalez. That is going to cost him for sure.
Side bets already going down in the chat. Dunkin' Donuts out there. Jacob with that 700 horsepower JZ S13 taking his lead, basically smoking out his opponent. Gonzalez trying to just do anything he can to keep into the chat. But unfortunately, with the confirmation, shutting down right down the exit of outside 1 to 2, and then also shutting down, leaving that front inside clip to outside 4, it's not looking good for the second half of the battle.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm thinking that Chris Gonzalez, car trouble there, which is unfortunate. We've seen him really rip out here before, and it's not a good time when he's battling car issues. So if he's able to get back to the line, he's going to go ahead and lead, and Duncan will chase him down. I believe he does still have his comp timeout if he needs it, but yeah. Mike, we just
He shook him so hard he left.
Gonzalez forfeit? All right. Okay, we're getting word that Gonzalez forfeit. He still has his 5-minute timeout. Perhaps he does not want to take that. A lot of times you can't fix what's wrong with the car in 5 minutes, and I get that. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and send Duncan on a bye run there if Gonzalez forfeits his run.
It looks like we got a confirmation of a Tesla owner in the chat that everything I said was a lie. My tests say otherwise, but just saying.
It's Ricky in the chat. You didn't kill him.
Ricky's alive?
We've got the one and only Ricky Hoffman Racing in the chat. Mike tried to murder him in the hairpin of Outer Zone 5 way back in the day.
So Ricky Hoffman, sidestep. Ricky Hoffman's a great dancer. If you've never seen Ricky dance, he does this Ricky stomp stop right there in the hairpin. It's pretty clear. It's like, I don't know. It's one of my favorite moves that he's ever done. But definitely, we tango real good when he does that kind of stuff.
All right, let's let Duncan throw some donuts in the chat. We'll enjoy this Duncan run here for you guys, and we'll get right back into our next battle. We only have 2 more in the team.
got so many Tesla owners in the chat telling me that whatever I said was not true. If you guys listen or take anything I say and quote it, that's on y'all. You signed a waiver when you got in here.
Yeah, if you're going to listen to Mike, your mileage will vary.
Or all these Tesla drivers are lying. Nope, those long silences are there to keep you humble.
You guys, we can't make anyone happy in here. It's like, hey, stop yapping on the mic, and then it's like, don't do any silences. What should we talk about?
You know, text the chat. Let me know.
Tesla drivers are also flat earthers. Ricky Hoffman with the important information here. All right, buddy.
That's false, dude. The GPS, you zoom out all the way. It's a globe. It's a circle. I've seen it, Ricky.
You might have bonked him too hard on the head with your front tire.
I don't know how you can't see that. Tesla has like a TV screen in there. It's bigger than most things they sell at Walmart.
Slimothy with the Dino Facts in the chat. And my favorite Dino Fact is that they died so that we could do sideways burnouts. Moment of silence for those dinos.
So it looks like Ethan wants us to talk about Come Drift, and he's not humble.
I want to know where they're at.
Was that a dating profile?
They're always in the chat, that drift team. And where are they on the track right now?
If you got a job, quit. It's Saturday. What are you doing anyway?
Come on out. All right, we're taking a quick break here for the drone, changing batteries. Some fun battery facts if we want to talk about that. As the battery gets hot, it loses its charge a lot faster. Isn't that wild? So if those things have been cooking in the sky, that's why we're having more battery timeouts than normal.
All I'm saying is to keep this thing on me. I watch them like quick lap that thing. You ever see like a Call of Duty like kind of quick load?
I love tactical reloads. I saw a dude tactically reload a paper towel the other day, and I've been laughing about it ever since.
Do you think they practice that? Do you think
I
they
hope
go
so.
home and just...
Yeah, it was the best ever. If you guys see any cool tactical reloads, go ahead and shoot me a DM of the video so I can have a nice chuckle.
Just send the lizard meme. Just send the lizard
meme.
meme.
The dumbest reels and any lizard reels, please send my way so I can have a good chuckle.
RJ Jiff asks if his SR is actually, does that say fast? Ew. Sir, you are mistaken. It's just loud.
Right. Lights are out. Away we go. Trevor Root in the lead. Garber chasing him down. Root coming up outer zone number one. Looking like he's done this before. Let's see if he's going to be Trevor Tree after this round. Nicely done on outer zone number 2. Garber reeling him in there, going into outer zone number 3. Root could have been just a skosh deeper there, but nicely done on that inner clip. Transitioning around to outer zone number 4. Nicely done there, fully filling that zone, allowing Garber to really get close to him in outer zone number 5 of the hairpin, the People's Corner. Coming across the track, transitioning over that reference point and up into the bank. Man, did Garber get some dirt there? There down low. That was wild, guys. I think he caught some dirt. That's a dangerous place to be dipping a tire.
Yeah, Root definitely putting down the line here, getting barked at from behind. Both drivers doing a fantastic job throughout their licks. Our last side of the right side of the bracket. Garber trying to put the pressure on here, but Root just doing what he needs to do with that LSA V8. Oh man, he stole your father?
Oh my goodness, guys. Yeah, if anyone wants to be a sponsor of The Gambler and get a banner out here, you're more than welcome. You can also sponsor a Let It Ride token. And I just want everyone to know that we are obligated to announce whatever the tokens are called. So go ahead and do that with what you will. More money here means more prizes for the drivers as well.
Yeah, we're always down to help the drivers recuperate their costs throughout the weekend so they come out and compete as many times as they possibly can throughout the entire country. We don't just want them here at E-Town. We want them everywhere, but This is round 3 of the Gambler, and they're locked in. We have all 32 drivers. We're getting into our top 8. We're on the right side of the bracket. Our finals of the top 16. We're waiting for our final battle. Trevor Root already taking his lead with that LSA-powered V8 going up against Garber. Now has the responsibility to lead. He's getting chased down by that V8-powered BMW of Trevor Tree.
Trevor Tree. I would say that was a Trevor Tree performance on that last one. He's got to keep it together, though.
It only takes one lick off of the wall to turn that BMW into an airplane.
I highly suggest not licking the wall, but do with
You're
that
not their
information
father.
what
You can do
will.
whatever you want. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
your car.
Also, let's shout out to Faction Motorsports. Faction, we love those guys, especially Frankie. Frankie's probably at home enjoying a nice hike in a good Nature Valley granola bar. But what he should be doing is finishing his car so he can come out and drive with us. All right, here we go. The lights are out. Let's go to the second half of this battle. Garber in the lead, Root chasing him down. They're calling him Trevor Twee in the chat, and we know how he's earned that name. Coming around outer zone number 2, Garber looking absolutely settled, allowing Root to really get close to his door coming into outer zone number 3. Garber transitioning across, perfect placement on that inner clip. Trevor Root on his door as they come into outer zone number 4. Garber doing a nice job looking settled through that zone in the endless mayhem. E36, Trevor Root put his tire right where it belongs on the door of Garber as he transitions across that reference point and up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Trevor Tree showing us, that's what we need to see from him in the chase position. Trevor Twee in the chat.
Root, also a pro spec driver out here on a 235 tire in his old car. He built a new chassis for his pro spec ventures. This car has been at Gamblers, seen the podium multiple times, and it looks like our judges do have a verdict.
And we do. Trevor Root gets the win. Trevor Root and that incredible chase and also his great lead is going to earn him a spot in the top 16. Excellent driving by Garber as well, but he will be heading home for the day. We have one more battle here. This is the one more time battle between Little and Hoyer. And I will remind you guys that there was a rule change for qualifying, but there was another rule change as well. I don't know if everyone read the fine print on Instagram post last time.
I can't read.
Mike can't read, so I will go ahead and tell him. So if we have a one more time battle for errors, like if there's a one more time battle, this might even be just for zeros.
It's 2 zeros. So
Correct.
basically, if one driver comes through and zeros, and the other driver also zeros independently in 2 different runs on both sides of the battle, they both lose. You both suck, you go home. You get one more time, and then you both suck and you go home.
I think it's just the one. So I think they get a one more time battle. They do battle. If they both zero, they get a one more
Yep.
time. And if they both zero again,
That's it. They both
as
lose.
they say, pack that stuff on the trailer.
You both lose. You get one chance here at the Gambler. We give you one mulligan, that 5-minute timeout. But if both of y'all can't figure it out, y'all just can't dance. Go home.
Sheesh.
That's it. You can come back next time.
Mike, when are
Round
you going to
4.
come out and dance with that Supra?
I tried this time. I really did. You know? But like the majority of us, circles are expensive. Big shout to Valino Tires. Hopefully, maybe I'll be at round 4. Subtle plug. Sarah won't be here, so I definitely
I won't.
can.
You need to be up in the booth, brother.
Nah. Maybe if you're in the chat and you have, I don't know, if you ever talked into a stick before, hit my DMs. I won't answer you, but you can hit my DMs. Maybe you'll be at round 4 and you can join me up in the booth.
All right, here we go for our one more time battle. The lights are off. Here we go. Little in the lead. Hoyer and Chase. Little tossing it in there. Small adjustment on entry, but he's pretty settled as he comes up to outer zone number 1, where we want to see him on throttle. Excellent job. Hoyer in the chase position, sticking with him, but kind of hanging back there from 2 to 3. Really far on the inside. Little exactly where he needs to be in outer zone number 3. Coming across that inner clip and around to outer zone number 4. Little putting that tire in the zone like we like to see. Transitioning across the track. Let's see if he can get it all the way in outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, and he does. Hoyer sticking with him through that smoke, transitioning a little bit early there. Let's see if he can stick with it. Pulling a bit of angle to stick with Little as he gets up into the bank. This is really similar to what we first saw out here.
I'm overhearing a little bit of our judges' comments. Some good, some bad, some nasty. But, you know, they're out here and they're being judgy. It's a hard job. All 3 of them up here doing all the math, all the boy math. They're watching the exact same replays. You guys are at home on YouTube and Facebook watching that live stream. If you guys are joining us here at Raceway Park, join the live stream. Jump in the chat. You know, talk smack. Everybody here, Throw hands. I don't care. Be respectful to your neighbors, but like do whatever you want. I'm not your father.
You know the rules. If you're gonna fight, make sure there's a camera pointed at you.
Yeah, keep it one-on-one. All right, none of that other stuff. All right, that's all you need. One-on-one. We don't need a group stuff. You don't jump in.
All right, the
And,
lights are
bump
out.
the belt.
Away we go for the second half of this battle. Hoyer in the lead, Little chasing him down. Hoyer coming around outer zone number 1, looking much more settled here, picking up speed. Maybe even one tire off as he comes out of that zone. Little using that as an opportunity to reel him in. Really close there, coming from 2 to 3. Hoyer doing a great job getting in the zones, not as shallow as he was on his chase, so he's definitely got it down in the lead. A little bit of an error there, an adjustment to get into outer zone number 4. Hoyer coming around outer zone number 5. Little knocking at the door as they come around the hairpin of the People's Corner, across that reference point and transitioning simultaneously up in outer zone number 6. Little sending it back there and definitely making some contact with the wall. Wow. We're going to have defer to our judges there to see what they think about that. Again, some few small errors here and there. Our judges are going to have to pick up on and let us know who won. All right, let's go gambling.
Yo, Ethan's in here pressuring us in the chat. Ethan just wants to hear my sweet, sweet throat the entire night. We have
All
one
right,
battle
take it
left, waiting for our
easy.
judges to finish out that final verdict. And we're going to take a quick, very quick 5-minute break. We're maybe throwing up some quick footage,
I
some
think-
content we've collected.
Yep,
But
and-
otherwise, we're going to let our judges go to the bathroom because this one guy, he's going to ruin this bench. You
One
know
of
what I
our
mean?
judges is about to pee his shorts, so we're going to let him go to the bathroom and remedy that situation. But we'll put up the bracket really quickly in order to get you guys up to speed on top 16, and we'll take a quick break heading into top 16. But we do have a verdict. And Hoyer gets the win and moves on. Hoyer gets the win, upsetting Little, who qualified 3rd. Massive upset there after that one more time battle. And Hoyer is going to get that win and move on into the top 16.
Big shout to Little and his entire team for showing up for the Gambler. Unfortunately, that's going to end his day here at round 3 on the road course. At this time, that concludes our top 32. We are now into our top 16. On the left side of the bracket, we got Meyer versus Hess, D'Alessio versus Bystrack, Lipton versus Revert, Denofa versus Crosette, Knapp versus Sylvia, The King versus Oaks, Hoya versus Villapor, and Duncan versus Root. Going into our top 16, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, basically to let our judges get a quick bathroom break in because they cannot function very well when they have to pee. And then we'll get right back into the action here, into our top 16 at round 3 of the Gambler. Don't go anywhere. Grab your snacks, tip your bartenders. We'll be back here in a moment.
Follow with me.
In his presence, phony rappers a shiver. In his presence, phony rappers a shiver. In his presence, phony rappers a shiver. In his presence, phony rappers a shiver.
Stop back over at Sneaky Pete's Bar, grab yourself a drink, tip your bartenders, or if you are at home, great bathroom break opportunity, grab some snacks, and we'll be right back here for our top 16 of round 3 of the Gambler here in just minutes. Stay tuned.
This message is brought to you by Faction Motorsports. Located in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Faction Motorsports is your source for JDM performance, aero parts, rare OEM Nissan parts, and precision services like touchless tire mounting and balancing, vapor honing, suspension overhauls, and four-wheel alignments. It doesn't matter if it's your first time on grid or if you had countless laps, Faction Motorsports keeps you on track. Visit www.factionmotorsports.com to browse our wide selection of JDM performance parts. Also, check out our YouTube, Instagram, and podcast for all things JDM and content made for the drifting community.
This is your warning. We got one judge left in the bathroom. Both these guys up here speed peeing. Honestly impressive. They got it back up the bleachers, full sprint. Sarah did get back here the first, so Reese, did you wipe? He said, what? All right, our last judge is working his way back up to the judge's booth. At this time, all competing drivers return to your grid. If you are here at Sneaky Pete's, make sure you tip your bartender, work your way back into the bleachers. We're about to get into our top 16 of round 3 of The Gambler. If you're joining us on the internet, welcome. Hop in the chat. Let me know you're still here. Let me know you're still alive, and Chris Knapp didn't put you to sleep. Yeah, we're ready. Honestly, we're waiting on people in the chat. Yeah, honestly, we're waiting on people in the chat. I ain't making a move until RG does something, you know? RG's been sitting here talking the whole time. RG, where you at, bud? Did you leave? Once again, thank you guys for your patience, both on the internet and here live and in person at Raceway Park. This is round 3 of the Gambler. If you are just joining us, welcome to beautiful New Jersey. We have a beautiful sub 80 degree weather day here. The sun is out and we are getting into our top 16. All of our drivers battling it out. We had a full field of drivers already seeing one round of tandem battles here. They've already survived. Now it's down to the last 16 men and women that are going to come down to finalize the last 3 spots on that podium. And of course, our first loser and fourth. But those top 3 spots are going to take away those big checks, the prize, the winnings, the earnings, the pictures, the internet fame, everything that comes with a win here of the Gambler. But first, they got to make it through the top 16 and fight it all the way through. We're about to get started in the second half of our top 32 battles here of round 3. So get situated, get your drink, get your snacks. You know what? Wipe your butt. Sit down. We're about to get back to it.
Was that Mike confirming that he sits to pee?
Every time. I don't know why y'all stand. Lazy.
All right, and while we're waiting for our guys to head to grid, thank you so much to our sponsors of Raceway Parks, The Gambler, 506 Wraps, Drift HQ, East Coast Drift School. If you guys think you can do this, hop on down here for some East Coast Drift School lessons. Get your practice in. Of course, Faction Motorsports, where you want to go to if you need any parts for drifting as well. FDF Race Shop, Freedom Motorsports, Holiday Inn Express, Limited Glove Company, Raceway Park, of course, our lovely host, Valino Tire, and Vital Focus Media.
Definitely a big shout. Make sure you show some love on social media. Go tell them the Gambler sent you over. I don't know, you can say whatever you want. Just let them know the Gambler sent you over. That's the age of the internet here. Make sure you show love all these events and companies helping make this entire series happen all year long, as well as East Coast Drift. Raceway Park is putting on a slew of events the entirety of the year, allowing us to come out here and enjoy ourselves almost every weekend available. So if you like to sign up, get taught, maybe just need a little shakedown of your own little private road course session, maybe you've just been running the sim too long, and you know it's time to come out here and do it for real.
Yeah, I'm going to say some bold stuff right now. These sim guys have been getting wild in comment sections.
They're better than you that don't, I'll say.
Then they need to come out here and they need to show me in person, and then I will believe it. I'll be the first one to say it.
Jacob Duncan only has driven sim laps at Raceway Park, showed up today, did practice, and now he's in the top 16.
Yeah, there you go. There's a great example. So if you guys are really throwing down on sim, I think it's time to grab a car and come out here and show us what you got.
Yeah, I know. I've definitely I've met a lot of y'all in the Aceta lobbies. Y'all are good enough to come out here. Sign up, racewaypark.com. And if you're not, you'll find out. But either way, sign up, racewaypark.com.
Great way to find out before you join us at the Gambler is get a little nice East Coast Drift School lesson.
Even better. Sign up for the Casino Royale, a cageless tandem cop with the similar rule specs, but nonetheless still a full field of drivers. We just did it last weekend. We had a ton of drivers. Jimmy Oakes was down here. Reese Marin was actually competing. Dude lost though. Now he's up here judging. Sorry, bud. Yeah, you can't take a win one week and then come back up. You got to keep him humble. That is life. But we have a slew of drivers coming all over the place coming out for Casino Royales and Gamblers, any of those. If you don't even have a cage in your car, there's still some way to compete at Raceway Park.
100%, Mike. And here we go. Chris Meyer, the first lap we see out here from him in competition, our number one qualifier, tosses it in there, getting chased down by Hess in a rental car, so that he is driving someone else's car right now. Chris Meyer absolutely picking up speed as he comes between 2 and 3, showing us why he's that number one qualifier, and Hess trying to reel him in, pulling out some angle, but he's next to him as he comes in outer zone number 4. Chris Meyer doing an excellent job, looking super smooth. E-brake pull to get into outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Hess is knocking on the door as they come across that reference point and up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Chris nice and high, kissing the edge of that zone. Hess right behind him. Give it up for these guys. First battle in the top 16.
Yeah, Meyer definitely doing what he needs to do in that lead position. Hess in that borrowed vehicle. I don't know if that plenum space is going to be enough to keep up with that V8 and Chris Meyer's fluidity throughout our course here. Chris Meyer is no stranger to the top of the box. He knows what our judges want to see.
Absolutely. A Gambler regular here. I believe he is about 11th in points. He's only been to one round previously, finished 4th. But he's out here, he's out here to run him up. And I heard from his spotter that his preferred emoji is the Easter Island head.
All right.
So let's drop some Easter Island heads in the chat here for him. A big stoic guy. That goes with him well, I think.
Stone cold killer.
Because you'll go up to Chris and you'll be like, hey, man, great run. And he's just like, mint. That's all you get from that guy.
I love talking to Chris for that. No matter what you say, Chris will, yep.
All right, here we go. Lights are out. This time, Hess will lead. Meyer will chase. Hess tossing it in there. Chris Meyer pouring on the angle in the chase position. Hess working his way up out of zone number 1, looking so fluid in that rented car. That's not even his car. Excellent job there, getting all the way into outer zone number 2. Maybe a little too deep there. Chris Meyer doesn't appear phased in the chase position.
As he exits.
Exit stage left. Again, Chris Meyer not phased is going to continue, and unfortunately, that is a 0 in the lead for Hess.
Yeah, Hess, honestly, piloting everything under the sun this weekend. Unfortunately, it looks like he caught just that corner of the dirt coming down the hill, and it just sent him a little too far. It may have broken. I don't want to speak for the driver or their crew, but nonetheless, he exited stage left. That run is over. Chris Meyer is going to stand with the advantage, and it looks like he's going to take the win. Chris Meyer officially gets the win, working his way into the top 8.
All right, so Chris Meyer moving on, our first driver into the top 8. Up next on the line, we have Nick D'Alessio up against Matt Bystrack, who has knocked out Nate Chen. The first upset here in our top 32. So Bystrack seems to tear. We'll see what he's got for us up against Nick D'Alessio, 2 different cars.
D'Alessio is still an SR car, correct?
I
No,
believe
it's
he's a JZ. I think it's a
1J.
1JZ. Sometimes those JZ guys do that goofy 1.5J where they just Frankenstein themselves a motor together. Hey, can't hate, because I have the same kind of setup a little bit. But
Look, JZs are one of those things that you pick a JZ based upon what manifold you bought 8 years ago. All right?
Is it like getting sorted into your Harry Potter house?
100%. If you got a non-VVTi 1J, that's you for life, brother. No one's paying for a new manifold. Get out of here.
Yeah, you choose your motor, get sorted into your house, and then that's just the motor you have forever. That's the only way to explain people being interested in RVs.
So make your first choices wisely. I suggest the 2JZ, VVTi. Don't touch any of my aluminum 5.3s. I'm a happy camper, so you guys have those JZs.
Gross.
Yeah, all right, iron block.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Give me
Fatty.
that boat motor. Give me that
Fatty.
big old thing.
Fatty.
I'll tell you what, hand winching my car up on the trailer when it broke last round, I was really cursing that iron block in there, boy.
I push mine up with 2 fingers because it's broken all the time. All right, let's get back into our next battle. Enough about us. Our next top 16 battle, D'Alessio and Bystrack patiently waiting for our judges. Judges are good. Judges are good. Waiting for our drones, and the lights are illuminated. We're going to jump right into it. Nick D'Alessio taking that lead position as Bystrack with that Jay-Z-powered S13 has to chase him down. D'Alessio with a legit S13 Silvia right-hand drive, 1J-powered vehicle. R.I.P. that manifold, brother. But Bystrack coming through outside zone number 1, trying to keep that proximity on. And D'Alessio doing a great job dumping into outside zone number 2. Bystrack keeping that pressure on as D'Alessio doing a great job going into outside 3, rotates into that front inside clip. Bystrack right on the back bumper of that coupe. Bystrack makes a major corrective, and it's just too much sauce to fix as D'Alessio's is going to finish off through outside 4. Bystrack, unfortunately, unable to re-wrestle a car after a corrective, trying not to make contact with the back of D'Alessio. Honestly, that's one of those times you just got to smack him, dude. Hit him. If you want to win, you got to hit him.
It's true. Sometimes you got to hit them.
Once again, don't quote me because I'm not a doctor, but you do really well in drifting when you try to hit them by actively not trying to hit them. That's where you get in the nice little Goldilocks zone.
Surprisingly, that does make a bit of sense, Mike.
Until they don't do what they're supposed to do, and then you run them over.
Hey, it is a moving target. Unfortunately, sometimes you yee and sometimes you haw, and unfortunately, Bystrack, I guess, just put a little bit too much on that last one. Nick D'Alessio finishing off the run. We will bring them back to the line as long as Bystrack's car is able to continue. Bystrack will lead, and D'Alessio will chase him down. D'Alessio always looks very smooth behind the wheel. I can only imagine he's listening to some nice, classical Italian music in there. You know?
I just know he's shaking all that espresso. His middle finger and his pinky are literally doing a drum roll.
All right, Nick, if you win, you make us proud. If you lose, we're taking you to Olive Garden. And we're going to make you eat it, too.
Bystrack's coming, too. Really rub it in.
All
right, here we go. Second half of the battle here. Bystrack now with the responsibility of the lead, giving the real estate to D'Alessio's 1J-powered S13 Silvia. Both drivers initiate well before that last initiation point, dumping into outside zone number 1. Bystrack getting that purple and white S13 out into the zone. Getting that rear axle right where the judges want to see it is all that tire smoke. Rotates to outside 2. D'Alessio jumps through the tire smoke, a little shy, a little shallow coming down the hill as Bystrack clicks off outside 3. D'Alessio falls back in the line now, a bit car lengths behind Bystrack as they both rotate past that inside clip, going into outside zone number 4. Bystrack getting the wheel speed up as he rotates back into that people's corner, but D'Alessio jumps back into the conversation now, talking smack into his window as Bystrack screens past the judges' tower, back to that reference point and back down. D'Alessio shortly behind him, taking a tighter lap, while Bystrack is up in that outside zone and across the finish line. Both drivers across, safe and sound, but we'll have to see how that major deficit with Bystrack goes, and it looks like it may be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that was a heck of a drive by Bystrack, but unfortunately it's not enough to negate that spin. We will wait to hear from the drivers in case they saw something in the replay that we didn't, but once it's official, we will let you guys know.
I'm getting word from the Bystrack camp that this is Ricky Hoffman's fault.
It must be. It has to be. Hi, Brandon. We got a Kabasa Kevin in the chat. One of my favorite homies. Judging last time. We see him out at the Gambler every now and then doing rollbacks in the distance as the sun sets. That's my favorite kind of Kev.
Honestly, Golden Hour Kev is kind of iconic.
Yeah, Golden Hour rollback in the burnout box Kev is one of my favorites. My second favorite is when his lovely lady takes his car out to the girls' event and whips it. Real good. Shout out Jackie. Thank you so much.
Our next two drivers on the line waiting to battle it out. We got Lipton and Revert. Lipton piloting that blue Corvette going up against Jimmy in that blue S13. Pretty sure Jimmy is sporting a V8. Don't know how many displacement numbers are going on in there. That's math and reading. I'm not looking into that. And we also have Lipton, which I'm pretty sure is just a factory 5.7, 5.3 in there. So honestly, 8 holes.
Yeah, okay. Sometimes you just don't want to open them and let the magic out, you know?
Anybody with an SR, if you're not paying attention, if you touch it, it will blow up. Just saying.
All right, and our judges are done deliberating. They just wanted to take a look at that replay to make sure there was no funny business going on. And it is official. Nick D'Alessio, Nick Delicious, gets the win. Moving to the top 8, he will see Chris Meyer. All right, we got Jabbar in the chat talking smack instead of coming out here and driving. So far, everyone's brakes have been doing fine.
I'm pretty sure
know.
Jabbar's here.
Is he here?
Jabbar, where you at, brother? Stand up.
Come on, stand up.
Where he is? I know.
Is he at the bar?
There he is.
There he is. Hey, so that reminds me to remind you guys that if you'd like to talk some smack in the chat with us, pull up that YouTube live stream, throw some emojis in there. On the line now, we have Lipton and Rayvert. Lipton in the lead. Rayvert chasing him down. Lipton looking smooth in that Corvette. Getting in that outer zone just a little bit late. Jimmy uncharacteristically falling back there in the chase. This is not like him. Coming down the hill, Lipton looking steady as always as he transitions across that inner clip. Rayvert is struggling a bit to keep up. Oh, God. He tried to bite him, Mike. He tried to bite him.
He tried to stab him.
There's violence in outer zone number 4 in my zone, unfortunately. Here we come around outer zone number 5. Lipton looks entirely unfazed by this plan of attack in outer zone number 4. Little left foot brake going on there to keep it settled in that zone, but across the line, man, Rayvert's got to be fighting car issues because this wasn't what he was doing earlier.
Yeah, Rayvert, Jimmy definitely trying everything in his repertoire to try to get into the side of Lipton's Corvette, but just everything he has is not cleaning up that deficit. Lipton's Corvette is literally just moving away from his S13 until Jimmy literally ran out of choices and tried to stab the guy. Very entertaining in my point. But Jimmy, I think, just tried to exhaust all the options, trying to close up that proximity, and just ran out of sauce.
I hate when I run out of sauce, truly. I love a good amount of sauce. Worth noting that Jimmy Rayvert stole Trevor Chernuka's Let It Ride token, resetting that Drift HQ token to $25. If he loses, Lipton steals that token and takes it into the top 8. If something crazy happens, which it's happened before, and Rayvert wins, he will double that Let It Ride token into the top 8. I love the tokens. I love the extra little side bets we got going on here.
Well, this is one of those battles that can get interesting. Jimmy, obviously, lacking a little bit of a pace behind Lipton's Corvette, trying to make up that deficit cost him a mistake, but now his responsibility in the lead position, now Lipton in his Corvette has to chase down that exact same machine that Jimmy just tried to keep up with Lipton. So if Lipton makes a mistake, we could be back in the one more time, and then if they both zero again, guess what, fellas? You both suck and you go home. All right, we just dubbed Lipton the iced tea emoji. So Lipton, get some tea emojis in the chat for Lipton. We need some Jimmy Revert emoji suggestions. So blow chat out. Let me know what Jimmy should get. I would give him the knife, but he didn't connect, so he didn't really stab nobody.
All right, the lights are out. Here we go. Jimmy Rayvert in the lead. Lipton chasing him down. Rayvert looks completely fine. Maybe the car, all right, never mind. It's breaking up a little bit as he comes around outer zone number 2. Pouring smoke, though. He's definitely given it every ounce of what it's got. Taking out all of our clips. Oh, my gosh, I thought he was spinning. Coming across that inner clip and hucking it way too hard in outer zone number 4. Missing that zone completely. Choking up Lipton in the chase. But I'm not going to blame Lipton here. Jimmy has his car set on kill mode. On 1 billion%. That is insane. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough. He still had some errors in the lead, and Lipton did straighten out behind Jimmy, but Jimmy was so far off the line. Personally, I don't think that would be held against him.
I think Lipton's lead lap is really going to solidify Lipton's win here. But I will give credit where credit's due, and some people were questioning in the chat what defense looks like. Jimmy knew he was screwed. Jimmy came in with a deficit, and he came out and threw all the wheel speed, all the tire smoke. He was a little offline, but if he nailed that checklist that our judges were looking for, and Lipton still made that mistake, we could look at a different decision. But right now we'll have to weigh on the judges. I can't do math, nor can I read, so it's ultimately up to our judges on the final decision.
It's been great. I've been passing Mike notes all day. He's no clue what they say. But the judges did lean over and let me know that Lipton gets the win. Lipton gets the win, moving on to the top 8. Unfortunately, like a heck of a drive by Jimmy. Unfortunately, he's kind of offline in certain spots, and it's not going to make up for that error in the chase position. So Lipton will move on into the top 8, and he will go up against the winner of our next battle, which is Colin Crissette and Chelsea DeNofa.
Honestly, Jimmy, if you're listening later on in the stream, explore that. I would love to see you nail that run, but nonetheless, he gets a loss. Lipton's going to take himself into the top 8. And our next battle up in the line is Denofa with our our winner of Casino Royale last weekend, Colin Cressett.
Absolutely. So we got pepperoni pizzas and we got croissants. Kielbasa Kevin has already put his croissants in the chat. Of course, our boy Kev. Bomboclat.
Colin locked himself into that lead position, qualifying 5th here. Going up against Denofa, qualifying 12th. Colin coming in with a bunch of positive energy as well as negative. The dude literally almost died yesterday, but he's here nonetheless. Out here ripping, getting chased down by Chelsea Denofa at round 3 of the E-Town Gambler. Colin doing a great job getting into outside zone number 1, getting that rear axle where he needs to be, but Chelsea Denofa is locked into position on the door handle, just skirts off the back bumper of that G35 as he rolls down the hill. Colin giving all the real estate to Chelsea Denofa to work with as Denofa works his way to the side of that G35 and the back as they rotate past that front inside clip. Colin does a good job dumping in the outside zone number 4. Denofa still right there, barks right at the side around people's corner. Colin giving him all the real estate to play with that Fox body. Denofa still right there. That ego boost screaming on the backside as Colin's giving him everything he can. It's going up into that last outside zone, but Denofa cannot be shaken and across the finish line. Denofa shadowing everything Colin's doing out there on track.
Excellent battle. Honestly, I had a feeling this one was going to be like one of the finals battles, and it did not disappoint. Luckily, we have another run left to go, so this should be interesting. Chelsea will leave. Colin Cressett will chase him down. Really glad that it doesn't appear that Colin's car is giving him any issues at this current point, so hopefully it continues that way. Yeah, and we have a birthday shout-out, it appears in the chat here. Happy birthday to Eddie, who's out here joining us today in the crowd. Everyone give this man a little round of applause. Happy birthday, Eddie. Woo!
Shots, 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 shots.
If he's over 21. Other than that, there's snacks. Does
yeah,
that
with
work with the
gushers
song?
and stuff.
Okay.
Yo, take it easy.
Anyway, up next on the line is the lead and Colin Cressett giving chase.
Yo, no St. Louis, all right?
And we're really glad to have everybody out here this afternoon. We see a croissant shirt over there. Love that. Croissant shirt. Let it fly. Excellent. Excellent work. Me and Mike are just going to take a quick break.
Bystract is definitely 6'3" and tall as he walks up to the spotter's tower.
Full of snow money to the brim, and I'm not trying to get down with that. You know what I'm saying? All right, the lights are out. Away we go. Chelsea Denofa in the lead. Colin Cressett giving chase. Chelsea Denofa's got the Fox back out. He's ready to rowdy here. Coming up the track in outer zone number 1. Colin is not letting him get away in the chase position. Chelsea Denofa switching back up into outer zone number 2. Colin Cressett, he's giving him a run for his money in the chase position there. Really nicely done by Colin, but can't have a good lead can't have a good chase without a good lead. And Chelsea Denofa is putting down an absolute heater in the lead position. I would not expect anything less. Transitioning around to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Chelsea Denofa, Colin Cressett kind of getting ahead of the game there. Clutch kicking his way through that as they transition across that reference point and up into the bank turn. Unfortunately, Colin pulls out a drift. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Colin getting late into outside zone 1, but cleaning it up super early, getting to the side of that Fox body. But then you guys can see through People's Corner, that G35 just unfortunately getting a little bit hooked up, trying to take a tighter line, and then he goes to go to the reference point and unfortunately just shuts it down right for the bank wall. Not what we need to see in the judges' eyes, but we'll have to wait on our judges for our final verdict. But I, as an uneducated doctor, would have to say Chelsea Denofa may walk away with a win here. This is for Ethan. It's been quiet for about 30 seconds. I just want to let you know that we're still here, Ethan. It's okay, brother. We're here. I'm here with you.
That is a Mustang, Ethan. Old Mustang for us olds. And we will remember the legend of the Fox body. And Chelsea's... Oh.
Sorry, correction in the chat. Matt Bystrack is 6'4".
And that's a 6 foot 4 inches of wanting no part of that either. So me and Mike were hiding under the table while he had some words with the judges. because that's truly none of our business.
Yo, he just put Reese the Chris Knapp.
Anyway, back to the battle at hand we have here. Chelsea DeNofa, Colin Cressette. Judges are taking a look at the replay. If you guys are curious about the replay, the side-by-side, pull up the YouTube live stream. You'll be able to see exactly what we see while the judges are taking a look. I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume they want to have a quick look at whatever shenanigans went down before the bank turn. Colin pulling out a drift is unlike him unless he had a mechanical failure. We want to make sure there's nothing going on there and that it was they have all the details before they make a decision.
Let's not water it off. Both these drivers need to make sure that in their lead lap, they're checking out the checklist that our judges want to see as deep as possible without putting that rear axle past our track limits. 2 tires off is a major deduction, 3 is a 0, and 4, you suck.
4 tires off is the motocross track is on the other side.
You left,
is what
brother.
Yeah.
You gone.
Okay. Oh, here we go. In the meantime, we've sent another battle here. Chris Knapp and Phil Silva. Chris Knapp in the lead. Phil Silva qualifying 18th is going to chase him down. Chris Knapp is on quite the tear here as he comes around outer zone 2 and 3. Phil transitioning at the same time as Chris as they come around outer zone number 4. Chris Knapp on absolute fire in the lead. Phil Silva chasing him down. This is an excellent battle here in your top 16. Chris Knapp absolutely animal behind the wheels. He comes across that reference point and up into the bank turn. Phil on his door. Give it up for these guys. What a run.
Definitely a solid lap out of both of these gentlemen. Phil putting the pressure on, but Chris Knapp in that 1UZ powered IS300 is looking as fluid as ever. He is navigating this course with such grace and speed. I am enjoying watching that IS. Honestly, put down work today, and he has his battle now set up for him. Second half of the battle. Chris Knapp now has to chase. Sarah, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I think you're the mango pulp one. I'm just going to put it out there. Chat's lit. If you guys aren't on the internet, you're missing out. You guys are watching the same exact live stream and the same footage our judges are watching, as well as joining me and Sarah on the internet. I can't read, and Sarah reads me whatever she feels like is necessary.
I screen the comments to make sure it doesn't offend his delicate sensibilities. All right, here we go for the second half of this battle. Phil Silva in the lead. Chris Knapp chasing him down. Phil the dent guy. He'll put those dents in your door and then pop them out for you. He's coming around outer zone number 1, looking absolutely smooth down outer zone 2 and 3. Chris Knapp diving up to try to get close to him. Phil's pulling a bit of a gap as he gets through that center section there. Chris Knapp is sticking with him though, popping through that smoke to get into outer zone number 4. Phil, I want you in that zone more, brother, as he comes around to outer zone number 5, allowing Chris Knapp to get close to him. Really well done in the lead in outer zone number 5 by Phil Silva. Chris Knapp in the chase, coming across that reference point. Phil all the way up on the bank. Chris mirroring his angle just a little bit down lower. Nicely done here by both of you. And now I realize that we never announced the winner of that last battle. Chelsea DeNofa gets the win. Chelsea DeNofa gets the win, and we'll move on. Excellent job by Colin, but unfortunately that error there, wondering maybe if he had some car trouble, is going to come back to bite him. And Chelsea will move on and see Jacob Lipton in the top 8.
Definitely stoked to see Colin Cressette only out here yesterday taking quite the lick and getting that car back up and running, and it looks like it's still running and he'll survive another weekend, but unfortunately he lost to Nova. He's not going to make it into that final 8. We're going to move on to the right side of our bracket. It looks like we already jumped in. We got Knapp and Silva, so we're just waiting on our next 2 drivers to warm up our tires. We got Peking and Oaks. Oaks sitting on that 2 times valued Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride chip. That is now $50. If Jimmy loses this battle, that chip goes to Peking. If Oaks wins that battle, that is now a triple valued $75 Freedom Motorsports token going into the final 8.
Exactly, Mike. And we have these 2 drivers on the line just chilling there for a second while our judges are looking at the side-by-side comparison. We'll toss that up on there so you guys can see what they're seeing as well. And as soon as they have a winner between Knapp and Silva, we will let you. It sounds like our media guys are having a great time out there on track as well. Shout out to them. Honestly, you guys support your media wherever you can. Without them, you would not look cool on the internet, which we all know is the point, right?
Hey, media, can I get a oh yeah?
Oh, my gosh. Goodness gracious, you guys. Actually, guys, go easy on Ricky in the chat. He's a new homeowner as of yesterday, I believe. So congratulations to Ricky and Heather. We love to see it. Doing adult stuff like we talked about earlier. We're growing up, Mike.
Ricky just said there's a house party at his place 7:30 p.m. tonight. DM him for the address.
Oh, my God.
BYOB.
Oh, man. Okay.
And open bar.
That
Figure
was
it out.
Mike, by the way. I sat over here.
Ricky just texted me. He let me know.
Oh, he did?
7:30. Good luck,
Okay.
Heather.
All right. Thank you for the lizard in the chat. That does tickle my brain. I enjoy that. One more time. That's what my brain does. Oh, man. Okay. So we have a verdict for the Nap Silva battle. That is going to be a one more time. Perhaps we can get one of the judges on to give a bit of an explanation as to that. He can tell us why he went with a one more time. Reese Marin, everybody.
We just saw errors. We saw a little bit. We saw Phil do a really good job in outside zone 1, and then we saw some other errors that balanced everything out, so we ended up going one more time.
All right, and away we go. Already some drama here in this battle. Jimmy Oakes and Joe King. Looks like an error on entry by Joe, but Jimmy unfazed, continuing along through this this first run. He's quick with that car, man. It looks nice and it moves too, all the way in outer zone number 4. That is what I'm talking about, Jimmy. That is how you fill those zones. Coming around outer zone number 5. Joe's caught up at this point, doing a nice job mirroring Jimmy's angle. Apologies. Coming across that reference point and up into outer zone number 5 of the bank turn. Kind of wonky. What the heck happened on entry there?
Yeah, the King coming in with a lot of energy down the outside zone number 1. Unfortunately, couldn't get settled or got bit up and had to wait and be patient. Jimmy not giving him enough room with that SR20 powered S13. We'll have to go to the judges for our final verdict of actual fault, but nonetheless, Peking with a major correction going into outside zone number 1. Jimmy doing a good job through all our zones here. Jimmy is calculated through his transitions, waiting for his opportunity to place for his next objection. You will see that in his chase as he's now has the responsibility chasing down Peking in his 370Z with that SR20 S13. Jimmy's just really good with that car. Jimmy's good.
He's dialed. He was really had a great showing last weekend as well. He's great. We love having him out here to drive. Fun to drive with.
You're right. You got to keep him humble. Jimmy, you suck. But Jimmy's doing
my
a great
God.
job out here, keeping that SR lit up, keeping the turbo spooled up, keeping that car exactly where it needs to be to make sure he is bid up and in every position that he wants to be for our judges to honestly just call him a winner. Where's our other driver? There he is. Peking's back there. He's chilling. I got scared for her. I was like, no, not another one. Peking already having an issue.
Oh, no.
Now he has the responsibility to lead. Obviously, a ton of horsepower underneath this thing. I have no idea what's underneath the hood of this. His spotter's down there. But, oh, he's got headphones on. He can't hear me.
He's focusing.
Oh, yeah. What engine you got in there? 2J. Oh, 2JZ.
2J.
How many numbers?
Now it's running like 650, but it's 700.
All right, so it's 600-700 horsepower.
I wonder what
JZ
the
underneath the hood of that
exchange rate is on
370.
that.
Yeah. That's
All
like
right,
400 American.
All right, here we go. Joe in the lead. Jimmy chasing him down. Joe comes up to outer zone number 1. Getting in that zone is a little bit late, but doing a nice job with the second half of that zone. Jimmy right behind him there, and Chase popping through that smoke as they come down the hill. Jimmy is doing what he does, and that is chase close in that little car. The little car that could. Coming around there. Joe in the lead, looking very smooth. Not quite out to outer zone number 4 like we'd like him. Jimmy popping through the smoke in the chase position. Joe in the edge of outer zone number 1, and Jimmy right on his door there as they come across that reference point and transition up into outer zone number 5 of the bank turn. I would like Joe a little deeper. I think that's the theme of this run. I would like Joe a little bit deeper. Jimmy was in those zones.
Yeah, Peking definitely has the pace that when that car lights up, like every JZ car, it moves out of it. But the fluidity of Jimmy's lead lap and his chase lap is probably, and it looks like it's going to be official. Ethan, I'm still here, buddy. Don't worry. I'm still here, Ethan. Don't worry. We're just waiting for our judges' final deliberation over that last run. I got excited. assumed. They're going to double check because I don't want to be a liar.
Every time I think about Jimmy Oaks, I think about the Slim Jim to Slender James debate. Like they're trying to church up the Slim Jim, you know? A little Slender James action.
I'm, Dave Mira BMX. I'm just going to throw that out there. If you know, you know. Great game. Better times, you know? Just a better time to be alive.
All right, and let's make it official after the judges' deliberation. Jimmy Oaks is going to get the win. Jimmy Oaks gets the win. Man, I'm going to have to say it's that smooth lead and that real close chase.
Yeah, unfortunately, Peking asking for a little too much too early before one of our judged areas, getting a little bit up on Oaks before he even got into the zone. Unfortunately, ending his battle before he even started. But unfortunately, Oaks still putting on a better lead lap, getting the offset and putting himself into those final 8 position. Oaks also tripling the value of that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride token. Tony, you're up for $75, dude.
I know. You know what's funny is earlier today he's like, hey, why is there a token on my name? And I explained to him what a Let It Ride token was and the concept of it. And the second I was like, well, you know, you can take the money or you can let it ride. He literally, and I wasn't even done speaking. He was like, we're letting it ride. I was like, sick.
I mean, honestly, if you don't let it ride, I think Tim Frito shows up in the middle of the night at your house and eats all of your food.
He just kind of stands in the corner and the music's like, da-na-na-na.
Well, your food's already gone.
And your doors are somehow caved in. How did that happen?
All of them.
All of them.
But
house door, bathroom door.
But all your windows are clean.
Lid to microwave door, caved in.
He cleaned your windows, ate your food, and then stood in your house menacingly.
All right, the lights are out. Away we go for this next battle. This is Hoyer and Lepore in the 19th. And oh my gosh, Hoyer chasing him down, my bad. Lepore coming into outer zone number 2 in that Mustang from 2 to 3. Hoyer in the chase position looking much smoother. Lepore is moving in that Mustang as he comes around outer zone number 4. I love the fluidity in the lead position, allowing Hoyer to really get close to him in the chase. This is one of the best chases we've seen Hoyer do today here at the round 3 of the Gambler. Lepore looking great as he transitions across that reference point and up into the bank turn. He's looking like he's done this before, Mike.
Kyle's definitely looking fluid in that lead position. A little bit of a deficit from Lepore, but still a lap nonetheless. We've got a second half of this battle. If you guys are wondering what just transpired, jump onto that YouTube or Facebook. That live stream is up. You are watching the exact same stream that our judges are judging off of. So if you like to talk smack in the comments, you think you could do better, you got to watch the live stream. You got to see what they're seeing. Waiting on our judges, we got our next set of drivers up on the line. The final battle going into our top 8, Duncan and Root.
Yeah. There was mention of a camera in Sneaky Pete's by our friends at US Drift. I think that'd be cool to have like a stationary camera in there to see who's chilling in the bar. And there was also a comment earlier to see if there was going to be a Coldplay situation. We don't have a camera for the crowd or for us, Mike, even though we're gorgeous and we should be on the camera.
I mean, that's true. To be honest, I'm just waiting for all our brand deals when we eventually put our beautiful faces on the internet. But other than that,
I want to be on a carton of milk.
Same. Let's go missing. All right, here we go. Next battle, jumping right into it. Duncan versus, I'm sorry, the second half of the other battle. What am I talking about?
What are you talking about?
I get excited.
This is Hoyer in the lead. Lepore chasing him down. Hoyer, one tire off track already, getting a little trim on the lawn there. Lepore chasing him down in that Mustang. Getting close to him coming down outer zone number 2 to 3. He's right there with him as they come down the hill to that center section. Hoyer right on the proper line. He's been great on leads all day. Lepore in the chase position. He's putting the pressure on. I would have liked to see Hoyer a little bit deeper in that zone. Lepore jumps up to his door. He's pushing him around outer zone number 5, you guys. Holy moly, they come across that reference point. I think he's going to lose this bumper. He's smacking it up into the wall as Lepore. Oh my gosh, a little bit of violence in outer zone number 5, the People's Corner.
Yeah, so Lepore definitely jumped in Sarah's box, and then the People's Corner just sent it through, said, I'm here to party, sir. I'm right here, knock, knock. Do you have 30 minutes to talk about Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior?
I
Now he
think
calls back
Lepore,
next week about the extended warranty.
Lepore was trying to reach him about his car's extended warranty. He saw a bumper.
That's a follow-up email.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, the follow-up email happened in our zone number 5. And that aggressive chase is definitely going to help him out here because Lepore gets the win. Lepore gets the win. Moving on, Hoyer is knocked out in our top 16. Excellent drive there. Excellent lead for Lepore to chase. And he's going to go up against the winner of our next battle, which is Duncan and Root. Get those trees ready. Get those donuts ready. Let's see who you're rooting for on this battle. Someone has $690.42 on Trevor. Oh, it's Kevin. Kevin, are you taking the tax out before the bet, buddy?
Nah, you round it up. All right, we're waiting for one of those tactical reloads of our drones to happen right now. If you guys are joining us on the internet, you're seeing that side-by-side replay of our last battle here, going up against Hoyer and Lepore. Lepore getting the win, working himself into that final. But Duncan and Root waiting patiently on the grid. They're getting iced out there, you know?
Are they? Come on, guys. I think we're ready.
Trevor Root
Judges are
sporting
ready.
that LSA-powered V8 BMW E36. Was that East Coast gray? Is that legit East Coast gray? Is that just gray?
That's how I would call it. A lot of people are like, oh, it's primer gray, but it's gloss. So I
That's
think
East Coast
yeah,
gray.
I think it's, and I do love East Coast gray, but I will say, I love a good performance mod, but I'm not so good at making the car look nice. Hence the car I drive. So I can't really comment as far as like body kits, car color, or wheel choice because I have terrible taste.
I'm a big advocate of everything should be done, but I'd much rather see you guys drive a car that works extremely well and show off with your driving than any amount of money that could buy any amount of body kit on any car for that
Your
matter.
car always looks nice, Mike.
Yeah, well, you get up real close to it and doesn't look like that no more. But yeah, I mean, everything's 50 feet, 50 miles an hour.
Love that.
I mean, Tinder too.
Oh my god.
50 feet, 50 miles an hour.
Brother.
You show off, they're way worse, you know what I'm saying?
I would not know. Dating apps are a punishment.
What? The Supra's ugly because of... All right. All right, Sarah. Big kudos to everybody out there that does spend an obnoxious amount of money on body kits, paint, wheels, et cetera, et cetera. That extra effort is definitely taken to granted. But since you didn't sign up for the gambler, you still suck. Casino Royale. You got no cage? Casino Royale. You got no excuses now. RacewayPark.com. Get signed up.
You get real quiet when you say the no cage part, Mike.
Well, I got to keep talking. Otherwise, Ethan goes into a tizzy.
I know. Ethan's going to be like, wee woo, wee woo. Silence in the chat. Beep, beep. You want to hear some controversial stuff about body kits? I have KBD and I love it, dude. Dude, you're going to have to pry that on my cold, dead hands. You know how many times I've run over that front bumper due to lack of driving skill? And it is just, it's still kicking.
Yeah, crosswalks are optional with KBD.
I did drive Mike to Wawa earlier, and he was clutching his pearls the entire time. That's when the Tesla let me out in traffic.
And as you see, we were allowed out. So all the Tesla drivers in the chat, either y'all are liars or she intimidated that guy.
Hold on. We got another celeb in the chat. Sweet Lou. Lewis himself. The legend. I haven't seen that man drive in a dog's age.
He's another dad.
Another dad.
We're all
Everybody's
dads.
a dad now.
We're all a bunch of hot dads, you know?
Oh, okay. All right. Reese would like everyone to know that he is not a dad yet.
But ready and willing.
And I heard that Reese is single for any of those lucky ladies in the chat. I don't think there's any girls in the chat right now.
Reese is trying to Pedro energy fucking Tim Wilson.
Slimothy wants to know what is a dad. That would be the guy that was around for like 45 minutes when you're younger and then left to get milk and never came back. And to update, sorry guys.
Root's leaving the competition to go get some milk.
Papa Root. Papa Root's also in attendance. A great example of a dad helping out his son. I think he even parties harder than Trevor does.
Oh, he definitely holds his liquor way better. But nonetheless, Trevor Root getting towed in by one of our track vehicles. Unfortunately, having to call his time out, unsure of what the issue is. You guys have any information Nope, they don't know either.
Too
So,
much freedom is the diagnosis.
okay, so yeah, I was about to say in the chat, let me know. I'm an RN, I'm a nurse.
Well-
So as a doctor, tell me what the diagnosis is.
You know what? Halloween, I think a nurse outfit for you. Yep, I think a nurse
Me
outfit
and
for you.
scrubs is not okay.
No, I want the little cutesy one, like the Blink-182 cover.
Oh,
Red
like
lipstick and all,
pediatrics?
baby. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like something fun, a fun pattern, if you will.
Oh, Amanda. Shout out to Amanda in the chat. We've got a girl in here. Girl in the chat.
I'm just a
in
girl.
the chat. I'm just a girl too. Dude, I use the oopsie hee hee. I'll be drifting out here and I'll drop a tire too often. I know, guys. I'm working on it. And I'll hit him with an oopsie hee hee in there.
Same.
Curbs called me like the Green Goblin mask.
Curbs are guidelines. That's why they're there like that. I'm just saying. Ethan, we're still here, brother. Ethan, you're okay, dude. We're all still here with you, Ethan.
Oh, Haley's in. Oh my gosh, Brian Hop Racing is in the chat, but it's our girl Haley. Love her so much. One of our favorite FD wives.
Wait, Sarah, you know Japanese?
I wish.
You know some German though, right?
Ja, ich sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Yeah, I know Spanish. Ask me to say no in Spanish.
Hey, Mike, how do you say no in Spanish?
Yes.
Michael. Anyway, stay like 10 feet away from Mike at all times, just for your own safety. Oh, okay. Phil the Dent guy. Amanda wants you to know that if you ain't first, you're last, brother. And that's a good time for Smack Talk because there's about to be a one more time. They're actually warming up their tires in the burnout box as we speak. We can see Phil with his big old wing heading in there. Mr. Dent guy. He'll put him in your door, and then he'll pop him back out.
Not if he gets put to sleep first by Chris Knapp. Blanket and warm milk ready, already sitting on the grid, waiting for Phil Silva in his 8-to-1 collector Corvette. That's why that thing sounds so high-pitched. You got all 8 cylinders trying to fist fight itself out of the exhaust. Ethan, we're still here.
We're just listening to Phil's exhaust sounds.
All right, another tactical reload for the drone. Hang tight. Good time for a really quick bathroom break or a snack. Maybe even the Sneaky Pete's, you know?
I mean, that would have to be so quick, Mike. They'd have to really sprint.
We have the best bartenders in the nation
We
here.
do.
No pun intended.
In the nation.
No pun intended. The best bartenders. There is no line at Sneaky Pete's. There's never a line at Sneaky Pete's. Never mind the fact, if you're waiting in line at a bar, just fist fight your way to the bar. But either way, Sneaky
Don't do
Pete's.
that.
No,
Yeah,
you
don't
can do
do
that.
that.
Most bars allow you to do that. That's why they have people called bouncers. They let you leave when they let you know it's too much. But anyway, Sneaky Pete's. We have a lot of bouncers. About 120 of us.
All right, the lights are out. Away we go. This time, Knapp is in the lead. Silva is chasing him down. Knapp tossing it in well before that 3-2-1 cone. Coming nice and wide up to outer zone number 1. Phil is his shadow on his door. He must have listened to Amanda here because he's trying to be first. Chris Knapp coming down the hill from outer zone 2 to outer zone number 3. Phil doing a great job in the chase position, sticking behind him. Chris Knapp, perfect positioning on that inner clip. Let's see what he's got on outer zone number 4. Nice midline through that zone, Chris, making us proud. Phil is knocking on his door as they come around to outer zone number 5. Chris Knapp putting on a clinic here in the lead position. Phil Silva is Velcroed to his door as they come around outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Chris Knapp nice and high. Phil Silva, a perfect mirror in the chase. Man, they're making this tough on the judges.
I just need everybody to behave themselves in the chat. Jenny's here, okay? Respect Jenny.
Oh, we love Drifting Mama.
Oh, yeah.
We love her.
Oh, she parties way harder than all of y'all.
She's
so
the
I'm just
best.
saying. She parties way harder. See,
Man.
the chat's not unrestricted.
She made me a bracelet. It's so pretty. I still have it on my desk. I almost teared up. It was so pretty.
Jenny always throwing love and affection to the entire drifting industry. Definitely love to see her out and about. She's not here, is she? Is she sneaking around?
I wish. No, I haven't seen her so far. Normally she makes the rounds if she's here.
Like, I got so many bracelets from her. Like I look like a Taylor Swift concert.
Like you look like you're headed into a rave or whatever when they give them to each other.
I'll put it this way. I took them off my steering column and it registered weight on the scales. All right, here we go. Next battle on the line. Phil, second half, chasing down by Chris Knapp. Phil Silva doing everything he can to get into the outside zone, number 1, getting that Corvette where he needs to go, as Chris Knapp is trying to take a slightly shallower line, trying to close that proximity as he jumps into outside 2, coming down the hill. Knapp trying to keep that proximity nice and tight without avoiding any contact, going past that front inside clip, jumps through the smoke, back to the side of Phil. Phil a bit shy off the box, number 4, as he gets in deep. Chris Knapp uses that opportunity to get to the side of the Corvette as both drivers work their way into people's corner. Phil doing a good job getting that rear axle, but Chris Knapp still right there, barking at the backside, that UZ barking out of the 8-1 Corvette of Phil Silva as he finishes off nice and strong. But Chris Knapp is tucked right behind him in the smoke line.
All right, our judges are deliberating. That was an excellent run there. Really great, settled lead by Phil. Honestly, Chris's lead was excellent as well. The judges are definitely going to have their work cut out for them for sure. All right, and we do have a winner by split decision. Chris Knapp gets the win. Chris Knapp gets the win, moves on to the top 8 where he will see Jimmy Oakes. That is going to be a great battle.
Well, once again, a split decision from our judges, but Chris Knapp takes the win with his new 1UZ, not 3UZ. Oh, it's a 3. That's
like,
why it's.
are they making
that's why
stuff
it's
up now?
doing stuff. It's got to be tech.
Wild.
All right, our next judge battle going up against our top 8, Duncan versus Root. Send some donuts or some trees in the chat for Duncan or Root. Ethan, we're still here, bud.
He says that you're his real dad. Apparently you took him with you to get the milk and left him at the store? Interesting.
He was supposed to walk home. It was character building.
All right, we've got some donuts in the chat. We've got some trees in the chat. Trevor Root, make us proud, buddy. You got to earn that tree. Duncan has earned the donuts.
Home is where you make it.
Home is where you make it?
Yeah, home is where you make it. You know what I'm saying? Home is where you make it. All right, our next battle, shooting out Trevor Tree. Leading that lap down, getting chased down by Jacob Duncan. Trevor Root with that LSA-powered V8 underneath that E36 BMW. Jacob Duncan with that JZ-powered S13. Putting the pressure on through outside zone number 1 as both drivers rotate to outside 2. Root doing a great job as Duncan keeping the pressure on. Not keeping the pressure on all the way through outside 3 as they rotate that front inside clip. Gets to the backside of that BMW as Root doing a good job getting into Sarah's box, completing all of it as he rotates back up to outside zone number 5. And Jacob Duncan keeping the proximity nice and tight all the way through the people's corner. Down to the reference point and back up. Root's LSA screaming through that Raceway Park logo, but Duncan cannot be shaken, literally mirror to mirror across the finish line. This is a finals battle.
It is. I knew this was going to be a good one. These guys are throwing down. We've got Maeve Foley in the chat, putting that Trevor Tree in there to an airplane. I guess he's going to get on a plane soon.
That Trevor Tree can turn a car into an airplane real quick.
Yeah, he can. Oh, that's right. Wait, that's an airplane reference. I got you. Man, that one time that he really sent her. He sent her nice and good.
Shania Twain, I Feel Like a Woman, Ethan. You can play that on repeat. You're welcome.
Ethan would like to hear you sing a rendition of that, but I'm not sure anyone else would.
That's an expensive night at karaoke. But
okay.
yeah, I'm down, dude. If you're buying drinks, I'm in. But I'm going home alone, Ethan, all right? bud. Hey, Ethan, we're still here, brother. We're just patiently waiting for our drivers to return from our massive road course here at Raceway Park. If you guys have never been to New Jersey, one, it's beautiful, no left turns. They pump your gas for you. Yeah, luxury, right? And then we have Raceway Park, E-Town, the literally greatest place on earth. And Jacob Duncan now poised for his lead lap, and Trevor Root to chase him down. Trevor Tree not turning his car into an airplane is lead. Now has the responsibility of basically not running over Jake.
Yeah, I'd like to see him try, though, respectfully. All right, Jake tosses it in. Ton of angle coming into outer zone number 1. Trevor Root, he must hear us in the car there because he's trying to run him over coming into outer zone number 1. Trevor maintaining a respectful distance, but incredibly close to him coming down from 2 to 3. Man, they're looking so good as they come around here. Duncan is putting on a show in the lead, pouring smoke as Root tries to chase him down in outer zone number 4. Duncan doing a decent job in outer zone number 4. Root is right there. Man, he is kissing the side of Duncan's car. The crowd is loving it as they transition across that reference point, and one more time into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Oh my goodness, Duncan is high and Root is on his door. That is how it's done, guys. I hope you can hear the clapping that's going on here. The crowd is loving it.
Here, I'll do something for you. Hold on. See? It's real. Trevor Root throwing down a heater behind Jacob Duncan, but Duncan giving him every little bit of inch Raceway Park has to offer.
Yeah.
Literally, I don't think those 235s have a soul left. They're in the sky right now. They're up. They've joined the clouds here in New Jersey.
Moment of silence for 35s getting punished out here at the Gambler. A good time to mention this is a tire restricted series, so even though we've got some pro spec drivers, former pro drivers joining us here in their thrash cars, everybody's on a 235, and some guys are really making them work.
Yeah, there's dudes out here with 150 horsepower. There's dudes out here with 900 horsepower. There may be somebody out there with 1,000, but they're just doing it for the internet anyway.
My favorite is when the low horsepower guys come out here, and it's just the clutch kick Olympics out there,
Well, Jimmy, just showcased Oaks take down Peking. Peking had a unit of a vehicle, a JZ powered, and Jimmy's SR powered car took him out. The raceway, the road course, and as well as that 235 is a great equalizer here at the Gambler.
Absolutely. There's a ton of zones here, too, so there's a ton of opportunities for points. There's also a ton of opportunities to mess up. And oftentimes, the way you start the run is how you're going to finish it, too. So it's a long course.
So, Ethan, I talked to our legal team, and for copyright reasons, I cannot sing you Shania Twain. I can sing you Happy Birthday, but I feel like it's irrelevant.
It has to be your birthday. We can't just be throwing out happy birthday songs.
I believe...
Can you sing it in Spanish?
No, I believe there's some oldies that I can bring up, but I'll let you choose.
The national anthem?
We're too late for that,
Yeah,
Sarah.
we're too late for that. My bad. All right, and it looks like the chat will get their way. That is going to be a one more time between Duncan and Root. I'm stoked to see it.
Yeah, Root taking a little bit of damage in the last battle. He'll have to hustle back to the pit and get everything squared away. We're going to sit here and, honestly, I guess we have to wait for Duncan and Root. Honestly, can we bring up Meyer and D'Alessio?
Meyer and D'Alessio are on the line. Your wish is granted, and it looks like they're ready to throw down.
All right, I got 2 more wishes, Sarah. You ready?
I don't know if I am ready, Mike.
I'm ready.
Question.
I'm ready. Check me out of here. All right, let's get right into it. D'Alessio and Chris Meyer. Meyer already locked into that lead position. D'Alessio has to chase him down with that 1JZ-powered S13 Sylvia. Legit right-hand drive, Sylvia.
So clean. So fresh and so clean.
It's got that club loose pattern on the roof.
Yeah, really pretty car.
I don't know who did the vinyl on that roof, and correct me if I'm wrong if it's not still original, but if that's the original vinyl on that roof still from 10 years ago, that's impressive.
That's wild. Yeah, he should drop his vinyl, guys.
Is it clear coated? Is it clear coated?
It's just so pretty.
All right, man.
Reese would like to explain the vinyl being so good because he didn't drive for 6 years. So, hey, our
How are you going to barn
judges,
find your own car?
our judges can throw some shade as well. I love that there's some bets going on in the chat. You guys are having some fun out there. Thank you guys so much for commenting and joining us. There's almost 400 people in the chat right now. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Whether it's in person or supporting us from home, we love to see it. We've got your number one qualifier, Chris Meyer, on the line, ready to do battle with Nick DeLessio, qualifying 9th. This should be an interesting battle.
This is just a wellness check for Ethan in the chat. Make sure the cartel didn't grab you. Hey, Ethan, chill it out, all right? I'm going to have to block you. The check's in the mail, Ethan, all right? Take it easy.
Oh, man, the most controversial thing in the chat right now is the fact that Sweet Lou says that Nick DeLessio's car is dark blue.
That's a dark
What?
blue?
Sir, go get your eyes checked. All right, here we go. The lights are out. Chris Meyer, your number one qualifier, in the lead. Toss it in there with a ton of angle into outer zone number 1. Nick DeLessio knocking on the door as they come up outer zone number 1. Chris Meyer looking absolutely dialed as he comes into outer zone number 2. Nick sticking with him as they come down the hill. Chris is just super, super smooth there as he comes across that inner clip. Nick DeLessio right there with him, pouring on the angle as they get into outer zone number 4. Chris doing a great job with that zone in particular. Coming around to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Chris Meyer in the lead. Nick DeLessio knocking on the door as they transition across that reference point and up into outer zone number 6. Chris nice and high on the bank there, dropping down just a little tiny bit. Nick DeLessio on his door. Well done, guys.
You see the delicious emojis in the chat for Nick Delicious.
Oh, yeah, okay. I like that. 'Cause
I like the vibe for Nick with that.
that's been his nickname for a long time. So we got the little tongue out emojis. And they would like Chris Meyer to be the knife emoji rather than the Easter Island head. But I guess whatever
Well, I mean,
sticks.
you can't give yourself your own nickname. So in theory, if the chat is going to deem him the knife, then he's the knife. You don't get to choose. You don't
Well,
choose your own nickname. That's weird.
He does love him some chop, so I get it. As does Papa Meyer as well. Loves a good chop. Loves a good choppy V8.
That is a V8 E46. I believe that chassis has been together for a very, very long time.
It actually was a Tanner Munson chassis, and Chris has gone through a few motors in that thing, settling on an Iron Block 6.0, I believe, another Rick's Racing engine. But here we go, Nick DeLessio in the lead, tossing it in there to the outer zone number 1. Chris Meyer is knocking on the door as they come up that zone. Nick DeLessio looking super fluid all the way to the edge of that zone. Dipping a tire, Chris giving him a bit of room, but tucking right back to his door as they come down the hill and transition across the track to grab that inner clip. Nick DeLessio doing a great job with his line as he comes into outer zone number 4. Nice and deep in that zone, but Chris Meyer is his shadow in that E46. Clutch kicking that car in that zone to get with him. Nick DeLessio doing a great job on that zone, transitioning across that reference point and up into that final outer zone number 6. Chris Meyer on his door and across the line. Man, I don't know how we're going to judge that one, Mike.
Oh, well, we don't have to. That's on the responsibility of these 3 gentlemen to our right. They have to do the boy math. We just get to talk into the stick and hang out with Ethan in the chat. But it looks like DeLessio doing exactly what he needed to do. Chris Meyer keeping the pressure on. We'll have to go to our judges for our final verdict of the winner. But it looks like we do have a winner.
And it is Chris Meyer. Chris Meyer is going to get the win and move on. The judges were deliberating for a bit. That's how you know it was a close battle, but they came to a unanimous agreement. Chris Meyer moves on to our final 4. Excellent job there by our number 1 qualifier.
I don't know how much engine noise you guys can actually hear on the live stream, but it's always a pleasure to hear the vets of this track navigate in tandem with in-sync throttle from 2 different engines. Both those drivers doing a fantastic job. Unfortunately, DeLessio just getting the lesser of the stick, and Chris Meyer working his way into the final 4. We're going to move down to the left side of our bracket. We got Lipton in the Corvette going up against, who just stole a Let It Ride chip from Revert, thanks to Drift HQ. That is now reset value of $25 going into the final 4. And he's going to see battle against Denofa.
Man, Denofa in that Fox Body Mustang has been dialed all day. He's been out for blood. Qualifying at 12th. I believe he will chase. Yes, he will chase, and Lipton qualifying 4th will lead. Lipton surviving an attack by Jimmy Rayvert and stealing his token in the process.
Yeah, that Harambe energy is he just barely missed getting taken out.
Oh, yeah, I don't believe we have made an emoji for Nick D'Alessio. Oh, no, we have the delicious emoji. My bad. I wonder how he's going to feel about that emoji. Maybe he'll join us in the tower here. We've got a lot of pizzas in the chat. We've got a few tea emojis for Lipton. But here we go. Lipton in the lead, tossing it in there right about the 2 of the 3, 2, 1. Coming in nice and wide, allowing Chelsea. Oh, boy. Too wide. Dipping a tire all the way in the dirt 2 times. Doesn't seem to phase Chelsea in the chase position. Nicely done keeping his composure there as Lipton comes down the hill from 2 to 3. He's absolutely moving, trying to run away from Denofa. But Denofa's got the hook in him, reeling him back in as they get into outer zone number 4. Lipton coming in so hot to the outer zone number 5, the people's corner, and Chelsea Denofa is right there with him. He's wheeling through there across that reference point and up into outer zone number 6 of the bank turn. Jacob Lipton all the way up there. Chelsea Denofa is his shadow. These battles are getting so good, man.
We're in the final 4 of round 3 of the Gambler. Lipton in that C5 Corvette, putting down a heater of a lead lap, giving all the real estate for Chelsea Denofa to play in that Fox Body, as he does as you're watching that replay. We're going to have to flip these two gentlemen around. Lipton now has to chase down the Mustang of Chelsea Denofa on the backside of the course as they lick their way through the rest of the road course.
And our judges are taking a look at the replay here up in the tower. They're just going to review that really quickly to see what was going on. I believe they're going to look at the tires off in outer zone number 1, and we'll let you know if they see anything a little bit sus.
Ethan, let me know how South America / Colombia goes for you. Send me a postcard.
I heard it's beautiful this time of year.
I heard it's nice. I did hear it's nice. Send up postcards, man. All right? Don't be mean to your dad.
Ethan, stick around with us. Maybe would the cartel let you have an iPad in the back seat? Could you just be an iPad baby while you're getting kidnapped?
At least give you an iPad while you eat.
I know. Come on. All right, we're checking out the, so the replay was up here in the judges' tower, and they did determine that that was 3 tires off by Lipton, so that is going to be a massive disadvantage going against the second half of this battle against Chelsea Denofa. This time, Denofa will lead, and Lipton will chase him down, and he's going to have to put on a heck of a chase there. Yeah, so we can see on the replay up there, you guys, that was 3 tires off.
Yeah, Lipton definitely getting a little saucy going through outside zone number 1, catching the dirt 2 times, but when in doubt, throttle out, keeps it back onto the asphalt, and let's see how the second half of this battle goes as Chelsea Denofa and his Fox Body Mustang now has the responsibility to take that lead position, driving down Lipton in his Corvette into outside zone number 1. Chelsea doing a good job keeping that Fox Body rear axle locked into that outside zone number 1 as he rotates outside 2. Lipton makes his mark down in the hill, keeping that proximity nice and tight. Lipton getting a little bit wide as Denofa sends him into the dirt. Lipton takes a spin, and the Fox Body of Denofa is going to finish off. Clearing off outside zone number 4, rotates back up to the people's corner. It's not over until Denofa gets across the finish line. But I don't think Denofa is going to throw it away now as he goes down to the reference point, back up to that last outside zone. And Denofa's Fox Body is going to make it across the finish line, but unfortunately Lipton's Corvette, did not make it to the finish line unscathed. And let's make it official. Denofa gets the win. Denofa gets the win, stealing that Drift HQ Let It Ride token. Now awarded to Chelsea Denofa for $25, getting himself into the Final 4. He'll have an opportunity to double it to take it into the finals.
Absolutely, and once it gets into the finals, it locks in. So whoever's in our final battle, if they do have tokens, whatever the value is, locks at the finals. But up until then, you can go ahead and double that money. And right now, Jimmy Oaks has tripled his money, but he's going to have to take out Chris Snap if he wants to keep it. A big gamble here.
Yeah, and it's a rough economy, so we won't talk too much smack if you put the Let It Ride token in your pocket and walk away with a quick extra $50-100 for the gas ride home, maybe dinner.
Yeah, and I believe that the only person to keep their token was Chris Knapp when he got awarded the East Coast Drift School token.
Oh, I mean, that's just smart business. That's
He's
just
like,
smart
I'm
business.
keeping my money. Nobody's stealing this token.
Big shout to our Let It Ride sponsors, Drift HQ and Freedom Motorsports, putting up honestly, a cash prize that could go crazy.
Yeah, honestly, it's a great part about the Gambler. I love that there's a bunch of different ways to win a little bit of money. It helps you gamble. And that's another reason why I love this new rule as well, because it's kind of, you're gambling with your 5-minute timeout too. And all the side bets going on with the chat. And speaking of Chris Knapp, he's on the line right now getting ready to do battle with Jimmy Oaks. We got a ton of pineapples in the chat. Hey, if you guys think Chris Knapp is going to take him out, make sure you use those sleepy emojis. Mr. Chris Knapp's going to put Jimmy to bed. Go ahead. If you think so, put it in the chat. Right now, all I see is a wall of pineapples.
What color blankie do you think Chris Knapp keeps on him?
Blue.
Nice. Hospital color?
Yeah.
All right.
Like
sick.
a nice little
Yeah,
soft
yeah,
blue,
yeah.
I think.
Baby blue?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Oh,
He'll just rock you to sleep. in
robin
it.
eggs blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
A nice soothing color.
Slightly overwashed. Yeah, got it.
That's when they're the best. This is going to be a great battle because these two guys are amazing sports. Thank you guys so much for the lizards in the chat. I also love that. We've got Trevor Chernuka saying, night, night, Jimmy. Believe he's rooting for Chris Knapp here, and a ton of pineapples. So Jimmy's definitely going to be a favorite here. And with that said, we've got them. Chris Knapp qualifying second. Your second place qualifier coming all the way wide up outer zone number 1. Jimmy Oaks is right on his door. These guys have done battle a ton of times. They've got a ton of laps with each other. Coming around outer zone number 2 and down the hill, Jimmy Oaks right on Chris's door as they come across the center section of the track. Jimmy is Chris Knapp's shadow right now, even though Chris is pedal to the metal as he comes around outer zone number 4, transitioning across the track and into outer zone number 5, the People's Corner, letting us hear it. Chris Knapp is wheeling through that corner. Jimmy Oaks is right with him, absolutely velcroed to Chris Knapp's door. Chris Knapp up in the bank turn. Jimmy Oaks putting it to him and across the line. Wow.
Jimmy keeping the pressure on to the side
Dang.
of Chris Knapp's 3UZ IS300. Chris, though, I have to say, is showcasing a different energy of fluidity around this road course. He's got that IS locked down. He knows exactly what he wants to do into every single zone. He's giving Jimmy all of the real estate he could possibly ever dream of, and Jimmy utilized almost all of it, coming down heavy through outside zone number 1, outside 2, going down to 3, 4, leaving People's Corner all the way through the bank. Jimmy kept the pressure on, but Chris Knapp is on a different type of energy. Mark my words. That lead lap from Chris was heavy.
It was heavy. An absolute heater. Chris Knapp just, we see that aggression from him time to time. It's an absolute treat, typically when his car is working right, and a lot of times it's not. So this is an exceptional time when we get to see him with a working car and really throwing down with a driver he's super comfortable with driving. So I'm stoked to see the second half of this battle with Jimmy Oaks leading and Chris Knapp chasing him down.
Chris, if you can hear me, you already don't have majority of your body panels. Just hit the guy.
Heck, he can always get some new Origin kits from Faction. All right, Jimmy tossing it in, coming around outer zone number 1, working his way up the hill. Chris! No! We believed in you! No! We were rooting for you, Christopher! And that is a big old spinnerooski by Chris Knapp. Jimmy Oaks taking what is pointing to a victory lap here. He's got to know by now that Chris is well behind as he comes around outer zone number 4. Just let her eat in the People's Corner, guys. Let him hear it. Jimmy Oaks making it official and pedaling his way into the top 4.
Chris Knapp literally just out there tearing whatever little Valinos are left on the backside of that car. The fuel suspension screaming on the bottom of that 3UZ. Make some noise for Chris Knapp. Always a pleasure to watch him drive. Unfortunately, just getting a little too much pineapple into outside zone number 1.
Probably tossed some slices of fruit out the window. Really slipped him up there. Jimmy Oaks quadrupling that Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride token. He came to win today. Maybe that token's what motivated him to really shred this hard.
I don't even know if Jimmy's aware. Jimmy might not even know he's got $100 thanks to Freedom Motorsports.
There's no way he knows he's got an extra hundo.
He's locked in. Right
Locked
now,
in.
he's got that resting B face, you know?
And here's a fun thing. The only driver that's still in the last... Okay, hold on. Chris Meyer is in the last man standing pool. He's locked into the finals. And we still have a one more time battle between Root and Duncan. So potentially Chris Meyer could be going home with 500 smackaroons right now.
If Root loses to Duncan.
If Root loses to Duncan. So
But we're already a tight battle. One more
true.
time.
It's true. And
Now-
Chris Meyer's got to be in Root's window like, hey, man, go ahead. You can blow this. Whatever, man. You don't have to move on. Give me that 500.
Hey, that's free money out here at the Gambler. Thanks to our Let It Ride tokens, Drift HQ, and Freedom Motorsports. As always, a big shout out to all our event staff, our media personnel out in the boxes, and you guys at home, live and in person. Thank you guys for joining us here at round 3 of the Gambler. And also a big shout to Ethan. I hope you make it home from Mexico, Colombia, wherever you're headed.
They said he's in Guatemala now.
Dang, nice.
I mean, honestly,
World
being
traveler.
kidnapped by the cartel is a great way to see the world.
Yeah, you know, you used to have to take like internships.
100%.
You really had to put yourself behind
Or
the 8 ball.
Be rich.
Yeah, you really had to put yourself behind the 8
You're
ball.
never going to see anywhere.
Yo, Ethan, now that you've made it, send money home, all right? Thanks. Your NFL contract dad is waiting. This is just an Ethan wellness check. We're still here. We're just waiting for our drivers to work their way back to the grid. As I say that, it looks like we've got Trevor Root locking himself into the burnout box where Jacob Duncan is already paid. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not Trevor Root. Trevor Root's already locked on the grid. We got the lights illuminated. We're ready to get into the action here. Trevor Root taking the lead. Jacob Duncan to chase.
All right, get those donuts in the chat. Get those trees in the chat. Trevor Root in the lead. Duncan chasing him down. Root coming up the hill there in outer zone number 1. Duncan is on his door in outer zone number 1. Trevor Root is exactly where he needs to be in the zone, allowing Duncan to be on his door. Oh my goodness, they really brought it in the second half of this battle. Duncan transitioning across the bumper of Root. Little hiccup there. They have gotten into the bumper, but he's got it back together. Trevor Root doing a great job with outer zone number 4. Duncan unfazed, putting it on his door. He said, let's go. Coming in here. I don't know if Chris Knapp paid him or Chris Meyer paid him to be this good. Trying to knock him out of the last man standing competition. Just kidding, of course. Duncan putting on a show in the chase.
Let's not water off Trevor Tree, giving the lead lap that Duncan wanted. Trevor Tree getting that LSA-powered V8 to church all the way through our road course here. Tire churching all the way out, all the way across the finish line. But Jacob Duncan, like Sarah was saying, right there.
Right there. And we got to say hi to Danny in the chat. Hi, Danny. Fun fact, my name does not have an H on it. Little Sarah lore for you there. And, of course, we got to say hi. Jeff Stoneback's in the chat, but it looks like it's his daughter. Front Street Daughter is a heck of a nickname. Hello to you as well. She's rooting for Jimmy. We'd love to see you and your dad back out here at Comp. We love it when you guys show up. Dang, we've got over 400 people in the chat right now. You guys are awesome.
I thought it was Sarah with a Y.
Yeah, sometimes I'll just throw an extra letter in just for funsies.
I thought the K was silent.
Bystrack is joining us up in the tower here. He's actually decided instead of watching the track, he would just turn around and stare directly into the souls of the judges. He's also in the chat if you want to say hi and tell him he absolutely rocks at driving. He's got that snow money. He's going to show us what's up in Utah. Man, thank you, Pat. I would love to see Ari out here for a 2026 Gambler. Front Street Daughter out here on the track. She rips in that car. She's definitely going to steal your ride, Jeff.
That's why he's got like 19 of those things.
Yeah, luckily he does have enough rides.
Yeah. Jeff, if you're listening, adopt me. All right, here we go. Second half of this battle. Jacob Duncan taking that lead position with the 700 horsepower. Jay-Z of that S13 initiates well before that first initiation point. But Trevor Root is not shaken as both drivers are almost paired handle to handle as they go through outside zone number 1. Both drivers rotating to outside zone 2. Root jumps to the smoke, but Jacob Duncan's unfazed. The donuts are served hot through outside zone number 3. Root's right on the back bumper, keeping that pressure right there as Jacob Duncan dumps into Sarah's outside zone number 4. But Root cannot be shaken off the quarter panel of that S13. Jacob Duncan doing a great job rotating through the people's corner, but Trevor Root's LSA V8 screaming in his ear. Both drivers rotate down by the reference point. Root right there on the back bumper of Jacob Duncan as both drivers go through that last outside zone. Textbook lap from both drivers, Jacob Duncan, Trevor Root. Make some noise from here at round 3.
What a run. That was amazing. Our judges are definitely going to need a minute to take a look at that. And actually, I just got a text message. Mike Knapp himself, the creator of The Gambler, this was his brainchild. He thought all of this cool stuff up. He's actually chilling in the Caribbean right now, hanging out. Apparently, he said he made some friends with the Swedish. So shout out to the Swedes, the Swedish fans down there in the Caribbean. We know you guys have some awesome weather. I hope you're poolside with a drink right now. Thank you guys so much for starting out this event. The Knapp family, you guys are awesome, and we're happy to be here, Mike.
Yeah, the support from the Knapp family for drifting motorsports in general in the Northeast has been a decades long, and it's not stopping anytime soon. So make sure you show your appreciation to the Knapp family and all of the Raceway Park staff for helping make not only this event series, but a plethora of events happen throughout the entire year for us to enjoy what we do best, destroy everything we own.
Absolutely. And just a reminder that Raceway Park, there's multiple tracks out here. Front course, back course, full track. There is the stadium. They host Formula Drift. They host the LZ Invitational. It's just a great place to be, and you can honestly, every single level of driving can be done here. Whether it's your very first time out and you want to take a lesson at East Coast Drift School, you want to come party at a fun event with me out in the fall. There's an all-girls drift event next weekend. Club Loose, you can come down, throw down with the bros, and then, of course, professional and semi-professional competition. East Coast tracks till I die, brother.
I mean, I've driven here my entire life. I am a big advocate that every raceway in the entire country, at least in America, there's a flavor here at Raceway Park. You can get almost practice of every style track or driving here in Englishtown, and I'll confidently say that's why this place is the greatest place on earth. And then the camaraderie and the family just locks it in.
100%. I love the crew that comes out to all these events, and there's a bar here. If you're a fan and you want to come out and enjoy a few beverages and watch drifting, there's a bar. It's great.
Food trucks, bar, friends, family, car show. I don't know what more you guys want. You know, honestly, put some just suggestions in the chat. I want to hear what you guys need to get you live and in person to come drink with me here at The Gambler. Maybe round 4. We're in the stadium. Get signed up. RacewayPark.com. Sarah's not even going to be here, so I can't read.
Oh my gosh,
that
it's
means
true.
It is chaos.
It's true. I have a wedding to attend. I will not be in attendance at the last Gambler. I hope you guys can hold it down without me. I am going to be so jealous. I'll have the live stream up. Muted, of course, because I'm not going to be rude on someone's big day. But we do have a winner. Trevor Root gets the win. Trevor Root gets the win, earning his name of Trevor Tree today. Moving on to the finals. I'm sorry, my bad. He still needs to do battle against Lepore. We were doing a one more time from the top 16, so we're a little bit behind there. So we're going to let Root change tires. He's going to see Lepore, and the winner of that is going to the Final Four.
Sarah can't read either.
And honestly, it's my own handwriting, which is even more hilarious.
You have good handwriting, though.
Oh, thank you.
You do have good handwriting.
Thank you so much.
But unfortunately for Jacob Duncan, that's going to end his weekend here at The Gambler. But a great showcase from Jacob Duncan. His first time driving Raceway Park in real life, coming from nothing but sim laps and making it all the way through our top 16 and getting knocked out by a podium contender. Definitely a great showcase from Jacob Duncan.
And hopefully US Drift can correct me here in the chat if I'm wrong, but I think he is a regular down there in Virginia. I believe he drives.
Yeah. We deal with him too often.
He drives down there with them, so we love to see some of our sister series drivers coming up to join us here, run our guys at The Gambler. Thank you so much for coming out. He put on a heck of a show. I mean, that should have been a final battle, that's for darn sure.
Well, he was definitely fighting his way, what seemed like a Final Four battle, but we're still all the way back in that top 16. Now Root getting the win, has to go up against Lepore. The winner of that has to face off Denofa. On the other side of the bracket, we got that 4-time Let It Ride Freedom Motorsports token awarded to Jimmy Oaks. And on the other side, we got Chris Meyer patiently waiting for his crack at it.
And guess what else? Root lives to battle another day, which means the last man standing pool, $500, all cash going to the winner. That is between Root and Meyer. So whoever goes the furthest is getting that money, win or lose. Well, win or podium or however they get knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, both those dudes could lose in their next battle, and then we got to do some math and like figure out their tiebreaker there. But they're still walking away with money, and I think that's neat. You
Yeah,
know?
I'm gonna go with foot race.
Yeah, no, fist fight.
Yeah.
Right in the center.
Yep.
Right in the media box right there. Yeah, you three, you guys are the referees.
So, and I hate to say this for points, but if there's a tie, the tiebreaker
Ethan's
is
safe, everybody.
Ethan. Oh my gosh, he's here.
We've
That's
been
so
reunited.
great.
He's safe and on his way home. Don't worry, I got him a bus ticket. He'll be home in like 8 hours.
Guys, we have Edgar in the chat right now.
Who?
We got some Midwest boys in the chat right now.
I don't see no Midwest boys out here at the Gambler. Where they at? Where they is?
Reese would like to tell Edgar to go chill. I feel like that's code for something. Yeah.
Any of those Drift Indie boys want to wander around the round 4 in the stadium? It's only 2 turns, all right? You guys can handle that. We'll see you at round 4 at racewaypark.com. Get signed up.
Yeah, there is a big rivalry between East Coast and Midwest. There's a lot of smack talk going on between events.
Yeah,
and I
US
feel like,
Drift all
come
day.
on, let's go.
US Drift. You see Jacob Duncan? Come on. They're porch kids, stoop kids, if you will.
Apparently, stoop kids afraid to leave their stoops.
Yo, they got some sick plants over there, though. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Drift HQ. Thanks for popping in the chat.
Drift HQ, Chelsea DeNova stole your Let It Ride token from Lipton, and he's taken that into the Final Four, so we'll see if he's going to double his money or if he's going to get it stolen by Chris Meyer.
Eggert's a man of the people. Payments sent. Just saying, if you're not in the chat, you're losing money. Like Eggert, losing money.
Eggert loves a good bet, a side bet. He also loves a game of Stump. If you guys are ever available to visit Hyperfest, I highly recommend it. You can play Brian Eggert himself in a rousing game of Stump.
And if you wait it out long enough, you get the opportunity to fist fight him.
Apparently that's not true, but I've witnessed some gentlemanly disagreements over the old game of Stump.
Just a piece of wood, fellas.
Edgar says he's going to see us at the mountain. Edgar, one of the godfathers of Drift Appalachia, bringing us one of the coolest events. Love to see it. I wish we could like rig some trees with some live stream equipment or something crazy. Get a chopper out there. Get to the chopper.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what we need is a helicopter. So if you have a helicopter in the chat, DM me. Let me know what's up. You pay for the fuel and I'll buy the drinks.
Man, I hope it's the snowiest winter out here so that we can get some snow money, get a helicopter going.
Yo, buy Strack. You get a helicopter yet? You buy a helicopter yet? The next on the list? All right, next tax season, I got you.
All right, so we have some update here. Lepore, he is taking his competition 5 timeout, which he does still have. He did not gamble that away. Apparently, it's only for fuel.
Hey,
But
better now than never.
I don't know. Me thinks he might want to take a quick gander mountain at that car, but I'm not going to speculate.
Look, somebody in the chat threw a little shade at me while I'm not driving, and honestly, my fuel sender didn't work, so I didn't want to drive and not know how much fuel I had. That's an excuse, but yeah, we're here.
Here's a fun story. One time I was insistent that S chassis were good. I know. I was a sweet summer child. And I told Chris Meyer to take a lap in my car. And I sent him out there with no fuel, and I forgot to change the tires so that he was going out on cords and no fuel in my car. He got back in the pit and was like, get this thing away from me.
I can't imagine why it's broken right now.
Yeah, because I'm such a bad car owner.
Aren't you driving next weekend?
I'm going to try to. I got to stick a quick front subframe in there, get myself a good old alignment.
Normal S chassis maintenance.
Normal maintenance for me is a subframe every like 4 events.
Yeah, that's chassis dudes. I don't know why y'all still doing it, but here you are, 2025, and here we go into our final 4. We got Meyer and Denofa.
This one is a heavy hitter battle. Chelsea Denofa, we got a bunch of pizza pies in the chat. Your number 1 qualifier, Chris Meyer, throwing in the angle there to outer zone number 1. He said, go ahead and follow this, Chelsea, and he does. Chelsea is knocking on the door of Chris Meyer. He knows Chris is a really smooth driver, and he can get all up in there in the chase position. Chris putting on a show there in the lead, and Chelsea is absolutely a mirror in the chase position. Coming around outer zone number 4, Chris Meyer doing a fantastic job, and Chelsea Denofa is right there with him as they get through outer zone number 5. The people's corner, giving the people what they want to see as they come around to across the reference point, up into outer zone number 6 of the bank. Chris Meyer all the way up there, Chelsea Denofa in the chase. Oh, man, you guys. Again, another final battle. We just have a lot of good drivers out here today.
Well, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here of round 3 of the Gambler. We got some heaters, and it is no stranger. Chris Meyer is always standing on the top of the box, and Chelsea Denofa, obviously a champion in himself, has the skill set to take a win here, but Meyer is definitely not handing it away.
No shot. And these guys have driven together a bunch as well. They did battle the last time that Chelsea and Chris were at a Gambler together, and I believe there was some finger action in the hairpin there. They're telling him
number 1.
Somebody told someone else they were number 1. Little motivator.
Was it Smithy Jensensen? He was number 1?
He was number 1.
Yeah, we need some hats, number 1 hats.
I'd be down with that.
I don't know if anybody gets my SpongeBob references, but anyway. Oh, Muskrat's in the chat.
Team Muskrat used to be Adam Daniels, Chris Stevens, Chris Meyer, and that was like the fastest formed and fastest broken up
And now
team.
look at him now, just Meyer.
Just Meyer.
No, where are they at?
Where they
Chris
at,
and
though?
Adam just gone in the wind. I miss y'all. You should come back. Stevens, Daniels, I know you guys have cars still, so just don't pay the light bill, and we'll see you guys around 4.
Who needs lights? Light a candle.
You just need the water bill, let's be real.
And speaking of lights, they are out. Away we go for the second half of this battle. Chelsea Denofa tossing it in there. Ton of speed coming into outer zone number 1. Chris Meyer is not letting him get away with it, though. Reeling him in outer zone number 1 as they transition across the track to outer zone number 2. Chelsea is deep in that zone, allowing Chris Meyer to get all the way up to his door. They transition at the exact same time, coming across the track. And again, out to outer zone number 4, Chris Meyer on Chelsea's door. Chelsea is all the way in outer zone number 4. Nicely done as they transition again into the hairpin, outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner. Chelsea Denofa, Chris Meyer, these guys are tossing it in there. Man, I smell it one more time as they come up into outer zone number 5 of the hairpin. Chelsea Denofa, Chris Meyer. Wow, dude.
I gotta say, watching the replay of Chelsea Denofa's Fox body, that car is set to angle for the zone after the zone that he's already in. He is locked in. He looks fluid. He looks fast. And Chris Meyer is utilizing every single asset that Chelsea has left on the track for him. He's right there. I don't know, man. I don't want to be a judge. That's why I like over here
Every time I'm like,
gambling.
I probably could judge. Like, I know a lot of what I'm looking at, and then I get here and I'm like, nah, I yap. We read comments.
You know, Knapp came up to me last weekend. He was like, hey, man, I might have to ask you a favor. You might have to judge. And I almost left.
You almost were sick that day.
Yeah.
What
It's
day?
crazy.
I don't know.
I started puking right there. Both ends. Straight waterworks.
Jeez. Oh, my goodness gracious. Yeah, definitely don't want to be a judge. Definitely prefer to yap. And you know what? You're not going to get asked to be a judge for the last round because I won't be here.
Yeah, well, I 100% got to be here. Like I said, honestly, if you want to sit up here and, talk on the internet, slide in my DMs. I'm not going to answer you, but slide in my DMs. I don't know. If you get a good pitch.
Well, you had Trevor Root's brother came up one time to announce with you.
Oh, yeah, he's already up here.
And you and I have both done it by ourselves as well.
Oh,
we can hold it down.
No, we can definitely do it.
Yeah.
Just Ethan's going to be really upset when I have to take a quick breath.
I know, or pee.
Ooh.
Take a quick bathroom break.
Can't have that. People of the internet, we're here for you.
Man, we got pizzas in the chat. We got knives in the chat. Pat Gooden's got so many pizzas. Pat in the house. I wish Pat was out here with his wagon out here driving that thing. All right, and we do have a winner. Our judges have deliberated. They've watched the replay. We have a split decision. We have one judge saying one more time, obviously, and then the other 2 drivers have gone with Chelsea DeNofa. So Chelsea DeNofa gets the win. Chelsea DeNofa moving on to the finals, where he will do battle against who we haven't even decided yet, because Lepore has a 5-minute timeout.
Yeah, Root and Duncan really had to, they had a real fist fight down there in the top 16. So we're still working on getting all the way into the top 8 with Lepore and Root. But DeNofa will see the victor of that battle. But Meyer is not done. Meyer has to wait around and battle in for that 3rd place, or the biggest loser, 4th.
Yeah, so I would love to see Chris Meyer somewhere on the box here in 3rd. He's done really great out here today, but he's definitely going to have to earn that spot. He is going to battle the loser of the other side for who gets to stand at the bottom. Still gets a big check, still gets some beer to spray, still gets a trophy. And there's also the last man standing pot on the line, so we are not done here. We need to run the battle of Lepore and Root to determine who's going up against Jimmy Oaks, who's got that Freedom Motorsports token, $100 in Freedom Motorsports. Wild. Sorry, Tony. They're really letting it ride today, buddy.
It's all right. DeNofa's going to go directly back home, straight to the source to pick up his Drift HQ Let It Ride tokens.
He's going to be knocking on the door there. And he does double that because he did win against Meyer, so he's going to double that going into the finals. That's locked in, though. If he does win, obviously he would be winning the event, and then that does not double again. So that's locked in at $50 from our friends at Drift HQ down in Florida. Head on over there, check out their website. They've got a ton of stuff for drift cars, so all chassis.
If you can't navigate the website, give them a call. They have, honestly, the best customer service on the phone I've ever dealt with. Hit up Drift HQ for whatever you need. And honestly, majority of the people down there are homies.
Hey, you know when I was VQ? That's where I ordered my plenum spacer. Hey.
That's how you get 1,000 horsepower out of a VQ. If you don't know, now you know.
What I learned with that is that I don't want a VQ ever again.
Yeah, it really amplifies the trumpet noise, but then all of a sudden it's just like horsepower.
She don't be sounding good, hard to work on. Not when I can have a nice smooth brain pushrod V8 the way God intended.
Yeah, big marble guy over here.
Bless up. Dude, I'm smooth. The ideas just slide right off. Not a single thought was thunk that day.
It's way safer this way. I go car on, car goes on. They go brap brap, and then I do stuff.
All right, well, we've got some news here. Unfortunately, it was not just gas. It didn't have no gas in it. Lepore is out.
Got no gas in it.
Yeah. That ain't what's wrong with it today, dude. So he's not was not able to fix that car during a competition timeout. So he will forfeit to Trevor Root. So we'll see Trevor Root do a nice little buy run here for America. Hopefully he really throws it down. But while we wait for him to mosey on up to the line, we can thank all of our sponsors here that were up on the page there. Of course, we have Freedom Motorsports and Drift HQ providing those tokens. Holiday Inn Express, Vital Focus Media, Valino Tire, thank you guys so much. You'll see the Valino arch down there. Limited Glove Company, thank you guys as well, helping us put on the Gambler. Of course, Raceway Park for hosting it. Mike Knapp for coming up with this fantastic idea and allowing me and Mike to go ahead and yap it up here on the mic, one of our favorite activities.
Yeah, bold move.
FDF Race Shop, 506 Wraps, Drift HQ, I believe we already said them for that token.
Yo, they're in the chat. Put an order in the chat.
There you go, 2JZ Mike P in the chat. They want you to go back to a 2J.
Yeah, well, send her up, fellas. I got 2 blocks. I'll send them down. See you next week.
Of course, East Coast Drift School, Faction Motorsports, where Jimmy gets his fantastic body kits. And those are all of our amazing sponsors that allowed this competition to go on today. So thank you guys so much. Another special thank you to all of our grid workers out here today. Fantastic job putting this event on. And all of our media, you guys, if you would not have the media, you would not look cool on the internet. So thank your media when you can. And let's get this little Root buy run going on. Actually, we're not even going to do it. Looks like he's ready to do battle against Jimmy Oaks right meow.
Curtis, I don't melt 2JZs. I crack the main caps out of them. All right? Still in there, though. It just cranks walks without one of those main caps on.
Yeah, and come on now, Curtis. We know Mike's a nice smooth brain engine guy.
Dude, cargo vroom.
Cargo vroom.
You turn on cargo vroom.
Turn on cargo vroom.
And I just got cargo vroom and then not get hot. I'm cloud 9,
Ooh,
right?
Yeah, if I could figure out how to cargo vroom and not get hot.
2 radiators. Thanks, J-Space.
Wow, okay. See, so I'm looking up to this weekend. It's going to be a ton of seat time for the girls' event for the DK Ladies League on Sunday. And I'm like, I hope I can keep the car together. But
Maybe we'll put a wig on, show up.
hey, gang. All right, here we go. This time we've got Trevor Root in the lead. Jimmy Oakes chasing him down. Trevor Root, he's trying to get the last man standing pot. There's $500 on the line on this particular battle going on. We've got Jimmy Oakes in the lead. All right, they're coming down the hill. Trevor Root, amazing lead run here, getting nice and deep in outer three, and Jimmy Oakes is absolutely glued to his door. He's busting out the Emers? I don't know. Anyway, Trevor Root in the lead, coming around to outer zone number 5 of the People's Corner, giving the people what they want to see. Jimmy Oakes is literally in the shadow of that E36. Everyone is stoked on this run as they transition across that reference point and up into the bank turn of outer zone number 6. What a lead, what a chase. This is where the hard part begins. I'm going to just chill back here.
Trevor Tree giving the lead that Jimmy wants to see here at round 3 of the Gambler. Jimmy Oakes in that SR20 powered S13 Sylvia is doing a fantastic job. A little lacking mimicry of the angle, but you cannot doubt Jimmy's proximity and the way his aggression of getting to the side of Trevor Root's E36, but Root doing a fantastic job through the entirety of his lead lap. Honestly, that LSA powered V8 just making me feel real good about my decisions right now. Real good about my decisions. But Drift HQ was in the chat. I saw an engine warranty. That might be hands down the worst idea you've ever had. Good luck, fellas. I'll see you soon for my new 2JZ thanks to Drift HQ. You better have like 6 of those things ready. As Curtis says, they run until the cam sensor melts out of the cylinder head. All right, second half of the battle here. Jimmy Oakes now in that lead position. Trevor Root to chase him down. No longer have to worry about the silence in the chat. Ethan is now gone with his new parents, enjoying his traveling as Jimmy Oakes is now traveling down to the outside zone number 1. Root cranks out the angle, matching in their proximity, going in all the way through to outside zone number 1 as Jimmy locks himself in, but Root's LSA V8 screaming in the window of that SR20 powered S13 of Jimmy as both drivers work their way through outside zone number 2, working their way downhill as Root's getting aggressive going through outside 3. Root backs off a little bit to let Jimmy rotate through that front inside clip, getting back down to outside zone number 4 as Root falls back into position now. Riding out that A-pillar, back with the C-pillar of Jimmy as both drivers jumping into People's Corner. Jimmy doing a good job, but Root's right there, keeping the proximity, locking that rear tire right behind the front axle of Jimmy. Both drivers drop down to that reference point and back up to that final outside zone. Jimmy keeps the taillights out of the wall. Root doesn't kill him, and he gets over the finish line. Both drivers safe and sound. I do not want to be a judge here, watching out these guys battle it out in the final 4 of round 3 of the Gambler. Trevor Root, Trevor Tree, and Jimmy Oakes. Throw some tree and pineapple emojis in the chat. Let me know what you think before our judges are done doing their boy math. I'm going to wander over here. Sarah left me up here. I can't read, so I'm just going to ramble to you guys while we wait for our judges to finish being judgy. They're making weird faces over there, too. Oh, yeah, they're being judgy. Oh, look at that weird face. That's a weird face. Then I got that weird, like, half smile with a nod. That's never good, dude. It's never good. Yeah, like lips hard pressed together. Yeah. So we're talking with the judges. Sarah's finally back. Don't worry, guys. Now we can read. I'll let you guys know what happened. It looks like you guys are seeing that side by side, the same very footage that our judges are watching very meticulously. These guys look like they're playing esports, literally inches from the screen. This guy hasn't blinked in at least a minute and a half. Our judges are working their way through our boy math. I'm just rambling at this point. As always, this would be a great time for you guys to show some love, some dedication to our event sponsors and everybody that helps make this event happen. You know, even some drivers, just pop over to Instagram, give them a couple likes, send them a message, tell them you did a great job. It helps a lot. I mean, like, that's not even like, that's like, you know, legit. Yeah. Like, pop over their Instagram, say hello, let them know what's up, tell them they did a great job,
Go
tell
follow,
them they suck. It still helps them, you know?
Go follow all of our drivers that are out here today. Go follow all of our sponsors. Make sure you're following E-Town Gambler and Raceway Park on both Instagram and YouTube to be alerted when we go live here. We knew they were going to take a little bit more time to deliberate as we get farther in this competition. Hey, it's part of it. That means we got some good battles. It'd be way worse if we were like, oof.
But
Yeesh.
the winner here gets to take away those Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride token.
Yes.
Hopefully, for Tony's sake, Root wins. If Jimmy wins, he then owes Jimmy $125, locking himself into the finals. But if Root wins, that resets going into the final. Only $25. So big shout out to Tony, Freedom Motorsports, for the Let It Ride tokens. Waiting for those judges to get that final. But the loser here is still not done. They have to battle it out for third. And then whoever gets fourth, you can call them a loser.
They are the first loser. I prefer to announce the winner of the third place battle so that you don't have the fourth guy just kind of chilling there like the hotel room chair, you know?
I don't know. Nothing is more motivating than standing on the bottom of the podium, inches away. Just one small mistake from just being in the box, that hurts. That's humbling. That's character building. That's why you get signed up at racewaypark.com and you can come here on your own and lose.
It's true. I wouldn't know, brother. I haven't been within 100 feet of that thing.
I've been out there plenty of times, and I lose every time. So, you guys get signed up, racewaypark.com. Come party with us. If you're not driving, there's plenty of entertainment here throughout the day. Car show, bar. We have a plethora of, honestly, Jersey's not that bad. You go, an hour away, you're at the
Indeed.
beach. So you can make a weekend trip, make a week trip out of it. You can hang out with Chris Knapp. You get
Cool
your own
stuff to
private
do.
little track days, both stadiums, kart track, road course.
All right, and we
Whatever you
do
want.
have a decision here. It was split. One of the judges said Trevor Root, and the other two said one more time. So you guys are going to get to see them go again. They're going to head back to the pits to change tires. And honestly, we're going to need to bully them up here because we need this.
We are bullying them.
Yeah.
Their poor
We need to
tire
bully
budget.
more.
Trevor Root is going through every circle he's ever owned.
Every circle. Man, they better get that fresh rubber underneath those cars because they need to go back out there and do battle so we can determine a winner. That winner is going to face Chelsea DeNofa, and the loser will face Chris Meyer to see who stands at the bottom of the podium and still gets a big check and still gets to celebrate with the rest of the homies here. And who's ended up in fourth and is going home, packing it on the trailer.
Just want to put a shout. Trevor Root just sprinted out of his driver's seat and got his car up in the air in literally, the wheels off. All right?
Here's some motivation.
The
What do you
rest
say?
of the drivers in the paddock, be
Take
like
notes.
Trevor Root. Be like the Root Cam, all right?
Yeah.
I want that hustle.
You
I
know
like
what-
the hustle.
What happened was Chris Root, Trevor's dad, was like, not a single T is going to get cracked until we're done here today, boys.
Yeah, it's called focus.
Yeah,
Okay?
dialed
it's
in.
called focus.
Locked in at the
We got
locked in
stuff to do
factory.
tonight. Trevor, no stranger to the top of the podium, already seeing a win at one of our gamblers, making sure that his car is always up to snuff, keeping those taillights unairplaned. If you guys don't understand what that means, basically Trevor Root is no stranger to licking that BMW off of a wall here, basically deleting a taillight and making the back end of his car look like it is ready and suitable for flight. Very pointy, very pointy.
Yeehaw. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he figured out how to do the bank from going past the bank and then backing up,
Right. He figured out how to do the bank from being inverted on the bank.
He,
and then was
it
like,
was because he was inverted, yeah.
let's take like 10% off, and I think that's good.
Yeah, it was 15.
Bank is scary. I remember the first time I tossed my car into bank, I was like, oh God.
So,
I don't know.
It's been said before, but the pro tip on bank, whenever you're scared, honestly, anywhere.
Right.
This is a life lesson. Apply it to everything in your life. When in doubt, floor it.
100%. If
Everything.
you lift in the bank, you're going to eat a concrete wall.
Yeah, and it don't taste good at all, dude.
Yum, 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 yum.
No, it doesn't matter what direction either. It hurts both forward and reverse. It's a hard wall. It's been there for decades. It's probably cleaned.
Nobody's moved it yet,
That's
and
fair,
many have tried.
We've all tried. Honestly, no one's, I'm going to announce this, curse this. No one's smacked the tire wall on the outside zone 1 yet,
Oof. Maybe not in a gambler.
I don't
Remember
know.
when-
These guys are pushing it. They're
Hold on.
initiating way down there,
Remember when Jeffrey Stoneback, Front Street Dad himself, went inverted on the tire wall? It was a
That's what
Club
I'm-
Loose event.
that's what I'm
Suddenly,
saying.
Jeff was upside down,
I mean, he rode it off with grace. He was up standing,
as he does.
and we rolled it back over, and he was fine.
I think everybody who's stuffed it into the wall should get to sign it. Sign their little signature on there.
Yeah. Well, U.S. Drift does a hard charger award.
Okay.
There's a crash helmet that you sign. So if you
Nice.
ever wad your stuff up at a U.S. Drift event, we award you with the basically humbling you for the rest of your life by signing this piece of equipment. But so if you ever come down to a U.S. Drift event and you drive with intention and drive, with some spunk, and you just boof it, we'll get your signature because we think that's cool.
Yeah, and we love our buddies down south, U.S. Drift.
Whoa.
They're
It's
great.
Virginia.
Virginia's below the old Mason-Dixon, brother.
No.
That's the South.
No, Florida is the South.
That's okay. Florida's a whole nother animal.
It's a gator. Florida's an alligator.
Thank you, Chris. Virginia was the capital of the South back when it was the 45 minutes it was its own country. For that hot minute before they got their butt handed to them.
Yeah, they're still not letting go of that.
Nope.
All right. Yeah, don't hype up Virginia. But U.S. Drift travels all around the East Coast, have events up and down. But the home base is in Virginia. We do party at Richmond International every once in a while. I see you guys, or Langley Speedway. We're down at Langley Speedway. Virginia Beach knows how to party too. Great local demographic. We hope to see Jacob Duncan's down from Virginia Beach, that area.
Florida is kind of just its own country.
Yo, Drift HQ, send me an alligator.
They're
Ship me
gonna pack
a
it
gator.
in your next order, Drift HQ order. Just pack a gator
Damn.
in there.
Baby, full adult, whatever.
Somehow I think Doug would not be okay with that.
I guarantee Doug would love it.
He would do that face that he does, the one that's like,
Yeah, but he would learn to love it. Just how
Doug's
that
the man.
alligator would learn to love me. 2 bites in, he realized I'm not food. We're good.
yeah, 2 bites in, he realizes you're not tasty. He'd rather gnaw on that wall.
But seriously, anybody from Florida, ship me a gator. All right, here we go. Trevor Root going up against Jimmy Oaks. Jimmy Oaks holding on to that quadruple Freedom Motorsports Let It Ride token. But Trevor Root looking to steal it as he works his way down to zone number 1. But Jimmy right there. Root doing a fantastic job getting that V8 to spring all the way out to outside zone number 2. But Jimmy cannot be shaken. Backing up just a little bit through outside zone number outside 3 as I say that, as Root starting to put the power back down to outside 4. Jimmy starting to close out that proximity back up as he's starting to match the angle of the E36 as Trevor doing a great job into the people's corner, but Jimmy literally shadowing the LSA powered V8 of Trevor Root as both drivers dump down to the reference point. Jimmy makes his move early, waiting patiently for Trevor Root to get into position. And both drivers come across the finish line safe and sound. Trevor Root piloting that gray BMW in the lead. Jimmy Oaks to chase him down in that SR20 powered S13 Silvia.
Spicy. And the back of Trevor Root's car looks a little worse for wear. Looks
Yeah.
a little crunchy back there.
Well, he's setting the taillights in. He's not losing to Jimmy Oaks because he wants to keep his taillights. They sell those taillights on eBay.
Yeah, he will send those things to a watery grave if it means getting on the podium.
Ooh. Drift HQ in the chat talking real nice to me right now.
They're trying to get you back in the Jay-Z family so hard.
You'll never see, you want to see me some alligator shoes? Some alligator skin too,
Ooh.
Jay-Z?
Ooh.
I'll do the
Alligator
seats.
skin valve cover?
Yep. My plan is to blow up and act like I don't know nobody.
All right, away we go for the second half of this battle. Jimmy Oaks in the lead. Trevor Root chasing him down. Jimmy Oaks tossing it in nice and wide coming out to outer zone number 1. Trevor Root is glued to him as they come up here, chasing incredibly aggressive, transitioning across the track in outer zone number 2. Jimmy on a perfect line coming down the hill to grab outer zone number 3. Absolutely flawless. Trevor Root transitioning right with him as they cross that inner clip and around to outer zone number 4. Jimmy getting nice and deep. We love to see it. Coming around outer zone number 5. Jimmy Oaks exactly where he should be, in the people's corner. And Trevor Root giving us what we want to see right on Jimmy's door, transitioning across that reference point and up into the bank turn. Trevor Root going so deep. Jimmy Oaks Excellent job, guys. This was a crazy battle.
Phenomenal battle,
Yeah.
and we're just in the final fours. This is not the finals. This is the spot for the finals, and these gentlemen are not done. The loser has to go battle it out with Chris Meyer for that third place position. I'm excited. This is the part of the Gambler where all that work, all those 32 drivers, and we really, really dial it in to the very, very talented ones at the end, and honestly, it is showcasing now. We already have Denofa sitting patiently waiting in the finals, and you got Trevor Root and Jimmy Oakes throwing it down like that. Like, good stuff. Good stuff.
Denofa is poised and ready to take out, to battle whoever's coming out of this battle. And then Chris Myers waiting in the wings, too, to take somebody on that's going to battle for third. So either way, we're about to have some exciting 1v1s here out on the track. We're just waiting to see who's going to win between Oakes and Root. May also decide our last man standing pool as well. If Root loses, it's Root and Meyer battling out for who takes the last man standing pool.
Never mind the bottom spot on the box, which is still a payout.
Which is still a payout. There's so much money on the line right now, guys. I'm forgetting about it.
There's a lot of trees in the chat, though. A lot of trees in the chat. You guys joining us on the internet, getting that side-by-side replay. Trevor Root, left side of your screen, in his lead position with that LSA-powered V8 E36. His old competition car. He now has a Pro Spec car, similar build chassis, but this car is tried and true, and it's showcasing right here. He's comfortable in this thing. And Jimmy Oakes in that SR20-powered S13, also super comfortable, taking that vehicle all over the place, and it looks like we got a winner. And it looks like Trevor Root gets the win. Trevor Root takes out Jimmy Oakes, stealing that Freedom Motorsports token, resetting its value into the finals, where he'll see Chelsea Denofa. We'll see if Root can get himself on top of another podium, but he'll have to take out the old FD champion, Chelsea Denofa, in his Fox body, but not yet. We got Meyer and Jimmy Oakes having to battle it out for that third place position and figure out who's the first loser.
Yep. Root's grabbing that last man standing pool. Nicely done there by him. Chris Meyer still in the running to win some money. He's got to knock out Jimmy Oakes first to determine who is going to be on the bottom of the box. And then from there, Denofa and Root are going to duke it out for who's standing at the top. We can see a shot of the grid right now. Once the battle gets far enough into the battles, the guys kind of just chill on grid. Everyone's kind of jamming it up, chatting it up, and talking. It's a friendly competition here. One of the best parts about drifting, in my opinion, is no one's really a competitor. They're all just homies at the end of the day. All right, so the judges were giving us a little bit of insight on why they went with Trevor Root over Jimmy Oakes, and it honestly came down to splitting hairs. A few errors on Jimmy's part in the chase, cutting the line in certain situations to stay close, sort of sacrificing the angle in order to do that, which is, one of the compromises for staying close. And Trevor Root did not have to do that in order to maintain proximity. There's also a few points, I believe 2 to 3, where the judges saw, a little bit of a compromise, not necessarily an error there in the chase by Jimmy. They really were splitting hairs, but they went to go ahead with Trevor Root, who's going to go up against Chelsea Denofa. We got to pick a winner at some point, man. Like, it's just way too close.
Just a reminder, every driver out here the entire weekend is restricted to a 235 approved tire from our Gambler list. So everybody out here on a 235 tire, regardless of horsepower, regardless of chassis.
You guys are seeing a replay right now here. Part of the reason why the judges went with Trevor Root, if we want to get into a little bit deeper of an explanation, is if you look between outer zone number 2 and 3, Jimmy Oaks sort of falls off in the chase position there a little bit with his angle from 2 to 3, and then you'll see him fall way back and pull angle going through the center section of the track. And that was one of the deciding factors. And that just small little hiccup there is all it takes to knock you out this far in the competition. With that said, we have Chris Meyer and Jimmy Oaks battling it out for 3rd place. The winner gets the money, the loser gets the trailer. Chris Meyer is out for 3rd place as he comes around to outer zone number 1. Jimmy's got a point to prove, coming off his loss just now, coming down the hill between 2 and 3. Chris Meyer not quite in outer zone number 3 where he should be. Jimmy Oaks falling back just slightly, coming through the center section. Chris Meyer getting into outer zone number 4 as he transitions around to outer zone number 5 of the hairpin, the People's Corner. Jimmy Oaks with his bumper just hanging back there, coming around to outer zone, transitioning across that reference point and up into outer zone number 6. Chris Meyer all the way up on the bank there. Jimmy Oaks and Chase. Excellent battle here, guys.
Jimmy pushing that little SR, trying to get to the side of Chris Meyer's VA-powered E46. Jimmy barking at the side the entire lap, but Meyer, as always, locked and loaded into the checklist that our judges want to see. This is the 3rd place battle at round 3 of the Gambler. Thank you guys for joining us on the internet and live here and in person at Raceway Park. We had beautiful weather. We're down here. We got sunset going on, and we're into our finals right now, and you guys are just watched a 3rd place. Honestly, it's been great battles the entirety. Like all the way since like top 16. We've had a fantastic field of drivers.
Yep.
We've had great battles all day.
Duncan and Root was a top 16 battle. That was a top 16 battle.
They
Nuts.
almost saw each other in 32.
I know.
They were close.
They were close.
And also, big shout out to the chat. You guys have been great today. Big shout to all y'all on the internet.
Chat's been popping off. Points for chat.
All right, we got our drivers back, swapped in the positions. Jimmy Oaks now in that lead, getting chased down by Chris Meyer. Jimmy sporting that SR20 powered Sylvia. Chris Meyer with a V8 powered E46. Waiting for that repurposed drag strip tree to illuminate. If you guys have never seen the drag strip tree, we run a pro tree with the greens and yellows, just like you would. And our drivers get launched right out of that Valino arch and sent into our 3rd place, 2nd half of the battle here as Jimmy takes his lead. Both drivers initiate well before that last initiation point. Jimmy clicks himself into outside zone number 1. So Chris Myers right there on the backside. Left foot brake, keeping that E46 off of the S13 of Jimmy as both drivers dump into outside 2. Jimmy doing a good job. Chris Meyer keeping it nice and tight going down the hill. Backing off just a little bit to let Jimmy rotate to that front inside clip. Meyer makes his move now, putting that power back down as Jimmy dumps into outside 4. Chris a bit shy, getting back into position now and falls behind the S13 of Jimmy as he jumps in the People's Corner, keeping that proximity nice and tight, making contact twice with Jimmy. Jimmy staying in the throttle. Chris Meyer, a little bit of correction. That's what we like to see as both drivers dump that reference point back up to the bank. Jimmy taking the licks, the hits, and the bruises, and Chris Meyer right there on the back axle.
Wow.
Yes.
Man, we're going to need a replay of outer zone number 5, guys. We're going to need to see the People's Corner run back one more time.
All right, our judges are deliberating. You guys are watching that same side-by-side, left side of your screen. Chris Meyer taking his lead lap. Right side, Jimmy Oaks. You can see left side, Jimmy having to make a couple sacrifices to keep to the side of that E46 of Chris Meyer. On the right side of your screen, you can see the aggression from Chris Meyer. If you guys are just joining us, pay attention. This is outside zone number 5, the People's Corner. Right side of your screen, you can see Chris Meyer start to bark now as he dumps into outside 4, getting into a little tighter of a line, trying to close that proximity of Jimmy as he dumps into the People's Corner outside 5. Jimmy may have saw the outside of the track, but Meyer making sure he saw it. Giving 2 love taps. Jimmy staying in the throttle, letting that SR sing all the way across the finish line. Meyer cleans it back up, falls back into position, and it looks like we may have a winner here for our 3rd place battle. All right, Sarah wants to be nice to the fourth place loser today.
I just think, like, you know, then they can come down to the podium if they want to, and they don't have to go down to the podium and listen to their name not get called. But hey, if you want to leave it for the podium, Mike, we can do that.
Third place, you're on the box. You're on the podium. You get a check, the bottle of champagne, and the trophy. Third place. Make some noise for Chris Meyer taking out Jimmy Oakes, taking that third place position. Definitely a big shout to Jimmy Oakes, throwing down the entirety of our Gambler round 3, but unfortunately getting taken out by one of the veterans of the podium, Chris Meyer. Now, this gets into the nitty-gritty. We're going to see Trevor Root with that LSA-powered V8 and Chelsea DeNofa in the Fox body. This is for all the marbles. This is where the podium ceremony comes down. I'm not going to announce the winner here because this is for all the marbles. This is for the big check. A big shout once again to Chris Meyer for taking the bottom of the box. Also a big shout for Jimmy Oakes for dragging that thing down and coming down and throwing down a heater of an event. But this is it. This is the finals. This is round 3. Raceway Park, E-Town Gambler. A Mike Knapp event. Patiently waiting here for the finals between Trevor Root, a current Pro Spec driver in Formula D, and a old Formula D championship winner, Chelsea DeNofa, in his Fox body Mustang, EcoBoost underneath the hood, LSA V8 underneath the E36 of Trevor Root. We're ready to go. We're ready for the finals here. This is going to be a heater. This is not a time for the bathroom break. I hope you tipped your bartender. This is the final call.
Lock in, boys and girls. Lock TF in.
Final bets in the chat. Final bets in the chat.
Man, I just hope all the drivers have fun.
Yeah.
I just hope everybody wins. We all win today. Go
And
drifting.
the lights are illuminated. Green means go. Trevor Root takes the lead position, getting chased down by Chelsea DeNofa. This is round 3 of the finals of the Gambler here at E-Town. The greatest place on earth as Trevor Root locks himself in the outside zone number 1. Chelsea DeNofa's Fox body is literally right there, shadowing everything that Root does as he rotates to the outside 2. DeNofa cannot be shaken, literally putting the Fox body's Mustang headlight right on the door handle of that E36. Both drivers initiate into that front inside clip, the only inside clip here. DeNofa keeping that pressure on as Trevor Root lets himself into outside zone number 4. Rotates that LS Power V8 BMW into the people's corner. DeNofa gives him a little bit of space, but then closes the door up. Root jumps down to that reference point. DeNofa's already to his side, jumping right back. DeNofa with a slightly tighter line, jumps back into formation right behind Root as both drivers finish off super strong across the finish line. This is the finals.
Yeah, really, really well done. I was expecting nothing less from these guys, and we get to see them do it again. This time, we're going to flip them around, and we're going to let Chelsea DeNofa lead and Trevor Root chase.
All right, we get these gentlemen back around the road course and set back up. DeNofa now with the responsibility to take that lead. Trevor Root has to chase him down. There is 7 judge zones standing in the way of a winner here. And 3 gentlemen up here being super judgy, but they are the only thing standing in the way from one of these hard-working gentlemen. Family-built vehicles. They're going to get a win here. It's going to either be Root or Chelsea DeNofa. Meyer already taking that 3rd space on the bottom of the box. A big shout to Jimmy Oakes taking that 4th place. Unfortunately, our first loser here today. That means Oakes lost those Let It Ride. Root hangs on to that Freedom Motorsports. We got DeNofa with the Drift HQ. So basically, winner takes all. An extra $75 with Let It Ride tokens thanks to Drift HQ and Freedom Motorsports. A big shout for those companies. Help supporting our wild ideas up here at the Gambler. If you are a company looking to sponsor a Let It Ride or get, some signage out here, let me talk about you. Hit up racewaypark.com, send an email over. We'll get you out here for round 4 in the stadium. Mercedes Stadium, where Formula Drift has battled it out, but that's not today. This is round 3 of the Gambler. Chelsea DeNofa initiates well before that last initiation point, getting himself to the outside 1, but Root's BMW is right behind him. Both drivers click through that box. Root backing off just a tad bit. That might be a mistake as he makes the jump too tight through outside 2. DeNofa doing what he can through our judge's eyes as he knocks through outside zone number 3. Root falls back into position now as they go through that inside clip. Rotates back out. DeNofa needs to get all the way stretched out to outside 4. Root starting to put the power back down as he falls behind the axle of the Mustang. Both drivers rotate back up to people's corner. Root with a major correction behind DeNofa's box body. Root may have thrown it all away.
Oh, man.
Right there in the people's corner.
Dang, right in front of our faces?
All right, we'll have to wait for our judges' final verdict. I'm definitely not weighing in on the finals here. I've made that mistake in the past. I'm not doing it again.
No way, dude. Couldn't pay me. I mean, you're going to pay me, but you couldn't pay me to talk right now.
No.
All the other points in the day, I'll chat.
No.
I'll chat it up.
This is where Ethan has major PTSD. This is where we get silent. This is where the judges are really locking themselves in. They're trying to figure out who's going to take away the big checks, the glory, the winner, the bigger champagne bottle, the bigger trophy, the bigger box. Oh, they went into esports mode. They're back locked into the screen, watching that side-by-side replay, the very same one you guys are watching at home. Left side of your screen, Trevor Root with that lead position with that gray E36 BMW with an LSA V8. Right side of your screen, you see Chelsea Denofa with that EcoBoost Fox Body Mustang. You'll see on the right side of your screen the biggest deficit to Trevor Root's weekend. Unfortunately, outside zone number 5, you can see him leave 4, try to rotate through the smoke a little blind, and just instead of just smacking him in the face, he chose to be nice.
Never choose to be nice in drifting.
All right, so
you can't make any mistakes against a driver like Chelsea, and there in turn, you can't make any mistakes against a driver like Root.
you know why I hit people? Accountability.
Oh, I thought it's because you can't see or read.
Well, it's the same.
Okay, all right.
You jump through the smoke, you get blinded. You do what your muscle memory tells you. You go where you're supposed to go. If he's where you're supposed to be, he's actually hanging out too long where he was. So really, I don't know. Trevor Root, unfortunately, may have thrown away this entire battle on that one error, but I haven't paid attention to the left side of the screen as tightly. I'm definitely not a judge. I'm not weighing in. I'm going to let the chat really weigh in. Emojis all through. Send them all the way through. It looks like our judges may or may not have a winner. I'm going to shut up real quick. We have a winner. All right. We're going to bring him down for our podium ceremony. Make sure you guys join us down there for our first and second place announcements, where Chris Meyer will join us, where he's taken third. You know, honestly, if Jimmy Oakes wants to join us too, he can come out and hang out. But we'll meet you down for our podium ceremony, where I will announce our winners here at round 3.
And at least it's Jimmy's decision whether he wants to come down to the podium or not. He doesn't have to chill down there and then get fourth, you know?
I mean, I think Jimmy's going to hang out, you know?
I think he will too. He's a nice guy.
All right, so thank you guys once again, as always, for joining us here at the Englishtown Gambler. It's always a blast to hang out here. This is round 3 of the 4-round series. We're at the stadium for round 4. If you'd like to get signed up, racewaypark.com. There's also one more cageless tandem competition, the Casino Royale. Make sure you check out the website for the dates and all the updates, as well as our Instagram. Make sure you also show love and affection to everybody that helps make this event happen. All our event sponsors, staff, drivers, as well as our judges. I know you guys don't like them that much, but they're up here working very hard. Make sure you also show your love to Sarah, and you can throw all the shade at me in the chat. I'll work my way down to the podium. We'll announce our winner here for round 3 of the Gambler. Thank you once again for joining us here live and in person and on the internet. We're just a few moments away from crowning our winner. We'll see you next time, round 4, if you leave now. But honestly, great drink specials in the bar. Tip your bartender. Ethan, if you're at home, we're still here, brother. Don't worry, Ethan. We're still here.
This message is brought to you by Faction Motorsports. Located in East Rutherford, New Jersey, Faction Motorsports is your source for JDM performance, aero parts, rare OEM Nissan parts, and precision services like touchless tire mounting and balancing, vapor honing, suspension overhauls, and four-wheel alignments. It doesn't matter if it's your first time on grid or if you had countless laps, Faction Motorsports keeps you on track. Visit www.factionmotorsports.com to browse our wide selection of JDM performance parts. Also, check out our YouTube, Instagram, and podcast for all things JDM and content made for the drifting community.
Follow with me.
In his presence, phony rap is a shiver. In his presence, phony rap is a shiver. In his presence, phony rap is a shiver. In his presence, phony rap is a shiver.
Maybe. All right, coming out to round 4?
Okay.
All right, I'll see you there. Thank you. You yourself get signed up, racewaypark.com. You can come take down Chris Meyer. He only got third today, you know? You can definitely beat Chris. There's 2 other guys on top of him. Chris, you're honestly no stranger to the podium anywhere at the Gambler. Do you got any plans to go anywhere else besides the Gambler?
Probably to the shore. Really enjoy the beach, you know. So I'll be heading there.
Nice. Perfect. All right, make some noise for Chris Meyer, your third place winner here at the E-Town Gambler, taking down some heavy hitters in the tried and true sled. Obviously a man of the people. Check him out at the beach. Prop his umbrella up. Chris worked hard. He's ready for his vacay. They can't hear me out there. We're waiting for our finalists out from the grid. They got to like wander all the way from the far side of the road course. We got these patient fans, fellow drivers, staff waiting to pop the champagne and hand out the trophies. Pop, pop. We also got the big checks.
Yeah, we did?
Well, yeah, big checks.
There's enough big checks to do a lot.
Speaking of, I'm standing, you guys can't see me. I don't know if you can see me or not, but I'm standing here with Chris Knapp. Chris, I don't know what you have with that 3UZ, but there is a different energy of fluidity with that car. You look fantastic this weekend.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
You look great, dude.
Thank you.
You look great. So you got...
I'm really trying.
You're going round 4, right?
Yeah, I'll be around 4.
Oh, yeah. So get signed up, racewaypark.com. You can take out Chris Knapp, maybe Chris Meyer. Who knows? Hey, we're in the stadium this time, too.
Don't take me out. Take Chris Meyer out.
Yeah, take Meyer out. He wins too much. He wins all the time. Also, big shout while we got the time. Valino Tires coming up, showing up in person, hanging out with us. They also hand out free balloon animals. If you like one of those Valino balloon animals, make sure you wander over. I got a whole Ziploc worth. All right, drivers worked their way back from the grid. They're on their way. Guys, patience. Trevor Tree, that LSA-powered BMW of Trevor Root, backing himself in our year of round 3 of the Gambler. He just fought it out with Chelsea DeNofa with an EcoBoost Fox Buddy Mustang. This BMW has definitely seen better days, but it's not quite airplane mode. It's got a little point left to it. Make some noise for Trevor Root. Giving his congratulations to his family and team. Trevor, how do you feel today throwing down with a ex-FD champion in the finals here at round 3 of the Gambler?
Oh, it was so much fun. It was the first time driving together. I mean, all night we worked for that one. We had bent tie rods, broken wheels, one more times galore. It was a blast.
Your sled's definitely got some licks on it. Any of these from today?
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Oh, so all of them are from today?
Just about. Yeah, just about.
All right, so you and your family really enjoy doing bodywork?
Hate it.
Well, congratulations once again. All the way in, fought to the finals. We're just waiting on our Chelsea DeNofa. Sorry for a little bit of that mic feedback. The distances here, massive raceway, trying to get this wireless microphone to work as best as possible. Obviously works in this direction way better than over there, but that's where all my friends are. I want to hang out over there. We already got Trevor Root sitting there patiently, one of our finalists waiting for Chelsea DeNofa and his Fox Buddy Mustang to work his way up to our podium ceremony. Already sitting here with Chris Meyer. You've heard from Chris Meyer. He's going to the beach. He's had a great time here. Trevor Root, tired. The car's taking a licking. Waiting patiently to hear the winner if they're going to pay for that bodywork or go home. The first losers here at round 3 of the Gambler. And here we go. We got Chelsea DeNofa's EcoBoost Fox Buddy Mustang working his way into our podium ceremony. Before we get started, I would just like to give a massive shout out to all 32 qualifying drivers here at round 3 of the Gambler. Thank you guys for signing up, coming down, throwing down. We appreciate you as drivers, as spectators, and as teams for putting in the investment to show up here and battle it out. But we have our winners here. We've already awarded our 3rd place winner, Chris Meyer, in this black E46 VA-powered BMW. Let's make some noise for Chris Meyer taking that bottom spot on the podium and that $1,000 big check. Yeah, you heard me right. $1,000 for the second loser, Chris Meyer, taking home that 3rd place, the trophy, the beer, and the check. And now for your finals, a hard-fought battle all the way through. Chelsea DeNofa going up against Trevor Root. DeNofa piloting that EcoBoost Mustang going up against that VA-powered of Trevor Root. But the winner here today at round 3 of the Gambler, make some noise for Chelsea DeNofa, taking out Trevor Root for that number 1 spot. As always, continue that applause for Trevor Root taking that $2,000 for 2nd place. But nonetheless, Chelsea DeNofa taking home the big money. 1st place here, E-Town Gambler. But it's not over yet. Trevor Root taking the number 2, but also our last man standing. Getting awarded that Valino hat for taking those good circles on the back. Also taking home that cash and $2 grand. Makes noise for 2nd place finisher here, Trevor Root. And one more time, make some noise for all your drivers, but your winner, Chelsea DeNofa. We'll see you guys at round 4. Get signed up at racewaypark.com. We'll see you guys next time. Thank you guys for joining us here at Raceway Park for another great day here at the Raceway. We'll see you guys next time. Make sure to respect yourselves, respect your neighbors, and respect the Raceway on your way out. We'll see you guys next time.
Watch out now. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now. Don't stop. Watch out now. Watch out now. Don't stop. 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 Watch out now.